I'm making a weird face because I want the thumbnail to be the weirdest possible thumbnail. Yes, we are in part 3 now of our 24-hour live stream. We started at 1 p.m. yesterday. The reason it has to be broken into parts is Facebook only lets you live stream for 3 hours. And so that is the issue there. But I'm just loading up some footage because in just a couple minutes, we're going to be talking to my buddy Zach. And we're going to be kind of finding out some of the things that happened to his farm. You're seeing some footage of that stuff right now. I'm just getting it loaded up before I go outside. So bear with me, guys. So this is what happens when you're your own producer on a 24-hour live stream and you're kind of punchy. And hey, Clara, what's going on? Good day from Australia. Most live streams with multi-locations guests have a whole team doing it. Yeah, no, it's this. I really appreciate you saying that, Deborah. But yes, it is all me. I'm going to go run downstairs to the barn. I will be. I'm back. And by the way, I think you guys are going to probably want to see the body count. So let's get them all stacked up here. So for those who are doing the polar tally, we're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yes, in the last 9 hours, I've had 12. In the last, I guess, no more than 12 hours. It's In the last 15 hours, I've had 12 seltzers. So there you go. Or 9 seltzers. I can't do math at this point. Sorry, guys. I'm down in the barn. I'm back outside. Look, here, see? You can see I'm back outside, ready to start another day. That's just how we're rolling here today, guys. Oh, I gotta add the donate button. Thank you, Clayton, for the reminder. Hang on a sec. Hang on, I'm gonna add the donate. Hang on, bear with me. Gotta go to my live. I'm adding the donate button for YouTube here. No paid promotion. No altered content. And I got to add a fundraiser. Join a fundraiser. Let's look for Peacham. Boom. Cool. Thank you for that reminder. You know, honestly, you guys, there's been so many of folks, but like, yeah, depleted uranium cowboy with reminding me about resetting the time. Let's see. Clayton for reminding me about the donate button. What's going on, Chanel? So yeah, Chanel, I'm down in the barn. We got Ginny Barncat hanging out with me. I guess I'm finally back downstairs with the board. So last time I updated the board, we were at $79,255. I'm going to update things right now. Let's see what we got. $79,255. So we were just over 79,000 when we last checked in this last night down here. If I'm going to look to see where we are from a donation point right now, please allow me to share that with you guys. Share screen, your impact. Oh boy, we're at $56,004 on GoFundMe. 56,004. And then on YouTube, we are now at 25,670. And since I try to avoid doing math in public, let me figure this one out with a handy dandy calculator. 5604 plus 25,670 equals $81,674. There you go. How about that? How do you like them apples? We are about, I don't know, $18,000, a little more than $18,000 away from hitting our $100,000 goal. But we have a very long road to go if we want to crack our $200,000 goal. But I don't know. Maybe somebody's going to come to the rescue. Like, I keep drinking these Polar beverages, like hoping that maybe Polar comes to the rescue. I mean, we do have quite the assortment of them over there. So I don't know what's going to happen. But yeah, so our grand total right now is $81,074. So we're making progress, guys. And none of this would have been possible without you. And for that, I must say, I'm just eternally grateful. I'm also very thirsty. So please stand by and watch Ginny Barncat while I go get a seltzer. Whoa. Oops. Oh, fix the camera. It's moving. So the reason the camera was moving is because Ginny kept rubbing up against it. Hang on. I will try to fix the camera so it's a little less obnoxious. How about that? A little bit better. What time does Allison wake up? Allison's kind of a late riser. I'm gonna guess she'll probably be up around 8 or 9 today. Wait, is the donate button not there? I think the donate button should be there. Oh, wait, maybe. Can somebody check me now and tell me if the donate button's there? Let's see. I'm going to test it out myself, see if it works. Yeah, it looks like donate is there now. Cool. I think the GoFundMe link is going to be there. And actually, the GoFundMe link I want to publicize for the next few minutes is going to be, I'm actually going to go to my pal Zach's one. So hang on a sec. Where's Cross Farm? Show more. Cross Farm. Here we go. So here is the GoFundMe, and I'm just going to pin this. There's also all the GoFundMe links are in the description of this video. So yeah, I think I just pinned it, Sandra. Sorry. Hey, Joyful Dragonfly, good to see you. This is Ginny. So here, I'll let her be my co-host for now. Hanging out with me in the chair is little Ginevra Barn Cat. She's aggressively friendly, and I actually want her to just chill out like that. She's at her best when she's just doing that. Oh, Dave, did you do your mowing yet? Yeah, Jeannie is ready for her close-up. She is definitely the most attention friendly of all the barn cats. She's also the only barn cat who these days will let me put a camera on her. And it's actually been a little while since I actually let her wear a camera. So I should probably do that soon. I agree. Yeah, I almost took a real spill. So I've got my farm boots on right now versus like I was wearing like regular shoes earlier. But since after my friend comes, I'm going to go and do chores. I got the farm boots on. And yeah, I'm just always a little bit clumsier when I'm like doing kind of fine walking. Yes, I have the slap happy second breath. This is 100% true. I'm not going to even like sugarcoat it. I've been up for 25 hours now. And yeah, I'm a little punchy. It's going to get a little weird over the next few hours. Hopefully my friends who are going to stop by and visit aren't going to get weirded out. I don't know if for those of you guys who are just waking up and rejoining this live stream, yeah, some weird stuff went on overnight. You'll get a chance to watch it if you watch the replay. Yes, falls are the enemy. I know everybody's very worried because I know I was like trying to play it off like I'm cool, but there's no way to play it off. Like I'm on camera, like, a couple hundred people are watching this. There's no way to like not act like I didn't see depleted uranium. That's the argument I'll use. And I always use with Allison. So I stumble like that all the time and it freaks Allison out. But for some reason, I also have this very good ability to like recorrect myself and not fall and injure myself. And so, yeah, everybody's saying this, that like I basically grew a beard over the course of this. So I didn't shave yesterday. So that was like 1 day stubble. This is officially 2 days stubble since like, the start of the live stream. Okay, buttons there. All right, I'm catching up. Aw, I really appreciate you saying that, Clayton. Thank you. Yeah, again, guys, I'm okay. It's just I'm tired. I'm not gonna not act like I'm tired, but I don't know. I feel like sometimes doing stuff like this to kind of generate some attention for a cause that I really care about is important. And so, go a few hours, a little punch drunk, get tired. I see there's no flaw in that. Hey, what's up there, Jack? Good to see you this morning. We've been going strong. Things are good. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you never want to mow when it's too wet there, Dave. Wow, from South Africa. South African accent. I've always been trying to work on my South African accent. I think there's certain words I can, I don't know. It's not quite good. It's not like I sound from Johannesburg. I don't know. It's a very bad South African accent. Wait, is this the same person who keeps asking about barn cats? No, I have no plans to add an additional barn cat anytime soon. I'm very happy with Pablo and Ginny. Their dynamic is actually good. They stay close to the house. They are Ginny, I witnessed Ginny killing 3 rodents last night. And so I feel like we got the girl who can get the job done. And there you go. Morgan, if I was rich, I would literally throw $200 every time an animal. Oh, that's very sweet of you, Black Opal. I really appreciate that. So how long do we have left to reach our $100,000 goal? Well, the answer, Tiana, is it's about 6.5 hours, a little bit more than 6.5 hours. Yes, it is the superstar Ginny Barn Cat. She's looking very serious. She's very, very serious right now. I think she looks a little cranky, actually, if I had to guess. This is a break from the usual routine, and so I think that is bothering Ginny. If I had to make a suggestion. Oh, did I forget the? Hold on a sec. Let me add that link. Hang on. I see what you guys are saying. I might have missed one as I was copying and pasting. Okay, if you guys refresh the page, you can see the link now for Rachel's one. I just added it. That's exactly what I say, Deborah. Cheers to that. It's not about the fall; it's about the save after the fall. That is such good tripping and falling advice, as well as just general life advice. Yeah, exactly. I'm good at the saves too. I'm not good at the avoiding the need for the saves, but the saves I'm pretty solid. Okay, let me address this because people ask me this all the time. Yes, I could grow a beard, but then my wife would be very upset with me and probably not want to kiss me because Allison like despises beards, like hates them. Not just like even right now, like when I said goodnight to her when she went up to bed earlier this evening, she was like, "You're shaving tomorrow. You know that, right?" And I'm like, "Yes, I will shave tomorrow." Because like, yeah, she hates beards, and so honestly, guys, if there's anybody I'm trying to impress and it's really her, and so I will ultimately shave that beard. Yeah. Alex, you like watching the geese? Well, I got news for you. I will try to go out and get you some geese footage in a little bit. Oh wow. Dabber chick, that's so cool. I really appreciate that you've been kind of sticking around and hanging around for so long. I don't know. I always like, I'll be honest with you guys. Like sometimes I get insecure, like, I don't know, like doing kind of what I do. Eventually people get bored with it all. And so, Dabber, hearing folks like you say stuff like that, it feels good. And I appreciate it. Yes. So I do need to move the cattle. Here's my plan. Cause I know everybody's wondering, how am I going to do this? So I'm probably going to set up a camera down by the gate where like Toby and Abby are, and you can watch that because I know I can get Wi-Fi there. I'm going to go right up to the top of the pasture, probably by myself, and see if I can get a signal out there. And if I can, I will connect to the stream, much like I've been connecting from other places on the farm. Excuse me. So that will be the plan. But I don't know if that's actually going to happen. Oh, well, thank you for supporting me, Squishy. I really appreciate it. So, I just totaled this up, and I don't think there's been a significant change in the total. But yeah, right now we are at $81,674. $81,674 our total. Our goal today, I'd love to get us to 100,000. If we could do that, that could be there. What kind of cars do you drive? So we actually have 3 cars here. We have an old, it's like a 2000, I think it's like 2012 Mazda 3 that Allison likes to drive. We have our like a Volkswagen ID4, which is like just an electric car that's right there. And then I have like an older Ford F-150 that I drive. And so, we kind of like, like Allison never drives the F-150 and I never drive her Mazda. We kind of share the electric car depending on what we're doing. And yeah, so that's what we got. Like we wouldn't typically have 3 cars, but since Allison's old car, which is the Mazda, was still working fine, and we're always kind of like, well, there's going to be situations where you don't want an electric car. That's what made us keep the 3rd car, and so why we currently have 3 cars. Oh, that sounds like actual torture. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, JNL. Did you have? Oh, I hope it's easy for folks to find. Actually, let me do a couple quick things to boost the visibility of it, and specifically sharing it on socials. Stretch. Yeah, hopefully this will be easy. And honestly, if you guys have already shared previous versions, if you could share this version, again, even if you can't donate, the more you can share, the more it's going to help us reach other folks. And so, yeah, if you could do that, that would be hugely, hugely helpful. Wow. Oh, that's really cool, Emery. Thank you. And Laura, thank you for that. Thank you very much, Laura. It's not raining down here right now, KBC, but it looks like it could rain. It definitely has, very overcast sky and feels like it could rain at any moment. Let me check the forecast. Actually, I haven't looked in a little while. I mean, it's not forecasting any rain, but I definitely see some pockets that could drift our way and we could get some rain. So the totals again, Noreen, if you're looking, we're at like 81,674. That is our current official total. Again, we're trying to get to 100K. You didn't even think that was possible, did you, depleted uranium cowboy? Hello, Rosemary. Good to see you. Yeah, Ginny. Oh, she's like, I think she's gonna fall asleep over there. She actually sleeps in that chair a lot. The other thing I will warn you guys is my voice is starting to go. I can feel the tickle in the back of my throat. It won't be long now until yeah, I'll start to be like, I can barely do it. The video I saw said ADHD hips don't lie. I don't think I get it. Hello, Roberta. Janelle, a few people from South Africa here. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. How are you guys doing? Okay, like how are you dealing with it all? Because I mean, just after what we've seen here in Vermont, it's been really, really challenging. And so, yeah, my heart goes out to you guys, Janelle. Yeah, I know, and like Janice is saying, like it's a shame sometimes, like how you just don't hear the news of certain things that are happening outside of your world, and so I think we all can kind of collectively live in a bubble. I mean, part of why I've been doing this 24-hour live stream is actually just to even draw awareness to the flood that we've had here in Vermont and get more attention to it. Because, and gosh, who was I talking to? I think it was Commissioner Tebbs. We were talking about this yesterday, or no, it was Becca White, where it's like the flood fatigue that's going on right now is a very real phenomena where people are like, oh, this has happened to Vermont again. And yeah, I mean, it has. And it's a shame, but it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Hey, Pinky, what's going on? I really appreciate you saying that, but good to see you. Yeah, Pinky Tuscadero, also another very, very long time viewer. Good to see you too. Thank you for those kind words. Suzanne is with Allison. She thinks beards are hard. I will also say at this point, my beard, I don't know if you guys can see it, it gets pretty gosh darn white. And so I think it would only make me look older. So I will, yeah, pass on it. Yeah, I think overall my allergies to cats have gotten better. It's not that they don't exist though. I think and that's important to note. Like I still have like you guys saw it earlier inside when I picked up Little Barn Cat, like I had about 5 minutes before my face started to itch and I wanted to itch it. And I actually, on the advice of someone who was watching, went downstairs and washed my hands so that my face wouldn't become inflamed. And so yeah, I still very much have a cat allergy, but I don't think it's too severe. Yeah, Jack is definitely on the pro beard side. There's no mistaking that one. Excuse me. So James, there are no super chats. But if you want to give, you can hit that donate button and it basically works like a super chat. I have not been doing any super chats. I do not want to earn a single nickel off of any of these live streams. And so every bit of revenue that comes in is going to either the GoFundMe's or the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund. I do not want a single nickel from this at all. The purpose of this entire live stream is to help my neighbors and the folks here in Peacham as well as folks in Barnet. That is the only thing I want to do with this. Oh, Templeton the rat. And I told some folks earlier, nah, Templeton the rat is gone. I actually caught him in a trap. It's probably about 2 months ago, maybe. Yeah. Nope, not coming back. It's gone. I disposed of it myself. Aw, thank you, Fabian. Sure. What's going on, Harris? Oh, thank you, Madison Farm. I really appreciate that. Honestly, guys, the more you can even just watch the live streams and kind of stick with it, that helps us as well, because it basically just sends a signal through YouTube and Facebook to keep watching and keep promoting. Oh, this is actually probably worth revisiting because so many people missed it. But yeah, last night when we were in the weird zone, one of the weird things that we did was we started making cover versions of the My Buddy Alfred song sung by various weird entities. I'm going to bring some of them up just to give you guys a sense of what I'm talking about, because there are some weird ones there. Bear with me when I log. I'm on a different computer, so I gotta log in again to that. Hang on. I gotta look up my password. Voice. You see, I haven't thought of the password. See, here we go. You see, yeah. Forgot my password. Maybe I forgot it. I don't know. Hang on, I gotta reset my password. I forgot what the password is for this account. Hang on, bear with me, guys. Apologies. Okay. Yeah, so let me play some of these cover versions of various My Buddy Alfred songs that Karen West feels like she had like a fever dream listening to. And I do feel like fever dream is an accurate description of this. Here. All right, so I'm just going to share this so you guys can see it. Some of them worked really well. Some of them were not very good. Like, for example, we tried to do Johnny Cash.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
Yeah, not very good in my opinion. But other versions were outstanding. Like one of, I think, everybody's favorite versions was Hank Hill.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello.
So yeah, there was that one. The other ones that were really good, like the Mario one, sounded nothing like.
Got a buddy
Mario.
by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
I don't think that sounds anything like Mario. But what was probably the best of all the covers was SpongeBob, in my opinion.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello.
I don't know. I'm very happy with how the SpongeBob came out. And so there's probably a very strong possibility that in an upcoming video, the next time I have to do the My Buddy Alfred song, it might be a SpongeBob cover with an animated SpongeBob. Stay tuned. Yeah, spam the like button. Yeah, like share this. All of those things send good signals. Oh, thank you for that, Becky. Yeah, I really enjoyed making that audiobook. And, you know, as we're in the editing process right now for the next book, which is, I think it's going to end up being titled The 8 Lives of Little Barn Cat. That will actually end up, hopefully I'll do pretty much the same exact production with the same actors, where I read the narration part and some really talented actors do the characters, so that it's like you're basically listening to a radio play. How are you coming up with the GoFundMe total? So here's how I'm doing it. So GoFundMe has a tool that they let you use, and here I'm gonna actually like drop it in here so you guys can see it. They have a tool that they let you use that you can create tracking links. So specifically, hang on, I'm just going to go to your impact here. So this is where, and I just reset all of this right before the beginning of this. So even though it says since 2001, all of the giving numbers you see here are based on what we did with our giving over the last like 8 days or so. And so basically I've donated more than $8,000 for myself. But then 47,000, almost 48,000 has come from you guys. That aggregates up to that total 56,000 number. And so when you see me sharing these links, what you're actually, those links are really important. So like if you're looking on the YouTube right now and you see a link, like that's all, like that helps me track it and add it to the total. And so when I'm adding these numbers together, you know, essentially what I'm doing is, hold on, it's not even on the screen. So, okay, last time. So we have added $239 since the last time we did a total, but that's how I get that number. And then I add that to the YouTube number, and then that's what gets us to the total number. So if you're using the tracking links, I'll be able to see it. If you go to GoFundMe and just search for those GoFundMes, I won't be able to track it, just so you know. Yeah, I would follow your destiny. I echo this thought. I think, yeah, kind of supporting the GoFundMe account for Dylan Kempton's family. I would love to see us do even more for this one. They're just an incredible family. It is I'm going to start crying again if I start talking about it. It was a very tragic loss, both to one young family, but to a much larger family that Dylan was a part of, and really to a whole community at every level. His death was an extreme tragedy, and I don't know. I still don't even think like I personally even like reconciled with it and spent enough time with my own grief. And I don't want me to portray like he was my best friend or anything. He was a good guy. We'd play cards occasionally, always be ready to swap a joke. And I just, even in that context, I miss him. And my heart so goes out to his widow, Brittany, and his kids. And so, yeah, anything you guys can do to support them. The GoFundMe for this one is the link is right on the screen. The more we could do, the better. And it really makes a difference for them, guys. So please, by all means. Yeah. Jack is thank you for that sensitive comment, Jack. Oh, hey, Liz is still hanging out. Good to see you, Liz. And by the way, Liz, I really appreciate you calling in. When you're doing the extreme overnight shift, having somebody to talk to and connect with, it actually made it so much easier than last year. And so for that, my friend, I really owe you one and say thank you. So yeah, the great Liz Zorab, please guys, if you're looking for garden suggestions and advice, or just even like, it's just something enjoyable to relax and watch, check out Liz's channel. It's great. And Liz, I really appreciate you. So thank you. Yeah, Depleted Uranium Cowboy. I had high hopes for it too. I think if I actually shifted the pitch down and like made it like in Johnny Cash pitch, which maybe we can do right now because we're still waiting for my buddy to show up. I think if I did that might improve it. So should we try it? I don't know. If I can see $50 go into the Dylan Kempton fund here, which again, if you need the link, I'm going to drop it down here and I'm going to put it on the screen. If I can see $50 come into that in the next few minutes, I will make a pitched down version. I will try to make a very good version of Johnny Cash. So I don't mean to hold you guys hostage, but look, this is a fundraiser. And so if you can donate to this GoFundMe that you see right here on the screen, you just got to type that in or, copy and paste it if you can. Yeah, please, by all means. I will make a cover of My Buddy Alfred as sung by Johnny Cash, or sung in the style of Johnny Cash. And so I'm going to start working on that right now. So can I get some folks donating? I know you guys have been so generous so far, and it really is amazing to see, but we just have a little bit more ways to go here today. And if we can, I think it'll make such an incredible difference to this community. And so, yeah, I seriously, I appreciate all of you guys, what you've done so far. And I think we can get ourselves there just a little bit more, just a little tiny bit more. All right, let's look for Johnny Cash. Any music majors out there know how much I should try to lower the pitch? Yeah, Liz had Lego hair. That is very true. Oh, thank you, Urban Cowboy. Depleted Uranium Cowboy. That is much appreciated. 15, 17, 22. AI cash register. I'm looking for other. Okay. All right. So we're going to try this Johnny Cash. Okay. All right. I'll show you guys what I'm doing if you're curious. All right, so I'm going to paste the YouTube link in here. I agree. Cash Alfred 2. And let's play with a little bit of this. We're gonna add post-processing effects. We're gonna shift the pitch down 3. Maybe let's try it. We'll try 3. See if that does it. Let's give it a shot. And if we can get just a little bit more donation into Dylan's account, I will play this. Oh, 15. We're there. We got right where I wanted to be. Okay. Awesome. You guys rule. You guys are incredible. Let's see who was it who really helped us here. Thank you for that, by the way, guys. So Teresa, thank you. Anonymous, thank you. You guys are awesome. You're the ones who just made that happen. So as a reward, here is your Cash Alfred. Let's see if this worked. And if it didn't work, I'm going to try again. I'll keep trying the pitch until I can get it right.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello.
I think it needs to go down lower. I don't know. What do you guys think? Here, I will try to paste Dylan's link. I apologize. I'm trying to do too much at once. I will admit that, guys. But yeah, here, I'm going to paste the link back in here again in the chat. So it's that most recent link that I both pasted in both Facebook and YouTube if you want it. Yeah, everybody's saying lower. Okay, let's try this lower. Hang on. Okay, so we were 3 octaves lower, I believe. So do we go to? Let's try 5. That might be too much, but let's give it a shot. Cash Alfred Neg 5 is a very interesting name for a file. I'm actually going to text this to Alfred and let him try to guess what it actually is. I just sent that to him. I think he's going to kick out of it. All right, let's play this song.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello. My buddy Alfred. Vermont's best so-and-so. Bricklaying engineer, surgeon, driving heavy gear. Ain't nothing he don't know.
All right, John Winchester, I think you're right. We're gonna try it one more time. We're gonna go to -8. Let's try this. Let's give it a shot. Sorry, mosquito. All right, let's give it a shot. I think this might do the trick. Let's see. So here's the trick, because I think some folks misunderstand this tool. What it's essentially doing is it's extracting the vocals and then applying an AI filter to change the vocals and remap them to some other audio sample. And so it can't make like a punk rock version. I could sing a punk rock version and then put a filter to make me sound like, I don't know, like Johnny Rotten or something. And it would make it sound more like it. The actual trick, like here, I'm going to give you guys some inside dope on doing kind of weird, funky stuff with AI. The actual trick here is to re-record the vocals of me singing the song, like in the style of Johnny Cash, even though I won't really sound like Johnny Cash, and then apply the Johnny Cash filter to it. And then that would be the thing that actually makes it perfect. But let's see how -8 does.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
Good.
He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello. My buddy Alfred. Vermont's best so-and-so. Bricklaying engineer, searching, driving heavy gear. Ain't nothing you don't know.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. So there you go. You got your Johnny Cash cover of My Buddy Alfred. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's perfect, but I do think it's very close. It's probably as close as we'll be able to get it with these tools. I don't know. Here's a promise. If we hit 100,000 today, I will make an animated version of Johnny Cash singing My Buddy Alfred, and I'll make the vocals. I'll make it so that it actually sounds like a Johnny Cash cover. So yeah, we'll get there. All right. At least Depleted Uranium Cowboy's happy. He was the one I wanted to, or they were the one, I don't know, guy or girl. They were the one I wanted to make sure like felt good about this. All right, that was fun. Thanks for playing along with that. I'm not sure what my buddy Zach is, but pretty soon I'm going to have to do chores, but I'm also not in a rush. Sing it in Fat Mike. Yeah. So I would actually have to create some Fat Mike samples to do it. And I could make like a NoFX version of that. It would just take some work. I mean, this is actually one of those interesting things. And I know most people like almost get angry if I ever talk about using AI and how to use it. But I actually am coming to this conclusion that it can actually be a way to enhance creativity if you're using it smartly and you kind of know what you're doing. I think the problem I'm seeing right now, and it's actually making me very angry about AI art, is like so many people are using AI to be lazy. Like if you look at somebody's Facebook feed these days, the amount of garbage AI accounts that are rising. If you look at YouTube these days, the amount of like garbage videos that are coming just with AI generation. Yeah, that stuff is actually really making me angry. I think there is a way, though, where you can do some very cool and interesting and original things using whether it's, you know, large language models, language to like do writing or creative ideas, to use like generative image AI to do like visuals, or like what we're doing here with like messing around with voice altering. Like all of those things, I think can be used like a craft. And if you're using it as a tool and you're really thinking and learning and trying to make yourself better with using the tool, I think it's like it opens up a lot of cool possibilities. But I'm also seeing so many people right now be as lazy as possible, producing more and more garbage, and that garbage is clogging up the lane for good creative work. And yeah, that kind of pisses me off. All right, let's turn back to the farm. I know nobody wants to hear me go on an AI rant. What do you think the farm animals call you? I don't know. I mean, I don't think they talk. Yes, I could do SpongeBob singing back. Like all of those things are possible with tools like Jammable. Yes. I'm trying to find a graphic designer job, but AI. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. And you know, Catherine, when I was in college, I did a lot of graphic design work. Like that was partially how I paid like college tuition and stuff. And I think that is actually the scary thing, where a lot of entry level work is getting eaten up right now by AI. And while it's fine for the bottom line for folks who are doing creative right now, what I worry about is 10 years from now, when there's no generation that's coming up who had the work experience or the opportunity to get that work experience. And so what it's going to do for like career development and pathing, that honestly is one of the biggest things I worry about in terms of its negative impacts. Yeah, so that is Ginny Barncat sleeping very quietly while we do cover versions of My Buddy Alfred. And yeah, she's doing good. She's comfy. She seems pretty happy. She's making for a good co-host this morning. If you want, I recommend Kara. No, obviously not getting paid, but okay, that's interesting. I'll have to check that out. I'm not familiar with Kara. Aw, that's really cute, Chanel. Hey, Christy, good to see you. Yeah. So overnight, my buddy Aaron Burris called in, and he's actually out in Las Vegas at this like crazy video game competition event. And yeah, he was saying it was like, because like he was talking to me, it was like maybe about 11 o'clock his time, and he was telling me just like it was still 100 degrees. So yeah, Christy, hang in there. I mean, it must be very, very hot. Yeah, Ginevra. Her full name is Ginevra. Oh, Noreen is asking, how many polars have I had? Well, Noreen, here, let's zoom in and we'll do the count together. Zoop. 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 I like this camera. It's kind of fun to be able to do this and see my wrinkly forehead. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I'm actually sipping on number 10 as we speak. I actually find the bubbles help my throat. And like I said, at this point, because I have been pretty much talking, not quite nonstop, but a lot over the last 24 hours, I can feel my voice starting to give out. I'm going to shoot a video tomorrow just to, kind of keep pace with the YouTube channel. It will probably be one of those videos where I don't talk and it's just me, doing chores quietly and maybe just say a couple words to the animals. And when you guys see that video come out, you'll know that that video was shot the day after this live stream because yeah, my voice is going to be shot. And I need to be like, live like a monk for a couple of days to let it recover. 3.5 liters of seltzer. But I don't know. It's helped me. And if folks are wondering why I've had so many bathroom breaks, it's like, cause I gotta pee a lot because I'm drinking a lot of fluids. Oh yeah. I like to mix it up. See, that's the thing. I have favorite flavors, but typically, every time I go to the grocery store, I will buy like 1 12-pack of a different flavor. And then I just kind of keep them in the cupboard and then I'll pull a couple out and toss them in the fridge. And so usually in our fridge, there's like 3 or 4 different flavor options at all times. And I don't know. I don't know if Polar is a New England thing or if it's a national thing. I mean, like I call it Worcester water because it's produced in Worcester, Massachusetts, which is, I don't know, it's probably 3 hours from here. Yeah, I very much enjoy it. It's my favorite brand of seltzer. Not sponsored, but if you guys want to help us out, I'm going to kind of bring this one up again. I know we were talking about it last night. If you guys want to help us out, one of the things you can do is go to polarseltzer.com and go down to the customer care button that you see all the way down to the bottom of the page. So if you're at polarseltzer.com, scroll down to the bottom, and then you're going to get the opportunity to write them a note. What I'd love you to do is ask them to donate to our fundraiser. So the Goldshaw Farm Peacham Emergency Relief Fund, ask them to donate, say that I've been plugging them this entire live stream, and would they generously help the people of Vermont by donating to any of the GoFundMes that we're supporting or the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund, which they can do through YouTube, or if they're even willing to donate large enough that I could actually figure out a way for them to donate directly to the town. Any of those things I would happily do. And so if you guys could do an awesome favor, again, if you are unable to donate money, that's cool. There's other ways you can help. One of the ways you can help is actually reaching out to the Polar Company and asking them to donate, because I don't know, I think they might try to make a difference here in New England. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Ginger Mule as well. I actually, when we were doing flavor rankings earlier this evening, I still had Orange Vanilla as my number 1 favorite. Black Cherry is my number 2. Ginger Mule is actually my number 3. Dude, Jack, if you did that, that would be incredible. And I would feature that in the wrap-up video of all of this. Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, Harry's saying that they sell Polar in Delaware. There you go. That's awesome. I did not know that they had that much reach. Alfred is almost mayor of Peacham. Would Toby or Pablo be mayor of the farm? Pablo's employment length versus Toby's job responsibility. Mouser versus security. It's not an easy choice. I mean, see, here's the thing. Pablo is definitely in charge of Toby. Like Pablo is more the boss. So I think I would have to get in that kind of scenario that you're presenting there, Jordan. I would actually give it to Toby Dog. I mean, I'm sorry. I would give it to Pablo. Yeah, I'm getting punchy. I will admit it. I like Pink Lady a lot. It probably falls in my top 10 somewhere. I really enjoy it, but it's not as good as those other 3 flavors. Pain med, nah, man. It's just I am fading. Yeah, I think that's an accurate analogy, Jack. How many acres is your farm? How many outbuildings? All right, let's go through the stats. And here, let me bring up a visual aid to aid with this exercise. Google Maps. Okay, so our farm consists of 160 acres. A little more than 160 acres, but just call it 160 acres for simplicity's sake. About 50 of those acres are pasture, or like, homestead or building space. And then about 110 of those acres are forest. We have, we have our house, we have this barn, we have the old barn, we have the duck house that turned into a dog house. We have the shed that, I do like a number of different things and have served as pretty much home for every type of animal at some point. We have the hoop coop, and we have the brooder house. So 7 outbuildings is the answer there. And what other questions did you have there, Joy? Okay, yeah. So I think I answered those. Thank you. That was a good question, Joy. Yeah, I'm still awake, Dries, Plexi. If you guys wanted to give me an attaboy pat on the back, $5 for being awake. I mean, we've got 385 people currently on the stream. If you could do that, that'd be awesome. Yeah, I didn't think I've ever seen, I know I see LaCroix out west, and I know I see other Bubbly or some of those other brands, but I don't think I've ever seen Polar out west. Okay, depleted uranium cowboy wants to check my math. All right, we'll do another. We'll do a check. I don't know where Zach is. Oh, he just texted me. He's headed over a few. All right, we'll wait for Zach here. Again, I'm not in an extreme rush to do chores. It's going to be a very great day. All right, where are we at? I'm just comparing the numbers right now to see if it's worth doing more math. Well, let's wait a little bit. We're going to wait until after Zach to see where our up is yet. Tracy, we have not hit 100,000 yet. So we're getting close. We're at 81,674. But we need a little bit better to get to. Oh, hey, Teenage Gardener, welcome back. You missed some weird stuff, including weird cover versions of My Buddy Alfred. I showed up as both an avatar and talking set of teeth. I don't know depleted uranium cowboy. You were hanging out for a lot of it. What other weird stuff happened last night? Not that it's weird, but Liz Zorab called in. Al Lumna called in a little bit ago, and he and I kind of did a quick check-in before morning chores started for everybody. So yeah, Polar flavored seltzer water is awesome. Made in Worcester, Massachusetts. Yeah, like I said, that is why I call this stuff very affectionately Worcester water. Hey, little Snuffles, welcome back. It's so cool. It's like that you guys are popping back up again, and it's just all right, you're back. We're hanging, we're chilling. There's been a lot going on. Yeah, Liz was awesome. It was so much fun having Liz on. It was such a nice yes, that is exactly what happened. Whoa, Black Betty is absolutely right about that. Oh, I get it. The song Ram Jam. Okay. it did get a little weird. Yeah, I'm a huge black cherry guy. I mean, if it wasn't for my love of all things vanilla cream orange, I would probably say that black cherry is my favorite, but black cherry is number 2. I've been up on I know I don't know if you guys ever had this experience, but I had like roommates in college who would stay up all night, and I was usually the one who like, I'm gonna go to class and be responsible. And it just like there were a number of times when I'd like go to bed and they'd be up, and I'd wake up and they'd still be up, and they'd be like, oh wow, they must have had a rough night. Oh, yeah, again, I want to be very, very clear about this. If you guys are in a position where you don't feel like you can donate, I do not want anybody to feel guilt or pressure or anything even remotely like that. And there are other ways you can help. Number 1, you can share this feed. Even if you shared other feeds, just know every 8 hours I've had to refresh the feed. If you could share this feed, that would make a huge difference on your socials. Or the other thing you can do is you can write to the Polar Seltzer Company and ask them why they're not helping sponsor this fundraiser and donating money. It is tax deductible. It is a donation. If you donate through the YouTube giving thing, you actually get like a tax form. I'm not sure about GoFundMe, so I don't want to guarantee it, but I know for a fact that happens with YouTube. So yeah, honestly, there are other ways to help donate and convince like Polar to help donate too. It would make a massive, massive difference for us. So yeah, I'd love it if you can consider it. All right. Guess what, guys? We've got another guest showing up. He's looking bright and cozy, and he's walking in here right now like, uh-oh, what the heck happened here?
Quite the setup.
Yeah, man, come on in. Have a seat.
Mobile operation.
Yeah. Pull up a chair. So, guys, this is my buddy, Zach.
Need some coffee?
I'm cracking this. Oh, actually, if you have a fresh cup, I would love it, actually. Thank you. That's very thoughtful of you, man. So, guys, this is Zach. Say hey, Zach. Zach, much like my buddy Alfred, lives on down the road. But it's funny. Like, how far are we apart? Mile and a half, maybe 2 miles.
Like less than 2 miles.
Yeah, it's not far at all. But he's in the next town over, and you've had a heck of a 2-year stretch.
Yeah, it's been great.
I mean, it's been rough. I mean, so Zach runs a certified organic farm where you do lamb. You do pork, you do chicken, you do turkeys, and you've been doing it for how many years now? Like,
at that property, this is our 9th year.
And last year you got hit very hard by the flood. I mean, the bridge washed out, your field flooded. I mean, like, what happened last year?
Yeah, last year, a year to the day, the farm flooded, and compared to this, it was like nothing happened.
Yeah,
looking back.
And actually, I even have a few visuals here to bring this to life for folks. So this was your farm. What was it, Thursday or Friday, maybe?
I think Friday.
Yeah. So this is like a day after the peak of the flooding.
Yeah.
And you can see. So this is like one of your fields where you run your sheep typically through. Like, were they there at that point?
There was a group of 5 in that barnyard where that run-in shed is.
Yep.
And then those are our barnyards, which are so everything's destroyed there.
Yeah.
And the sheep, there was nothing keeping those 5 in, and eventually they found their way back to the main flock in the back of the farm.
And they're probably separate for breeding purposes, right?
Yeah, so they're all together now. But
and I mean, just the way it kind of all flooded through, and like, I mean, here you can see it from this angle, like that. What looks like it's actually really a stream. It's not a river, but it looks like a river right now.
Yeah,
that changed direction more or less.
Yeah, so I was listening to your this live stream yesterday for a bit, and did we settle on, was there consensus on stream, brook, river?
Somebody actually put in the work and actually came up with a definition, but it was like at 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was just kind of, we were grooving on some other stuff, and so I didn't stop to read through it. But yeah, call it what you will.
Yeah,
it's not a river, but yeah, at this point it was looking like a river,
right? Because on the farm we have three bodies of water. That one that you see there is the East Peacham Brook, and then the you can't see it in this shot yet, but on the other edge of the farm is the South Peacham Brook, which I think everyone
And that just runs right over here. Yeah.
And so the confluence of those two brooks are on the edge of our farm. And then there's that small one that went through that now runs through the barnyards. That is yet to be named, but I have decided that I think that deserves a name now.
What are you thinking about that?
Well, if any of your viewers have any thoughts.
All right, here's actually where I'm going to go, because with Zach here, we're going to actually make this a very specific fundraiser for his farm, which is one of the GoFundMe's we've been promoting kind of throughout this entire live stream. If you actually look in the description of this video, you're going to see it here, but I'm bringing stuff up. I'm trying to do like too many things at once. But if you look on the screen right now, you'll see the GoFundMe for Zach's farm, and I'm going to paste the description here. If somebody donates $500 or more, the first person to donate $500 or more to Zach's GoFundMe specifically right now, you will get the naming rights to this new body of water that now sits on his farm.
Yeah, so, and I am serious about, I have no idea how you go about getting unnamed body of water named.
I think it's actually, it's registering it with the state and the town, but like you have to identify it. I don't know. We could try to make a push. We'll figure out how to pull this off. I think this will be solvable. But
we're gonna give it a name. We haven't thought of anything too clever yet. Barrel Brook seems like that could have been fitting.
Yeah, I mean that would match. But yeah, so if you as you see this GoFundMe on the screen, and there's the quick link, and you need to use that link so I can track it back to everything else we're doing. But if you do that, and the first person to do $500 or more, you get the naming rights, and I will be watching here as that happens.
Good deal.
Yeah. So let's see. I'm just gonna keep refreshing here to just watch. Thank you, Linda, for that donation. That is awesome. But yeah, let's see if somebody comes up with the naming rights. Now, the other thing though that happened for you. So as we said, lamb, pork, chicken, turkeys. You just had gotten like 4 or 5 days before the flood, a new batch of birds, and you do pretty sizable. I mean, relative to what somebody might do at a homestead level, production level of birds on pasture. What happened there?
Yeah, so we had received our second group of chicks. We run them in groups of 500, and so they were in the brooder where they stay for 3 weeks. They're a week old. And sadly, the barn had about over a foot of water in it, and we lost about 400 of them, which was a real bummer. And then, fortunately, some survived, and we actually ended up kind of giving those away to a couple folks in town because we just didn't have the capacity to deal with it.
Right. And and I think this is an important thing for folks to think about when you're doing kind of production scale, like as you price your product and as you think about going to market and you think about the expenses, the time, kind of everything that happens, at 500, it makes sense for you at the farm. 400 probably still makes sense. 100, it almost doesn't, right?
Right. That was sort of part of the mental math, was that it didn't make, granted, we didn't have any space to even keep 100, but it also just, it wasn't scaled. That wouldn't have been scaled up enough.
Yeah. Actually, hey, Zach, if you could come a little closer.
Yeah,
folks are saying you're a little quiet.
Oh, yep. Sorry. Happy to. So we got a lot of things to figure out, but we're so fortunate. Our house was pretty much unscathed, and we're safe, and just the outpouring of support, whether that's from people wanting to lend a hand to help clean up, or dropping by food, or donating money.
Sorry, Jeannie's causing chaos here again.
Has been it's just been incredible.
Yeah, Ian was by here yesterday afternoon. He was talking about kind of going down there and just kind of seeing what you can do, because it's just it's like, what's the first thing you can do? It's like, how do you pick up and keep going? It that's like the first exercise of like, oh, like,
yeah,
because it's such a gut punch.
yeah, absolutely. I think, I was just in kind of shock for a number of days. And then and the damage is so widespread over the whole farm. So yeah, just trying to figure out kind of where we start, but we'll get there. It's going to take a lot of time. But I think we'll get there. So
Yeah, no, I mean, you're nothing. You are resilient.
yeah, right. I mean, that's the thing about farmers, right?
You got it. I mean, how's the song go? If you're gonna be dumb, you got to be tough.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. And, perpetually optimistic, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah. So who else has been by? So Alfred was here.
Yeah. So Alfred came by a couple times. We had Alex and Rose, and nobody knew this until the end. Nobody knew like who Rose was or her relationship to Alfred. It blew a whole bunch of people's minds. That was kind of fun. I've had a couple of friends call in from various places around the world. Luis Guzman called in at one point. Nice. Anson Tebbets, Secretary of Agriculture, called in. Becca White, who's a state senator down in like White River Junction area.
Okay.
Yeah, Windsor County, I guess. I forget the names.
Yeah.
Like some great folks have been coming in and like having conversations with us, and it's been really interesting to see. But yeah, it's been hard.
Right. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just people's ability and willingness to help. Like, Rose and Alex, for example, they each have 3 and 2 kids, young kids, respectively, busy lives, and just like the amount of work that they have done is just astounding.
It's amazing. I know.
And same in Barnet, this woman, Emma Ricci, same, 3 family, 3 kids, and they have just been nonstop helping people or getting everybody organized. And
it really is. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. Like when you see folks like that, they become this backbone for the community that can get stuff stood up, and it just helps mobilize and motivate others in the community to do it. And when you have kind of that combination of a lot of hands pushing and some people like kind of really kind of serving as that backbone, it really makes a huge difference in the community.
For sure. I mean, that's the thing I think that, as devastating as this whole ordeal has been, to find a way to kind of keep this community involvement and momentum and use it for good, like all the time, not just when disaster strikes.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that is like the other lesson, like, yeah, well, how do we be like this always? Right. I mean, and I think it's hard because you can't keep this pace up. Like,
right, of course.
Like you will burn people out if you don't find ways to rest and renew. Yeah. But at the same time, that level of engagement of the community, it feels good to be a part of. I mean, I'll say it personally, just like, forget like the helping people part just for a brief moment, like it makes you feel good to help others, to see people who are in need and be able to reach out and lend a hand. Like it makes a difference for how you feel. And so for folks who are watching this and even thinking about it, like just know that there is that weird soft benefit. And I don't say it to be selfish, but it's like helping. It does like do good for your mental health.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's been one of the toughest parts for me personally, is wanting to help others, but thus far haven't really had the ability to do that just because we've got so much on our own hands to clean up. But so yeah. So what have you been up all night?
I've been up all night. I've been up since about 5 o'clock or 5:15 or so yesterday.
Yeah. Wow.
So yeah, I will probably crash after we get off the air at 1 o'clock.
I imagine you will. Morgan, we're getting too old for that.
I know. I mean, yeah, but it's honestly it's kind of fun to have the challenge and put like I could not do this more than once a year, but like I think I might actually make this an annual tradition. It just yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully it will be, by choice and for something other than a disaster or flood next year.
Well, I mean, so it's funny because I was actually seriously thinking of like trying to do something. I was thinking, maybe like Vermont Food Bank or somebody like that would be like a good like way to do a charity fundraiser, like and do like a live stream marathon kind of thing. And who knew? To the day, like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's hard to believe, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it makes you think like, how do you adapt and how do you think, like, I was actually just talking to him, a friend of mine, Al, he's over in Littleton.
Sure, yeah.
And, like, how do you adapt? How do you think about your operations differently? How do you think about what you do differently, knowing that, essentially this becomes kind of the new normal, like the new thing that you're contending with. And like,
right. No, absolutely. I mean, I think for us, I mean, we've pretty much made the decision to find a new farm to operate on, or at least attempt to, and sort of, because we're not going to rebuild the way the farm was, because it'd be foolish in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, kind of again, for folks who might be like looking at the lay of the land here, right? Like, actually, here's the better shot. When you look at the layout, you just have had these bodies of water that cross through your land, and that's just how it's been. And it's, relative to this area, it's pretty low lying.
Yeah.
And given that, it makes it really hard to say, oh, this would be great pasture to graze, even though it's got phenomenal soil and you've spent years building it up. And like, I drive by it, virtually every day.
Yeah.
And like, I always admire the fact that your grass is always the greenest and is always the fastest growing by far. And I think so much of that speaks to the power of, kind of the mob grazing approach that you have with your sheep and what that does to that grass and how you have been such a good steward to it. But despite all of that, you have these obstacles of water that will, cause a kind of force of Mother Nature,
right,
can override all of that hard work that you put into it.
Yeah. And that's been, I think, one of the hard, initially the hardest parts, was to just see the destruction and just think about like all of the hard work that you've done just kind of wiped out in hours. I mean, really, the rate at which the water rose,
it was crazy. I mean,
it's crazy.
Like, I remember coming out here at around like 5:30 ish or so, and it was like raining, and it's pretty steady, and it had been raining earlier that day, but nothing seemed like extreme or like, oh my gosh, this is like epic. And then I remember coming back out around 7:30, and it's like, holy crap, there's a river running through the front yard. Like, it was like that quick a shift.
So fast. Like I remember last year, like it seemed like it rained heavy, but all night long. Mm-hmm. It wasn't until like the early AM hours, or at least at our place, where the waters really rose and started to flood.
Mm-hmm.
And, this time around, in fact, we were just sitting, watching some television, and Alfred and I were texting, and he originally asked if I wanted to go drive around, kind of look at what was going on, and I was pretty comfy on the couch at that point, so I passed. And then about an hour later, he texted me a photo of him pumping out his water out of his basement, and I thought to myself, I mean, Alfred's place, he's on like high, dry ground. So I was like, oh man, if he's got water in his basement, I was like, I should probably take a look outside. And that was about 9 o'clock. And I thought I was going to open the door, and I'd see like the brooks were bank full, maybe starting to run over. And I opened the front door, and there was a river flowing through my driveway into the barn, and it was just full on already at 9.
Yeah.
And so, I just couldn't believe it. And, I think initially, like you were saying, we spent so much hard work establishing this farm. And, the initial reaction was sort of like, that's it, we're done. I can't do this again. But then, everyone came out of the woodwork and wants to lend a hand to clean up and donate money. And, it's been a real sort of morale booster. And I think, we have a whole different perspective now. Like, okay, like we need to find another, parcel that's not going to flood. But, I mean, it's just like, without all those people, I think we would have just given up.
Yeah, I mean, and I actually feel like I can be very much a witness to what you're saying. It's not just like, oh, let's talk feel good stuff. Like, I remember stopping by, I don't know, it was probably like noon, 1 o'clock on Thursday after everything happened, just to kind of check in with you to see how you're doing. And like, you were like, I don't know, man, I'm done. I think I'm done. Like, you were literally, that was where your space was at. But like, kind of the efforts. And then like I remember coming like almost the next day, and there's like an army of folks helping. It was like so good to see. And I think for anybody who's watching and thinking about lessons in a disaster and the importance of kind of community engagement and kind of stepping in and helping your neighbors, that help not only like does the physical improvement and like does the thing that you're doing, but it does provide that mental boost too, which is arguably half, if not more, of the battle.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, let's see if anybody actually earned the rights to name this. All right, we're checking our numbers here.
Yeah.
Okay, Linda, thank you. Lisa, thank you. Donna Trumbull, nobody yet though. Nobody's actually getting the naming rights. And I've seen a few suggestions in there, but I want to stay true to this commitment that we have here. So let's see how it goes.
Once in a lifetime opportunity.
Yeah, naming rights for a body of water. I mean, it's funny. So the brook on the back side of our farm is called Hendry's Brook. And the reason it's like Henry, but with a D in it.
Okay.
And the reason it is because actually the guy who first established this place and built the house in 1830 something was a guy by the name of Jim Hendry. And so he got the naming rights of that brook. Yeah. So just recognize how rare that actually is. Yeah. So one of the things that happened last night while we were doing this live stream was things got weird a little bit at one point, and we started to make cover versions of Alfred's theme song. Nice. And I want to share a couple of them with you because they are pretty darn weird. So hang on, I'm switching tabs here and putting this in the chat for everybody to see, and you can hear the audio. There was a Johnny Cash.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
Very good.
So I
appreciate it.
He's a wizard with machine.
Are these yet?
He has not yet, but when he comes by, he'll definitely hear it.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred.
This might be one favorite.
He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines.
But then I think my actual favorite still checks in as a SpongeBob version.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
Yeah.
He's a wizard with machines.
You know what they say? It's like nothing good happens after.
Yeah. I think that was about like 3 o'clock, 3:30. Things were getting weird, and we were doing cover songs.
Is he coming back around today?
Yeah, I think so. So they're going to be over at the Mackenzie place getting a stove out via zipline.
I caught that.
Yeah. Which is, I'm very disappointed that I can't be there to witness that because it feels like either the most brilliant removal plan I've ever heard or the craziest disaster that's going to happen this week.
Sounds definitely like something Alfred would think of.
I know. It's pretty great.
Well, that ought to be a fun project.
Yeah.
And what about you? Have any other guests coming today?
Yeah, we got a couple folks coming. We got my friend Jess is actually going to call in again in a little bit. A woman who has huskies here in Peacham is going to stop by and kind of talk about some of the stuff that she's dealt with, and it should be fun. Kind of trickling through. Allison's going to give a garden tour if it stops raining.
Yeah, that's great. We lost our whole garden.
I know. And Olivia, you have been doing such a good job of making it like a production scale home garden.
Right.
Which was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we're not going to starve, so it's not the end of the world, but it was sad. And we eat, that's our food for the summer and store our potatoes and garlic, and now it's just gone.
Yeah. Such a shame.
Sad.
Yeah.
But what's going on? I saw you were trying to get sponsored by Polar.
Yeah. So one of the things that we're doing is we're trying. So, I've been asking anybody who's on here to write a letter to the Polar Seltzer company, asking them to donate to the fundraiser because
I've been surviving. I think I've drank about 8 cases.
Yeah. I mean, it's great, but yeah. So we're at probably over 81,000 now, or 82,000. The goal is to get to 100, and I'm hoping I might need a little bit of a miracle here to get there by 1 o'clock. But I'm hoping Papa Polar checks in here. Maybe they save us.
Nice. They ought to. because it's been fueling you. It's been fueling me.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's a great thing. It's great to drink. Yeah.
That's our friend. She said, she works at the Littleton Co-op, and she said, "Do you guys need anything?" And I said, "All I need is seltzer." So she came by with a few cases. Those lasted about a day. So Polar, if you're listening.
Yeah, seriously, Polar, help us out here. We're huge fans. Worcester Water.
Worcester Water. Is that where they're from?
Yeah.
Oh.
If you ever drive through Worcester on the highway, you can see their sign like right there. Boom.
No
like
way.
yeah. Oh
I
yeah.
had no idea.
Yeah.
Do you know that when I was a kid, right? Because I got this taste for seltzer passed down from my father. And when I was a little kid, I always thought that this was like a face, and those were the. Can you see it?
Yep, there you go.
When I was a little kid, I thought like this was like I don't even know what I thought. It was like a head, a ghost head or something, and these were like eyes. And then it took several years to dawn on me. Oh, well, it's a polar bear, obviously.
I used to think it was a seal, so I will admit, when I was a kid, I thought it was a seal.
I felt really foolish.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of see the face. It's like you ever seen like that optical illusion? Like, is it a witch or is it like a pretty young woman?
Right.
It's kind of like that. Yeah.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I always thought that was pretty funny.
But yeah, well, thanks for stopping down, man. And guys, if you want to help out Zach, and as he's trying to kind of get his business back up and going, the GoFundMe, you see it right there on the screen. And thank you, Donna Trumbull. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Linda. Kind of any of those donations help. And I mean, you guys have just been so generous so far. It's super, super appreciated. And so thank you for that. And anything else you can do.
Yeah,
it'll make a difference.
All the GoFundMes you have set up, and just all these people are so deserving of everyone of help. So yeah, they're all really amazing causes, and everyone would appreciate.
Yeah, it makes a difference in a tiny, tiny little corner here of Vermont, which kind of often gets forgotten.
Yeah.
So thanks, guys.
Well, cool. Thanks.
Awesome, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, likewise.
My social skills are kind of shot at this point too.
Yeah,
so
apologies.
apologies.
I don't know how you're still running, honestly. But well, have a good day. And
thank you, sir.
Thanks to everybody.
Yeah. And so while Zach's going to leave, I'm actually going to go start doing chores. And so I will bring my phone with me. There might be certain times where I'm going to have to cut out and you guys might be on your own, but we'll do a little bit of chore action here. So that'll be what's up next on the agenda.
Cool.
And then after that, actually, Jess from Roots and Refuge is going to be calling back in. So you guys should check back in with that.
All right.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
See you, Morgan.
Yeah.
Thanks. You can hold on to that mug.
All right. Okay. Yeah, I will pop it by next time I drive by. All right, guys. Let's see if I can work. I've got two phones going, so I can do two different angles for you. So let's see if I can get this working. Bear with me. Sorry. Okay, Jason. Yeah, before I go, I will do a quick update on totals. So let's see where we're at. First, let me erase. So our current total was 81,674. Let's see where we're at next. 81. Let's see. Do you guys think we cracked 82,000 yet? I would love to see that. That would be awesome. I had to turn TikTok off just because I only have 2 phones going here, and if I'm going to use them for doing chores, it's hard to do. All right, so first let's look at our YouTube number. Where is our YouTube number? Our YouTube number is at 25,958. And our GoFundMe number, let's see where that is. Hang on. I'm going to share this one in just a second with you guys. Let me get it updated. Ooh, this is interesting. We are at 57,146. Ooh, we're getting closer. 57,146. Now, let's not embarrass ourselves by trying to do math here. So we do 57,146 plus 25,958 equals $83,000. Oh, you guys are amazing. This is incredible. I think we might actually do it. 83,104. 83,104 is our current total. So we are about $17,000 shy of our goal. Let's see if we can get there. We're not far away. So yeah, wait. So, all right. Now with that said, I will be right back. I'm going to go do chores. All right, guys, I am back and I am mobile, and we're going to go check on the farm and see how everybody's doing. Yeah, every small donation, just like AJ's saying, adds up and makes a difference. So thank you for that, guys. And unfortunately, I won't be able to keep tabs on donations while I'm walking around, but we'll see how we're doing. And look who's the first one to greet me. Look at this dog. How's it going, Abby Dabby Doo? How you doing, sweetheart? How's it going? Come on in. Say hi to everybody. Say hey, hey, hey. Oh, I see Toby dog over there. Toby, come here. Come here, Tobes. Toby's waiting for me to come greet him. Come on, Toby dog. See, Abby, this is actually what you just witnessed is Abby doing her weird thing where she can sometimes boss Toby dog around. But I know if I go too far that way, the signal's going to get bad. So I'm going to just leave this right here for now. You can see I've got some ducks and geese over here wandering around. I'm just going to set this down. And you can see if I can get some birds coming out and get some of that stuff set up for you. Oh, okay. All right, let's see. We're gonna get some water to the birds. So usually I'll take the dog water from last night and I'll feed it to the birds in the morning because it's fine to do that. Hey, everybody. Chick, chicky, boom, chick, chicky, boom, chick, chicky, boom. All right, who's hungry? Who's hungry? Huh? Dig in there, guys. back. Got through most of the chores. So I'm actually looking at some of the comments. Like folks are. Oh, hang on a second. I got to turn off my phone, or else I'll have a weird echo. Okay, so I'm seeing some comments, and folks are like a little bit weirded out by Mr. Frizzle, but that is actually the weirdness of Mr. Frizzle. He's a weird chicken, and he just does that weirdness. And by the way, he is a he, not a she. Yeah, so exactly as Kira's saying, that's Mr. Frizzle's name. Yeah, he's just weird. Like you'll see, and I'll keep talking and monitor kind of what's going on, but I'll turn the volume down so you don't get distracted. Yeah, like he's weird. I don't know how else to put it other than that. But yeah, I'm not worried. He does that every single day when he eats the food. That's just like how Mr. Frizzle rolls. Oh, you can't hear me, guys? Wait, I thought it was on. Can I get like a signal from folks? Can you hear me or not? I don't know. You hear me fine? Okay, lawnmower lady hears me. Okay, cool. All right, cool. Just want to make sure. Yeah, so Mr. Frizzle, who is one of our silky chickens, he's like not the most durable, but he's just weird. He does these weird things where like when he's eating, he just kind of goes like this for like 10 minutes, and then he's like done, and then he kind of waddles off, which I think is what happened. Versus like you see Carmen here, who's actually a cochin, and she's not technically a weird chicken. She moves and acts like a normal chicken does. Even Lavender Brown, who is the mom, which I was hoping you guys would get to see her in action. I don't know if you did. Yeah, she's kind of yeah. Okay, everybody can hear. Okay, cool. Yeah, she's just weird. But yeah, I'm actually happy I got this camera working. Like the internet signal is really bad, and so it can kind of get a little funky. But yeah, I don't know. It's cool to watch the weird chickens. They're probably my favorite of all the birds to watch, just because they are so weird. It's either them or the geese eating grass. Okay, yeah, you guys contacted Polar. Awesome. Yeah, the more you can like either hit Polar up on their social media channels or reach out in other ways. Yeah, I think it'll help. This is I don't know. This is a shot in the dark, but let's see if they are willing to donate to our cause here. If they would do, that'd be pretty cool. Depleted uranium cowboy. I gotta say, you have been one of the heroes of the night. So much appreciated. I totally understand if you got to drop down. Yeah, there's a lot going on, and I can imagine you're probably tired. Here comes Lavender. Oh, we'll keep this going here. But actually, I'm excited to welcome back. You are the second returning guest of the day. My good friend Jess is back. What's happening, Jess? Good morning.
Good morning. Well, I just woke up a little minute ago.
Well, unfortunately, yeah, I have not. Yeah, my timing has not changed much right now. I'm kind of in same clothes.
Have you hit like any point of delirium yet?
Things got weird last night. So we did the My Buddy Alfred song. We did covers by SpongeBob SquarePants, Johnny Cash, Hank Hill. It was a lot of fun.
That's awesome. I did that when I just recently did that trip to Idaho and Iowa. I did a red-eye flight and I slept like maybe an hour on the floor of O'Hare, and then went from one conference to another. And you know how conferences are. Like, I mean, it's a lot. And I was so nervous by the end of the second day, where I had been awake for the better part of like 30 something hours. I was like, I didn't know you could do this. I've never done this before. I felt really silly. And one day I was sitting there and I felt like I was getting hit by waves. I was like, okay, this is a new level of tired for me.
Well, I really appreciate you coming back. I think here's the thing I am finding, and this is so much the truth, because it's been like just this constant handoff of kind of friend to friend to friend. Like Liz Zorab called me around 3:30, which was kind of nice of her. which, you know, for her is it's the morning, so I didn't feel too bad about asking if she was up for it.
Yeah.
Al Lumna, who is an early riser, he's like, hey, could we chat at 5:30? I'm like, totally, dude. And so Al called in. My friend Zach, who his farm is actually the one cross farm that got flooded out. He just stopped by and dropped off a cup of coffee, which hit the spot. And so, yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, I think when your friends say something is important to them, that's part of being a friend, is that it becomes important to you too. So,
yeah. To quote the Golden Girls, thank you for being a friend.
Yes, of course. Of course. Well, any other interesting developments over the night?
Not too much, other than it got a little bit weird. And I tried to set up a camera to like watch fireflies, but there were no fireflies last night. So it was a little bit disappointing. Just a lot of frog sounds.
Yeah. Well, that's also really cool for some people. You know, I mean, I think we take for granted the things that are really interesting in our places that other people don't ever experience.
Yeah. I mean, like when I think about going from like, you know, when I moved up here, I moved up in May of 2018 from Washington, D.C. And like those first couple nights where I'd like come out in the evening and it's just this cacophony of like chirps and hums and croaks and buzzes. And it's just like very serene that you hear it overnight. It's almost like unsettling at first. Now it's like, it is my sound machine when I fall asleep.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's so loud because we have a pond, and where our current house is that we live in, I don't know, it's probably like 700 feet to the pond. So it's not really close, but sometimes it's so loud that you can hear it through our bedroom window enough that it's like, it's woken me up before. It's so loud. It is kind of unsettling for people who aren't used to it. But when I go stay like in an Airbnb, when I travel and I'm in town and all I can hear is like human sounds, that keeps me from sleeping.
Oh, completely. It blows my mind that I used to have like, you know, sirens and neighbors having parties. And like, I was just like, oh, you just kind of fall asleep to it. It's fine. It's like now I would be up for, like, if I'm in a hotel room and I'm like too close to the ice machine, it's like, oh God.
Oh, we're ruined.
I'm like, now that guy.
I love it. Yeah, it is completely funny how it'll mess you up living in a room.
Yeah, and like depleted uranium cowboy saying earplugs become your friend in those situations.
Yeah, for real. I have to carry earplugs and a mask thing whenever I go travel because I'll stay up super late. Because out here, I mean, I'm used to it just being so dark and just so natural sounding.
Yeah. So yeah, Tiana has a really interesting question here. And I think a lot of folks find themselves in this spot of like, they're not in a situation where they can do what they want, but they're probably not that far away. Like in that situation, what do you do?
My number one advice for people who are like turning their waiting room into a classroom is, I like to say, you don't have to just sit on your hands. I mean, you can spend that time where you can't walk through the door of your dream yet and prepare yourself to walk through the door. But like learning to cook well, I think is probably the most versatile skill. Now, Jeremiah says get tools and start learning woodworking projects, go on Anna White and put together a few basic pieces of furniture, because when we got our farm, he was the one building everything. Of course, he knew how to do that stuff because of his experience in like finish carpentry, but I don't know how to do that stuff. So I don't tell people that necessarily. For me, it was learning to cook and then preserving, all of those skills, learning to bake bread. You're going to grow ingredients. I mean, there's nothing on your farm that's packaged and processed. It's all just coming as straight ingredients. And if you're overwhelmed by the idea of cooking from scratch, you're going to be overwhelmed by a harvest and then not know what to do with it. Whereas if you already have that skill, it's just going to make it a lot smoother, because things come in abundance. It's shocking how much abundance happens on a farm, because you're used to going and buying a dozen eggs or 2 dozen eggs. Well, what are you going to do whenever 1 week you've got 8 dozen eggs? It happens faster than you think.
Right. And I think it's actually like that both at the homestead scale and at the farm scale, where everybody focuses so much on like how to produce and like how to make the thing versus thinking about what are you going to do with it after that? Like, how are you going to market and sell it? Or how are you going to preserve it? Or how are you going to cook with it? Like, it's all part of the process. You're actually thinking about it in incomplete steps if you're not thinking about those latter steps.
Right.
And those are arguably the steps that are easier to work on when you don't have a farm and you do just have a kitchen,
Sure.
and like you do just like have access to the material, but not the ability to grow it yourself.
I think that anybody who can purchase a couple of cast iron pans, which are very affordable, like you can go buy a Lodge pan for $20 to $30 and learn how to care for that. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and people always come to me to talk to me when they're scared because I don't get scared a lot. Like, and so you want to talk to the people who aren't freaked out when you're freaked out. And a friend of mine was talking to me saying, I just feel so unsettled. And of course, you know, there's all this stuff on the news that's got everybody freaked out and all this. And she's like, what do you think we should be doing to prepare? You know, like, do you think that there's anything? And I was like, well, we kind of did it, you know, like she's kind of in a similar boat that I am. And I'm like, what else are you going to do? You know, like, and I said, do you know what a big deal it is just to have cast iron that, you know, if the power went out for 1 week, you could just go build a fire outside and cook on your cast iron. Like, you know, like little things like that build so much resilience in that if there's a natural disaster, you know, I mean, you're sitting in the middle of a situation like this. What do you do when your power goes out and you need to make some food?
Mm-hmm.
If you've got some canned hamburger meat in a cast iron pan, like you got dinner. It's done.
Like, make a little fire. Like, I mean, you could like you have a charcoal grill, you have like a metal grate, like you could figure it out. Like, yeah.
And little skills like that are so obtainable in your classroom stage. And they really do give you a sense of peace of mind, because I think it's very human to feel unsettled if you perceive any measure of threat to your security and your ability to provide for your family. And because fear sells, we're seeing a lot of fear get sold, and therefore it's causing havoc in people because it's clashing with their human nature to need to feel like they're going to be safe, you know? And so doing these little things like having your cast iron collection and having your preserved food and having this stuff kind of gives you some resilience against the fear, if nothing else.
Yeah, no, I think that is really well said. Now, Jess, I cannot remember for the life of me.
You told me. Yes,
I know. You were aware of the goat challenge. And for those who aren't aware of the goat challenge, or the stretch goat, as I like to call it, while our goal is actually 100,000 to raise here today by 1:00, the stretch goat is if we hit 200,000, I will be getting goats, even though I've sworn that we were never going to get goats. And I will tell you this, before Allison went to bed, I went to like just say goodnight to her and give her a kiss and let her go off to sleep. She's like, I'm very worried. Are we going to end up with goats? Like she went to bed last night, and she hasn't gotten up yet, but like she went to bed last night, very concerned about the fact that we might be committing ourselves to goats.
I think Allison would love goats, but
I mean, I think they're not for me. But I actually, honestly, back when we were just initially talking about like having a homestead or a farm, she dreamed of baby goats. Like she really liked them. So I'm surprised she has such a negative reaction. But I think the experience of having animals and understanding what it takes to have animals and what that does to you, I think that's like shifted her perspective on a lot of this stuff at this point.
I got back into goats this year. That was probably my first real homestead animal be outside of fowl. We got chickens first, and then maybe we had some ducks and turkeys. I can't remember exactly the order. It's been a while ago. But then I got a couple of baby goats and I raised them. And then a few years after that, I got a bunch of bred does, and then they started having babies. I started milking and like jumped into the deep end on that. And had goats for years. And then when we moved here, I was in the middle of like a total autoimmune health crisis that was really drug out. And we had the cow at that point. So we were swimming in milk. I didn't really need it for my family. And I ended up giving all my goats away to friends. And I went 2.5 years without them until I started really missing having them again. And so I got 3 does this year, back in the spring. And I got 3 male goats. We actually ended up losing one. They are pretty fragile. Mine are very healthy and robust and everything, but even still, I mean, these things happen even with good management. But right now I have 5, and I don't want it to grow. I mean, I'm going to have babies, but then I'm going to sell the babies. I don't want to end up with a bunch of them, but I really like having them on a small scale. They get overwhelming when you have a bunch of them, because like mine are trained. Like if I open the gate right now, they know what order to come out. I don't even have to touch them. They go straight to the milk stand. But if I had 20, it wouldn't be so simple to do that.
Right. So, I mean, it's funny because I feel like some animals scale up really easily. Like chickens, yeah. I think the difference between having 12 chickens and 24 chickens is very minimal. Like, I mean, you got more feed, you need a little more space, and you're going to have to clean a little bit more, but it's not a big jump. But yeah, so you're saying the difference between 5 goats and 10 goats is a bigger jump.
Yeah, I mean, mine are dairy goats. It might not be the same if you had just like meat goats and they were just going to be out in an area, but they're pretty rough on land. You have to give them the right space. They need either sufficient space or like, that's kind of my thing. I didn't want to deal with parasites. We dealt with a lot of parasites when we were in Arkansas, but I had them on a very small space and was bringing hay in. And they were really rough on the trees. They were really rough on the soil because there was just too many. It was overpopulation. And I mean, that was my fault. I did that. But here, I want to keep it really small. And we have plenty of space that so far I've had no parasite issues. I've had no issues with my goats at all since getting them in March. I can't remember when I got them, somewhere in there.
Yeah, no, I think that's the dilemma. That's one of the things that actually has always kind of kept me away from even exploring the idea. In that with goats, they are very susceptible to parasites. They are very hard on the space that they're in, yet they're also very hard to secure. Like, they're not like a sheep or a cow where it's like, you can contain them easier. Right. Like, and so that dilemma is like, I don't know. That scares me.
It also depends on the personality because like right now I have these 3 Nubian does in this fence. They have not challenged that fence. They've not gone out of it. I have yet to find one of those goats where they're not supposed to be. Now we have solid fences. Like we build good fences because we want to build them one time. And for the most part, that has worked our entire homestead career until we got a bull. And Jeremiah attempted to put the bull in a pen away from his cows. And he had just stretched this fence that day. That bull literally just laid it down, like just walked right through it. And Jeremiah was like, okay. And then he ran electric wire everywhere the next day.
Yeah, no, like my first year that I had cattle, that first year I had like a winter yard. I basically took woven wire and T-post and made like fencing with it. And they broke out multiple times. It was a terrible, they'd like by the end of it, it looked like a car had driven over parts of the fence. Yeah. Like that was my lesson to say, like, yeah, with cattle for particularly winter housing, they need hard perimeter corral panels. Like they need that or they will demolish it.
Right. And with goats, what I found now, small goats like the Nubians, I have a little mini right now. He's a half Nubian, half Nigerian Jort. So he's a mini Nubian. And he's out of the fence every single day. Now, he doesn't go anywhere. He's just in the front yard eating grass, so it doesn't bother me. And it's kind of a funny thing. Like, he comes up to the front porch, and, like, it doesn't bother me. So I have not done anything to correct it. Eventually, he's going to get too big to fit through the space that he's going through now. So it's fine. But my Nubians don't challenge the fence. Now, what they do, and they weigh 100-ish pounds. I mean, they're not small animals. They throw themselves into the fence and drag all along. And so what they'll do if your fence is not taut is they'll make it they'll give it a belly, like where it's kind of like hanging out from them stretching it. And so you have to have the woven wire. You can't do welded wire because they'll just pop it open.
Yeah, no, I think that's good advice. So I don't know.
I saw somebody asking about sheep.
Oh yeah.
That's a good question.
Which one were you wondering about? So I'm like, hold on, going through
Somebody
here.
said they've noticed that people don't keep as sheep as much in the
US. Oh, here you go. Yeah, right here.
I'm not sure why it's not as popular. I've noticed in different parts of the country that sheep are definitely more popular. But like I'm in the South. I've always lived in the South, and keeping sheep is not terribly popular here. People do Dorpers and Katahdins. Like people will do hair sheep here. I have sheep. I have hair sheep. But like wool breeds, I don't see as much. Now, when I was up in Idaho recently, I saw several sheep farms up there. So maybe it's just the slightly cooler place. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, my friend Zach, who was just here, he raises sheep. He does katahdins, so yeah, not doing it for fiber, just for meat. Like I think what I have experienced is, because I've had other friends who've raised sheep. The struggle that they come into is the economics of raising sheep are
Mhm.
harder than, say, cattle. So even though the cash flow and turnaround is quicker, the problem that you have is the cost for butchering a sheep at a USDA inspected plant is actually relatively high compared to a cow, where it's like, you might spend $800 to get USDA butchering for your cow, and there you'll go. You might spend like $150 to get everything cut for the sheep, but you're getting like 1/5 the amount of meat. And so you
Right.
don't have as much product to defray that cost against. And so your margin is significantly smaller. And so while they require less capital, less infrastructure, and they have quicker cash flow, they have that problem of the margins are harder to make work in most markets.
I wonder too, with just the standard American diet, I am shocked at the number of people who balk at eating lamb because
Yeah.
it's not commonly served here. Like maybe for like Easter or special occasions, it's considered maybe like a very luxury meat, but like to commonly eat lamb, I don't know. I personally have not known many people who have done that, at least not people who are like born and raised Americans. It's typically just not, people prefer beef. Like that's what they go to. And I think that's probably just like what you're mentioning. It's just what Americans are used to.
Yeah, I mean, because your marketing side of it's harder than beef too. But like, I think part of it is if you don't prepare, lamb meat properly,
Mhm.
it will get a gamier taste. It will be weirder. It's actually not that different than like Highland beef, where it's like if you prepare it right, it's arguably better. But if
Yeah.
you prepare it wrong, you're not going to really be all that much enjoying what you're eating. And so I think it's actually got something to do with that too, of like that's what turns folks off. Like, is it gamey? Like, I think it has that perception a bit.
Yeah, I have not liked a lot of the commercial. I've tried commercially raised lamb that I did not like at all. Like, and I'm fairly good at cooking. I've cooked some that I got from Butcher Box that was, of course, like raised better, that I liked. It still had a touch of that gamey flavor that just is common in lamb and in goat meat, and it's often in deer meat. It's just in that type of animal. But I'm curious because we got our sheep. I got my first ewe lambs. It's been a year and a half ago, and then I got 4 grown ewes over the winter. And then we had our first babies this year, but they were all females, so I'm going to retain them. And then I've got the 4 ewes are due to lamb like any day. We're watching them bag up and stuff. So as soon as we get some ram lambs, we're going to raise them and process them. I'm very curious what our home raised lamb will be like. For me, it was a sustainability thing because I can raise these animals on grass, and therefore I can raise them on rain and sunshine. And that's what we're trying to gear towards, to be less grain dependent.
Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I mean, because that is the beauty of whether it's cattle or sheep.
Mm-hmm.
You can pretty much grow all of your own feed and not have to depend on grain and not have that be a major part of what you're feeding your animals, or even any part. I mean, like my cattle don't get a drop of any, I'll use alfalfa cubes as a treat to entice them to do certain things. And so they never eat any grain. And that is going to make it cheaper and easier to raise. It actually makes you a little bit more resilient in how you raise them, because you're not having to get your hands on grain. You're not subject to some of the market fluctuations that happen with pricing there, versus like pigs, that's all they eat. And so while I can get as much waste as I possibly can, it still creates a bit more of a dilemma for me.
Yeah, we made that shift when we moved to this larger property and had more grass. We just assessed what we were doing. We were raising lots of hogs because in Arkansas, we didn't have a ton of space. And if you're bringing grain in, you can raise a ton of meat on a little space with hogs. Is it the most sustainable? No, it's not at all. But it's still homegrown meat, which is better than being dependent on the store. But we moved here, and our Devons are like that. They've never had any grain. They're 100% grass fed, and then we're getting into the lamb. So
yeah, completely. Yeah. So what else is going on at your place these days? You got some construction happening, I know.
Yes. So we were planning this year to start building our house, And we ended up kind of shifting from that just because when it came down to it, like basically the bank wanted us to just use a contractor, and it is Jeremiah's dream to build his house himself. And what they wanted for like the interest rate they wanted us to sign in on and all that stuff for an owner builder loan was just not something we were willing to do. So we decided to kind of pivot from that. We'll return to it. Maybe we'll start next year. I don't know. But we're actually starting Jeremiah's shop. He's been collecting all the timbers that he's had done by a local mill. And we have all the timbers. And so actually the concrete's getting poured like this week. And I'm so excited. So he's timber framing a 50 by 100. We're calling it a shop. It has a shop, but upstairs it has like an office, and then we're going to put like a small home gym area and stuff like that. And then it has a 30 by 50, what we're calling a community room. And it's got like a small kitchen, and we're going to put multiple like dining room tables with chairs in there. And that's going to give us the capacity to hold workshops out here at the farm and to do some retreats and some different things. So I'm really excited about it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be so, like, I remember when I came down to visit you guys, I know that was like 2 years ago, maybe even 3 years ago now. No, it was
almost 2 years ago. It was like right after we got here that you came.
Yeah, but just like sitting down with him, and he was just like so excited to like kind of talk about the vision and like what he's planning there. Yeah, I'm so happy that he's finally getting that opportunity to do it. And you know, actually, I'm not sure if you want me to talk about this, but like, there's something I have that I really want you guys to use.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You can talk about it.
So here on my farm, I have like all this old barn wood. Some of it I've been using for projects, others I haven't. I wasn't able to use it for this when we were doing the build of this barn. And so like, yeah, like kind of like letting you guys kind of take some old barn wood from here that are like hand hewn beams. I don't know. I think it'd be such a cool place to have it get used. So I'm excited to see that.
Yeah, the one thing I am very excited about too, with like putting our house on hold for right now, you know, it has been so fast and furious since we've moved here. We have done so much in 3 years. I mean, like just with the infrastructure we've done on this farm, but then also we've opened our coffee roastery. We've done all these different things. And I have not really been able to collect unique materials much. And now that we really have our plans nailed down and we know exactly what we're going to do for our house, I think I'm going to spend the next year until we do start collecting some unique materials to be able to add some character to the house. Because if you want a house with character, you're either going to have to spend a lot of money or time. And I would rather spend time. So I'm gonna start collecting now.
Yeah, I think that is exactly the right spirit to go at it, where you know, you're kind of making it a project and you know, like an act of love for building this home that you guys have been dreaming about for so long. Like taking your time, being highly selective, making things have meaning to it. I mean, I think that's just magical in terms of how you're approaching it.
For sure. And that's why we put it on hold, because essentially, you know, the bank basically said, well, you can go with a contractor and let them do all the work. And then they kind of were like, and if you do the work yourself, but you don't put it on YouTube, nobody's going to know. And I'm like, we can't lie. Like, we share our life. Like, we can't just have this massive thing happening that we're just not showing and talking about or lying about. Like, I mean, we weren't willing to do that. Like, we want to build the house and we want to share the process. And so just that being the case, we're just waiting until we can do it the way that we want to do it, which
completely. That's beautiful. And actually, as Noreen's asking, Jess, do you have a YouTube channel?
I have 2 YouTube channels, actually, Noreen. My original YouTube channel, and I would say my main one, is called Roots and Refuge Farm. And I share lots of gardening and homesteading and daily life, and just love to connect with people through that. And then I have a secondary channel that's newer called The Farmer's Table, which is shot pretty entirely here in my kitchen, where I teach people what to do with the real food that they're growing or buying, just how to cook from scratch mostly.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Jess, you want to do an add up of the totals and see where we're at? Because I've seen a couple donations come in here. Let's see what we got. We are currently at 83,104. So we'll just call that 83,000. All right, now let's look. First, we're going to take a peek at our YouTube total here. And the current YouTube total is $26,003. So close to being a nice round number. And then if I'm looking at the GoFundMe number, let me just give it a quick refresh. Oh, hey, we are at 59,606. So if I'm going to add these up, 906, 585. Oh, wow. All right. So we're at $85,609. We're getting close. We're getting down to the wire because we only have what's it, like 5 hours left? 4.5 hours left. But oh gosh, I'm not even framing it up properly. We're at 85,609. So we're just shy of 15,000 from hitting our goal, which would be absolutely incredible. And so, you know, again, if you guys can keep sharing this, keep calling out folks, keep asking for help, keep sharing this, like it will make such a massive difference in our wait, Striker Beast. Did I mess that up? Did I mess up my math? I think I got it right. No? Hold on. Let me check myself. I usually try to avoid doing math in public. I'm going to do the calculator here. I think I did it right. Let's see how off I am. So 59,606 plus 26,003. That put yeah, no, I got it right. 85,609. All right, there we go.
There we
go. Yeah, you know, never very good at math. Thank you, Chanel. I can math. Oh, all right. Striker Beast is saying you didn't mean to make it incorrect.
Funny.
Yeah,
I definitely don't laugh in public.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to live by that, but it's kind of gone out the window here.
Yeah.
I will admit, I am feeling like I'm getting punchy at this point. Like, you know, just not quite as sharp as I should be. Like, you know, maybe a little giddier.
That's what happens to me. I just get very silly. When I'm very tired, I just giggle even more than normal. And I'm just so tickled about everything. And then I get delirious. And, you know, at that point, it's not great. There's no telling what I'm going to say.
So, Jess, what's your plan for today?
Today is the first day in months that I have not, like at least 6 weeks that I have not had something I really had to do. So I think I'm gonna not do a lot. I'm gonna do the things I have to, like milk my goats, you know what I mean? Like that's always there. You know what I mean? Like when you have a farm, whenever you're like, I got nothing to do today, but then you go outside and work for an hour and a half, you know, like that's
the basics. You're not going to build a new fence. You're not like, you know, planting a whole new bed. Like you're not doing that.
I'm tempted today to start thinking about my fall garden and like get into that. I was thinking about it this morning when I woke up. I was like, oh dang, it's after middle July, which middle July is whenever I usually start looking at like starting seeds and stuff. So it's time to do that. But I may wait until tomorrow. I may actually like tell myself no, because I'll get really like obsessive about it and I won't. I'll go all the way in and it will not be a restful day if I do that. I'll be planting seeds by this evening if I start looking at that. So I don't know. I may try to like make myself take it a little easy.
I think that's a smart plan. I mean, you've been running hard these last couple of weeks. I mean,
for sure. Like
yeah, I doing you good.
The last month has been the longest day of my life. So.
Yes, as you said, I feel like on the longest day of my life.
Yeah.
Yesterday and today feels very much like the longest day of my life.
It feels like a really long day when you don't sleep at all or you don't sleep very much. It just makes it feel like a really, really long day.
Yeah, completely.
I like this, what Libby said. It would be funny if Polar chose to mash and kicked in.
Yeah, I think that would be like cue the Curb Your Enthusiasm music, like like that would be amazing. Like somebody like text me like, can we join your live stream? We're from Polar. We have something for you. It's like Hey, Jess, have you ever worked with fainting goats? Do you know anything about fainting goats other than what you've seen like in internet clips?
See, I've been around them before I had a farm. The farm that I used to go buy raw milk from, like, I don't know, 15 years ago or something like that. They had fainting goats. They're goofy as all get out. I mean, they really do just like fall over. Like it's the craziest thing. But I mean, they don't do it constantly, but like when something excites them, they actually do kind of like spasm and follows over. It's really wild. But I don't know anything about them beyond that.
Yeah, no, it's an interesting one to me. And yes, thank you, Christina, for that donation. That is awesome. Christina, the doctor, as she likes to be known as. She's a doctor she's got a doctorate, but she has ducks too. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jess, I really appreciate you calling back in again. And hopefully talk to you probably soon, later this week, let you know how things go.
Yes.
Definitely need to nap before that.
All right, Morgan,
and I'll talk to you soon. And guys, I'm gonna take a quick break for humanity. And let me see do I still have the feed from the I can still share the weird chickens with you. So I'll let you guys have some more weird chicken moments of zen here. If I just add this in, this should work. Is it live? It looks live. Yeah, okay, it looks live. All right, there we go. I will see you guys again. And please nobody panic about Mr. Frizzle when you see him. He's kind of a weird chick. I mean, he is a weird chicken. I don't know how else to put it. That's just how he rolls. And I will be back shortly. I feel really bad because I just realized that we forgot to turn the audio on the. I turned it off when I took the weird chicken cam off. So sorry about that, guys. But yeah, I'm back. I just had to use the bath. I feel like 3/4 of this live stream is me either getting more seltzer or giving back more seltzer. It's just a constant exchange of seltzer. That is what this has been. I mean, yeah, Claire, I'm not gonna lie, I'm tired. I've been up now. Let's see, I got up at like I said, about 5:15ish yesterday. So that's like what 27 hours. So yeah, and yeah, I'm here. And yes, as the teenage gardener is asking, I will definitely be sleeping. Other questions answered here. Am I using Starlink? Yes. Yes, I am using Starlink actually for this connection, and I think it's actually held up pretty darn well. There's been a couple of little mini glitches here and there, but nothing too bad. So yeah. Yes, Christina, here, in your honor. And thank you, by the way, again, for that generous gift. We're going to crack open a seltzer. Let's see where we're at fundraising wise. Did I miss anybody donating? Because if you did, and by the way, guys, I know so many of you have been hanging out here all day, so I appreciate that you've already did. But Carol Garland, thank you for that very generous donation. Anonymous, thank you for that $50 donation. That's huge. Also anonymous, thank you for that $5 donation. So guys, yeah, thank you for continuing to contribute. You guys are bringing this to life. The more folks too you can bring in here, the more we can kind of try to attract more donations, because as I said earlier, and I know I've mentioned this several times now throughout this live stream, over the last 2 weeks, our tiny little town of Peacham has just been decimated by the flooding that we've had, the rising floodwaters, the tragic loss of life, the tragic loss of homes, the tragic loss of vehicles, of possessions. Like, I can't even fathom, honestly. I was thinking about this when we were all working together as a town to help move the Mackenzies out last week. Like, the idea of going to hanging out at home one night and then having to leave your house with pretty much only the clothes on your back, coming back the next day to see that your house is essentially been consumed by a river, and trying to make your way in the world and deal with things like FEMA and insurance companies who are saying no. And, the fact that you have still a mortgage to pay off, and you now are going to have to figure out a way to pay rent, and, struggling to kind of figure out how to make it all work. That is a terrifying situation to be in. And I think about my neighbors who are quite literally in that situation as we speak. It really, for me, pushes me to want to open up as much as I can and do as much as we can to help those folks. And so I really appreciate you guys hanging in there. I really appreciate your willingness to participate in a live stream like this. And again, your willingness to help raise money. And it's making a pretty big difference. Alfred might come back. He is actually, as we speak, I know for a fact, because I got a text about it. He is moving a gigantic stove out of one of the houses that has been condemned and helping those folks recover their stove. So that is literally what he's doing at this moment. So he may or may not join back. We will see. And I'm just checking my messages too. Apologies, because I've got potentially a couple more guests popping in. You're in there. Just check to see where. To the barn. So here's actually a funny thing. You guys might appreciate this. So this is a text exchange with Alfred where I sent him this picture. I don't know what time would I send this out last night. It was 6 a.m. I sent him this picture of Cash Alfred Neg 5, and just because I thought it was a very funny file name. But if it was a second attempt at doing a 5 negative octave drop of Johnny Cash singing My Buddy Alfred, I think it's a decent file name to go with. And so that's what it was. And then Alfred's only response to me was essentially, things got weird, huh? Which is very true. Yeah. So Alfred is, like I said, quite literally zip lining a stove. And that's what he's doing. And Yeah, there is no caffeine in Polar Seltzers. It is quite literally. I'm going to read the ingredients for you because maybe this will make them want to sponsor us and donate to this. And by the way, for the folks at Polar, if you're hearing me say sponsor, I'm really not saying, I don't intend it to be a sponsorship. What I would love to see you do is if you guys could help contribute to either the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund or any of the GoFundMes that we've been promoting throughout this 24-hour live stream. Like if you guys could give to that, I will be singing your praises from now until the end of time. And so Polar, please help us out. I love your Worcester water. And like, I was literally trying to think of which product to do this with for this whole thing. And like, this is like, I drink this all the time. I love it. And so I would love to see it happen. Okay. E. Cole says, Morgan, several years ago, you and Jess did a collab about cameras and video. I watched and never left. I'm grateful to Jess for introducing you to a bunch of us. Yeah, I am grateful to Jess for that. And that was actually a really fun collaboration. And I know I've seen questions and comments from folks about like how to get started in YouTube and how to think about making YouTube videos. And honestly, and it's been a little while since I've watched those videos. I actually still am pretty certain that 90 to 95% of that advice in those videos still holds up. And so for folks who are like curious about how to get started, and I think they're on Jess's channel. It's like sort of, if you just like look Roots and Refuge, how to start making YouTube videos, it should pop right up. And it was like, I think it was like 3 or 4 videos of just basically us talking, like you've seen us talking a couple times on this live stream. And yeah, you might want to check that out. It's a good one. Aw, Tree Spawn. I feel very lucky to be a part of this community. It means the world to me. I feel, you know, as I said earlier, like when we were researching to like buy this farm and thinking about buying this farm, we did a very poor job researching the community and figuring out if the community would be a good fit. But here we are 8 years later, and I couldn't imagine living anywhere else and in any other community. And this, honestly, this community means the world to me. And I feel incredibly, incredibly lucky just even for that fact. And forget all the other blessings I have in my life. Just even that alone, just, I don't know. Probably higher, so I'm going to start tearing up. But yeah, it means a lot. So, all right, here's the thing. And this is actually another way you guys can help without spending a nickel, or you might have to drop a dime to make this happen. You know, if you highlight this for any of the local news stations, whether it's Vermont Public or Vermont Digger or WCAX, any of those things. Sorry, I forgot to turn off my text message notifications. I'm turning it off right now. Any of those things will actually make a huge difference. So like if you guys reach out to them and talk about what's going on and send them an email, that will be how we get coverage. It's actually a lot harder when you're doing it as a self-promotion, just giving you like inside tip if you're ever to do PR stuff. So yeah. No. No, teenage gardener. I did not pull an Elvis. What happened was, so when Alfred was basically, Alfred kind of pulled a full-on Ron Swanson, and I did the Joan Calamazzo. What I was actually eating my dinner, or second meal, I should say. So I had like some pizza, but then I ate a little bit later too. Just I find like if I'm gonna stay up all night, I almost have to like add an extra meal into the mix to like keep energy up and keep going. And so that's actually what I was just doing that, and then just honestly like chilling out, I was just, it's the only way. But I didn't sleep because I was actually afraid if I did try to sleep, I would like sleep for 4 hours and then ruin this whole thing. So I was too afraid to fall asleep. I just kind of sat on the couch in the living room and sort of just chilled and thought, and even actually listened to a little bit of what Alfred was doing, which was, I thought, was awesome. And he is the Stone Whisperer. And okay, if we get to $110,000, which we're only $25,000 away or so, because we're, at least the last time I added up, we were at 85,609. If we get to 110, I bet you I could do an entire live stream in the next week or two with Alfred dressed as Wednesday Addams. I know he would do that. So I'm going to commit him to that without even asking, because I know he'll be up for it. And so 110,000, if we can get there, I will totally do that. Christina's favorite memory of Goldshaw Farm is when that is basically what it looks like when geese are mating. It's, one goose surfing another goose. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys in Texas got whacked by barrel too. It's funny how weather patterns can play such an impact on such a big chunk of the country. I mean, Texas is halfway across the country from Vermont, and we both got whacked by the same storm pretty hard just a few days apart. Well, Striker Beast, if you're thirsty and you're looking to quench that thirst, but without any added sugar or any caffeine or any artificial sweeteners, I highly recommend Polar Seltzers. I love their wide variety of selections and flavors. Probably my favorite of all time is the orange vanilla. I also speak very, very highly of my second favorite, which is what I'm currently drinking, which is the black cherry. As you can see here, even the Polar Seltzer has fueled me throughout this live stream. And so, yes, Striker Beast, I do have suggestions. Yeah. Okay, so and I don't mean to repeat stories for folks, but I know not everybody's been hanging out all 24 hours or 20 hours, I guess I should say. Specifically, I basically went on Fiverr and found a really talented bluegrass musician who was willing to write songs for hire. And I gave him some points and things I wanted to include into a theme song for my friend. And he just took that and ran with it and was incredibly creative and did a phenomenal job in what he crafted. And so Patrick Burns is his name, and super, super talented guy. I don't have a website handy, or I'd probably share it right now, but yeah. So yes, Allison did end up naming the pigs, Clara. So we have 4 pigs. Their names are Sir Porkington, Prince Philip, Percy, and Penelope. So all P names. Yes, 100%, Cynthia. 100%. Hey, Black Opal, good to see you. That's funny. I really appreciate all the support you guys. You guys have been such an amazing support resource for me. I mean, like, even you guys who were like hanging out through the middle of the night so that we could get to this place where we're, kind of quickly creeping up on the 24-hour mark. You guys just have been amazing. And I feel, I was saying earlier, I feel so lucky to be a part of the community here in Peacham. I equally feel lucky to be a part of a community with you guys. I mean, we're not connected by geography per se, but I do think like kind of this farm plays a role for everybody. And I don't know, that also means the world to me. And I feel that is another one of those blessings I was mentioning earlier. And I feel extremely lucky to have that. Laura, I don't know an exact number of how much livestock was lost. Yeah, I don't have a quantification of that. We did not lose any lives here on our farm. I can say that as far as livestock goes, we did not lose anybody. College radio might find this interesting. I don't know, but, all right. So this has not been easy to do. I would not be able to do this on a regular basis, but there is something very fun. And it actually kind of reminds me of doing like a college radio station of sort of fly by the seat of your pants, like creating as you go, kind of the fun and free that comes with it all. Like, I don't know. I've actually very much enjoyed a lot of that. Oh, hey, Skywolf Alpha. Thank you very much. Oh, that is super, super appreciated. Thank you, Skywolf Alpha. Your generosity is important, as for you, Anonymous. Thank you for that, as well as the other Anonymous. Thank you for that. You guys rule. You guys really are great. And I really appreciate it so much. All right. Should we do another totaling? And then once we do another totaling, I think I'm going to have another guest join us in just a moment here. But right now we are at $85,609. Erase these numbers. I'm going to dry this off. I find the marker works better when I dry it off first. Now let's see where we're at. So for our YouTube number, where is our YouTube number? Yeah. Our YouTube number is at $26,288. And then now let's look at our GoFundMe number. Our GoFundMe number is at $59,771. Okay, this is exciting. And then I'm not gonna like I said, those are too many odd numbers for me to be even remotely willing to do math in public here. So we're gonna do 59,771 plus 26,288, and we get a grand total of $86,059. That's awesome. $86,059. Okay, we keep creeping closer. We are $14,000 away from our goal, and I am also pleased to invite on our very next guest. Come on down, Rose, and a different Rose than the earlier Rose too, just so nobody gets confused. What's going on? Good to see you.
Good to see you.
So Rose here is a neighbor of ours here in Peacham, and she also is a passionate dog owner who shares her dog's adventures on social media. So tell us about kind of what you're doing, Rose.
Yeah, I have 3 Huskies, and I started posting on social media with them years ago. And so I mostly now do TikTok videos, Instagram reels. Videos has become my thing. Posting just funny skits with them, mock news reports with the dogs, where I pretend to be reporting the news about their drama. So,
well, I mean, and I will say this as a person with a fair amount of animals and the drama that comes with those animals, it exists. It's a real thing.
Oh yeah, there is plenty, even when I don't want there to be. But it's not funny.
What's been the most dramatic thing that's because you've got Huskies, right?
Yes. Huskies. Gosh, well, they yell at me every single day. It's like, they're very vocal, and just it's always like, okay, what's the problem now? I do something and they're all howling and screaming like a chorus, and that's kind of the lighthearted, funny stuff. But let's see, just like a month or so ago, one of them ran into a porcupine, and I had of course heard of all people's stories of that happening and had been lucky ours hadn't done that. But yeah, that was probably the worst one.
That sounds rough.
Yeah, it was rough. It was dark, and he has this glow in the dark harness on, so I saw where he was in the woods, but he had, like, in a blink of an eye, was out and in the woods, and didn't know what hit him. So,
oh geez, that is rough.
Yeah, he's fine now, thankfully, but it was not fun. Still did I told everyone about it online, and
so what was the vet experience like there?
Oh, it was like we were up all night long. We had to drive an hour to Saves in Lebanon.
Oh, okay, yep.
And they worked on him for like 2.5 hours. It was pretty rough. They had to sedate him, of course, and they thought it was going to be longer, but fortunately, they got finished with him, and we took him home, and he was just very out of it. But yeah,
that's crazy.
I know.
So now your news clips, like, and it's funny because if you guys watch Rose's videos, I'll try to actually dial one up in a second. Like, you've got a very official newscaster cadence. What is that actually rooted in?
Yeah, I used to work for a local station, WCAX in Vermont, for a couple of years. Is back when I first moved to New England. And so I was a journalist, and I covered news in Northern New York and Vermont. I think the biggest story I ever did was the prison escape in Northern New York.
Yeah.
So that's where all of that comes from. It's been a couple years since I've done it. And so I just decided to try it out as like a funny thing. And it seemed that people really liked it. And it was kind of fun to do the news, but in a like lighthearted way.
Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Now, what brought you to Peacham?
So I actually moved here in 2020. It was like peak COVID. Everything was happening. I'd always kind of wanted to move somewhere where I could have some land, and I was living up near Burlington originally. And I just happened to find this beautiful home in Peacham, and it was nowhere near my work. And I was like, am I insane to be moving here? But it was just so beautiful, and the area was amazing. And I was very happy that I did. So the home, the land, the town, honestly, it was awesome. As soon as I moved in, I started meeting all my neighbors, and I had never met neighbors at my previous house. It was like in the middle of nowhere. You would think you'd be more out of touch, but they just started showing up on my door, and introducing themselves, and it was awesome.
Completely. No, I that's been one of the things, because yeah, when I first moved here in 2018, it was kind of similar, where it's like I was working in Montpelier, living here, so it's about an hour commute each way, and I was like, oh, is this nuts? Am I gonna be able to do this? But it was like every time I'd come home, it was like so relaxing and such a breath of fresh air and just amazing that like I'm so grateful that I ended up here.
Yeah, it's so awesome to be able to like go for a walk down the road and see the neighbors and know everyone's, that lives around me. It's really a nice community.
Yeah. And by the way, thank you, Anonymous, for that donation. That is awesome of you. Much appreciated. So now, as you're here and as you've got some land, like what are you guys doing? Like what's kind of the goal? What are you working towards?
Well, we haven't done much with our land, but we have partially wooded land that we would love to one day have a trail on. It's got a sort of trail that like in the winter you can go and walk through, and that's what I'll do. But it grows up really quickly in the summer. So I always kind of just wanted a place where I could have some peace and quiet to go to walk. The Huskies are as close to a farm as we'll ever get. My wife is not as big into like the animals. I mean, she loves animals, but I'm kind of like, if it wasn't for her, I'd probably go way overboard and have every animal under the sun that I could find. So we got 3 Huskies, and that was our limit.
I mean, look, Huskies are nice, but they're a little bit high maintenance if you're thinking about the dog spectrum of easy to hard.
They are. It's, between the grooming and the need to exercise, it's a lot for sure. And I was lucky I grew up with dogs. And so I had some, experience, and my life had never had dogs. And it was a like culture shock in a way of like, thinking, oh, I can't wait to get a dog. And then Huskies are like super hard to have. They're high maintenance. The first one we had was like not even an easy puppy. He was not very like sweet. He was more like bitey. And it was like, it would be exhaustive. Be like, oh my gosh, who's going to play with the puppy now? So I took on all of it and was like, it's okay, And then of course we love them, and it's been awesome. But definitely, they're a challenge.
Yeah, definitely. So now, as you guys have kind of gone through the last couple of weeks, like how are you impacted? Like what happened at your place? Like what happened in your neighborhood?
We were fortunate. Our house was not as severely affected as some. We had a power outage the night of the flood. I think probably like some, we didn't even predict just how severe it was going to hit us. The night that it happened, my wife went out to go get some pizza for dinner. And I was kind of like, oh, it's silly. It's like, why would you want to go out in the storm? But it was literally on the way back. Like she could hardly get home because there were trees in the road. The water was running, and thankfully it hadn't taken over yet, but she was able to get home. And then it was like, we were kind of stuck because the roads got washed away. It's like a cavern through the road pretty much where we used to drive. And our house, the basement flooded. There was no power, so our septic or our sump pump couldn't run. So the water just started filling up in the basement. Thankfully, when the power came back on, everything started going, and it's eventually drying out. But that's kind of how our house got affected. For the most part, it's just like the roads around us that kind of got destroyed. And I was a little bit stuck. Almost ran out of dog food because I was like, I usually go to Costco for it, and you have to go through Barrie to get there, or unless you want to go like 2.5 hour roundabout. And the road was open yesterday, so I was like, I went. I got my dog food.
Yeah, no, it was crazy time, and it was tough. Yeah. Now, as you kind of compare like what you've seen here in Peacham to other places that you've lived, like what is the distinction that you've seen in the last 2 weeks?
In as far as like the
response.
Response. I would say it was amazing to see how the community, I've been kind of just following everything that's been going on and how much the community jumped in and was like getting together and doing all of this to help the residents. It's definitely a nice feeling because it can feel isolating being in the middle of nowhere, and you, especially having moved here in COVID, it was like very distant, so I did meet neighbors and stuff, but it was like that community is hard to feel when you're so far apart from your neighbors. But when this happened, it really showed me how close the town and the community is, that everyone was jumping in and supporting the people who lost their homes. And that's just, I feel like, the perfect example of the way Peacham and this community is.
Yeah. Oh, completely. Well, Rose, I really appreciate you popping by. This is awesome. Like again, it's sort of like having like neighbors pop in. Like, you know, you talk to people virtually. It's like, hey, come on down. Yeah. And just it's been hanging. We're at the home stretch. We're 4 hours. All right. Pick your brain though for one piece of advice as a former reporter. One of the things we're trying to do is get more attention and try to get more traction as we try to hit our $100,000 goal, which if we can get to that by 1 o'clock, we'll feel great. The crazy stretch goat goal that we have is if 200, I'm actually going to be forced to get goats, which I have actually always sworn to never do. What advice would you have for trying to draw more attention to the cause?
I think social media is a huge impact. Sharing it, I think if you know, share it with your community, the people that you know. I mean, it's of course great to get the media's attention too. And, I like when I was a journalist, when things like this would happen, it would continuously be a story for a couple weeks. We'd be covering it, but we'd need to be finding new things to cover. So learning about fundraisers, like Cal communities, like that was the type of thing that we want. And I did see that WCX did a story, I think it was last week, on just what happened in Peacham. But contacting like anyone sharing it out online, spreading the word, that makes a big difference.
And it's often the multiple voices doing that, like, because it's like if one person does it, it's like, it's okay, that's interesting. 5 people do it, it's like, wait, we need to pay attention to it. So like there is that power of kind of multiple voices acting out there and kind of helping spread the word.
Yeah, definitely. I think it makes a difference when it reaches people that know you. And it's like, even if it's, like in my case, I wasn't severely affected, but I shared it online. And I was like, this is my community. There are people in my community who are struggling and I want to get the word out. So it's, I don't think I'd ever even shared online that I lived in Peacham, but I was like, okay, I am telling everyone now. I want everyone to know because I want, like, they will do it. They'll support it if they know someone who's connected. I think it's like that personal connection that people won't feel as distant and likely to swipe or, keep going. So it's definitely the more people that share it and spread the word, it's definitely important.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. Well, awesome. Really, thank you for coming down. Yeah, we'll have to hang out, have like a, I don't know. My dogs don't play well with other dogs. So it's like not a like dog play date
totally
situation.
Get it. Yeah, it's fine. Mine are a little crazy. It's like you never know how it'll go. So
yeah, awesome. Well, thanks, Rose.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna go do one quick thing to line up for the next guest. And if Betsy, you're asking if I did chores. I have done chores. Unfortunately, I couldn't get signal out there. But I will try to a little bit later. We'll see. But I will be right back. I'm back. All right. Sorry. Yeah, just trying to see if I could actually. I was checking to see if I could get down the street and get a connection so that I could like maybe show you guys something that what's going on. So yeah. Oh, so folks are asking to see the Alfred dressed as no, it's not Alfred dressed as ZZ Top. It was Alfred dressed as Wednesday from the Addams Family. And here, I'll put this challenge out to you guys. If I can get a $50 in donations in the next couple of minutes, I will share again the picture of Alfred dressed as Wednesday. And believe me, you won't be disappointed. Like the picture my buddy Alfred dressed as Wednesday from the Addams Family. And yeah. Oh, that's actually Deborah. So that's when I just jumped off there, I was actually just trying to check in with them to see how things are going. Cause it's like, I don't know, 500 yards away from my house. And so I was like, just peeked down the street to see what was going on. So you were wondering, E. Cole, what the drone was showing here. And I'll go back to showing kind of more of these shots. So earlier this morning, my buddy Zach stopped by and we were talking about his farm. This is what his farm looked like after the flooding, just so like you can get a sense of kind of the impact and scale of what this did. Like it was hard on us in so many different ways. And yeah. So yeah. All right. Everybody wants to hear the flying stove. I mean, let's see. Yeah, we got 4 hours to meet the challenge. I'm wondering if I could actually get hooked up to one of my neighbor's Wi-Fi and maybe get online to do this. But I'm going to need some patience and help from you guys in order to pull it off. All right, let's ask the crew. Would you guys want me to kind of hang here and I can answer questions, or do you want me to try to take my phone down there and see if I can connect into the Wi-Fi and see if I can get in there? Which would you prefer? Let me know. Let's. I'm doing a group polls here, so. Yeah, if you guys you want to see the zip line, all right. Try to go there. Field trip. Everybody's saying field trip, go. Okay. All right. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave you guys with a video, and only with the purpose of like making sure that this isn't just dead air. Cause, I don't want like folks who are just like stumbling on this to be like, what the heck is going on? But when people do stumble on, please, by all means, tell them what is actually going on so that they know that something interesting is going to be coming here in just a minute. Hang on. Put that on. And for folks who don't have any context of some of the stuff that happened here in Peacham over the last couple of weeks, there's the donation. Okay. Oh, yeah, there we go. Okay. All right. I promised to do Wednesday. We got the donation for Wednesday. Hang on a sec. Let me make good on that promise first. Okay. Hang on a sec, guys. I'm trying to keep up and I'm getting punchy. I will admit it. I can just feel my brain not being as sharp as it was, say, 18 hours ago. So yes. All right. Hang on. Let me share the picture of Alfred first. There it is. Present, share screen. Window. Okay, so this is Alfred as Wednesday Addams. So this was his Halloween costume last year. And I gotta say, I kind of think he pulled it off. I think he did a good job. Yeah, that is Wednesday. It's pretty great, isn't it? So yeah, I think it's funny. I can't leave this up and show the video. So 3, 2, 1, it's gone. But here, let me share you this story with you guys. Present, share screen.
Be a regular video, but since I've gotten so much outreach from various folks, I figured I'd just post this up to give you a quick update on what's going on and how we're doing. So in case you haven't heard, just a couple of days ago, we had a massive flood here in Peacham, Vermont. The state of Vermont had some flooding issues as a whole, but it was nowhere near as bad for the state as it was last year. But here specifically in Peacham, where our farm is, and even more specifically here in South Peacham, which is where like our farm is and where we live and all that, it's just been absolutely devastating. Right behind me here was basically a river the night of the flooding. Did you guys look at that? Holy crap. Whoa. On the other side, kind of the other stream that we have on the farm was even worse. The damage has been horrific. I have several neighbors who have, spent the last couple days just even trying to help clean out houses and move stuff around for them. Like, for example, we've been driving possessions from neighbors whose houses have flooded out of the area. And because of the flood, accessing certain houses is almost impossible. So it's like going through this crazy network of pastures and trails to get back and forth with loads of stuff that either need to go to the dump or hopefully be saved for people because like all their stuff got flooded. And I really can't overstate enough how complex it's been moving some of the possessions out of these houses that are completely inaccessible by roads because of the flood waters. So for example, my neighbors, the Mackenzies, were horribly affected by the flood. They're this amazing family who are just the nicest folk in the world. There are a couple teachers at one of the local high schools, and their house was absolutely decimated. And in fact, there's a GoFundMe for the Mackenzies. And if you want to donate to them, please, by all means, they can definitely use the help. I'll leave a QR code right here on the screen, and there'll be a link down below. Now, for those of you guys wondering how our farm fared during the flooding, we were very, very lucky and really had minimal damage and minimal issues. It's time to do the evening chores. We're having a little bit of rain. Just a little bit. I'll make a whole video talking about that and what happened and giving you a glimpse into what it was like on the farm that night. But that's not what this video is about. This video is about our community, how hard it was affected, and just how much help it actually needs. Gotcha. All right, you're going back in with your mom. There you go. I'm locking you guys up for the night. So my buddy Zach has a farm down the road from me, and sometimes I farm sit for him. And well, Zach's farm was hit so hard. And this is the second year in a row that it's happened for him. And this year's flood has been absolutely catastrophic. Zach actually had 500 chicks that he had down in the basement of his barn that were only about a week old. And the barn flooded. He was able to save about 100, but lost 400 of those chicks. It's just so heartbreaking to see what he's going through. And so there's also a GoFundMe out there for him and his farm. And so you should check that out. I'll leave the QR code here as well as the link down below. Several other folks in town were also significantly affected in life-altering ways. And in order to help all of those folks out, the town's established an emergency relief fund, which you can actually donate to by just watching this video. This video is intended to be a fundraiser for that fund. And you can also use this QR code to donate as well. Either way works. And all of that money goes to help the folks here in our town, which has been so heavily affected by the flood. As a town, we're trying to pull together to try to get these folks any help that they need. And while people losing their possessions and having their homes destroyed and being displaced is very sad and in a very difficult situation, the unquestionably most tragic thing that's happened through the course of this is the night of the flood. One of my neighbors, just an awesome guy, friend by the name of Dylan, who is a farmer, and he was out checking on things. And during the flash flooding, he was killed. And I don't know. I think our entire community here is still just trying to process the event because it is so tragic. He was a husband, he was a father, he had 2 little kids under the age of 4. He worked really closely with his family to run their multi-generational farm. And their family, I can't even try to articulate this in the video, but they are the absolute backbone of this community. I can't think of anybody who's more generous, more helpful, and just made more of a difference in this community than that family. And Dylan himself was just such an incredible guy. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think, like I said, any of us have been able to process what that means and how to handle that. And I can't even imagine what that family is going through right now. And Yeah, it has just been very, very hard here in Peacham over the last few days. And not trying to shine over or gloss over that. I think the one positive that I feel like I have seen over the last few days has been just how as a community, the people of Peacham have come together and worked together.
All right,
into
guys, I'm back.
who are in
I'm
need.
down at the site.
And
Hang on.
and
Everybody's very curious about the
think
zipline
they
stove.
can put things back on their feet, get
Yeah.
things to a place where people can even just
All right, hang on a
think
sec. Bear with me,
about what
guys.
they're going to do as their next steps. And so
Okay. Now let me flip my camera around. Okay, let's see what we can get. So yeah, I mean, if you guys are curious, this is still the site. I probably won't be able to go all the way down because I'll lose my Wi-Fi connection. But you can kind of see it from over here. Let me see if I can actually switch up my camera. Settings, camera. Okay. So you guys can kind of see it back here. Like, see that tractor? That's going to be basically how they pull it out. I mean, and again, if you want to get a sense of the scope and scale, here's what's going on. So it looks like they're a little ways away from being able to move the stove just yet. We might try to check back in, knowing now that I can actually do this connection. Yeah, that's pretty cool, isn't it? So that's where it's going to happen. Say hi, everybody. And so here are a whole bunch of the volunteers who are helping both kind of with the move over here as well as the move over here. And yeah, you guys have just been totally tireless in what you've been doing here. Sorry, Jess, I feel bad putting on camera. You're like, oh God, not right now. Just a few hundred of our closest friends hanging out with us.
Thank you for the support.
Yes, yeah, seriously, guys, everybody really appreciates it. And then, yeah, it's just a mass effort right now to get this house moved out because they need to be out. You guys can see that red tag on the wall of the house. It's just something that needs to happen ASAP. And so there's just such a need for it. And that means we have this need for funding. And so your generous donations have been making a massive difference in all of this. And again, I just want to say thank you guys because it's huge. It makes such a difference, and we as a community are very, very, very grateful. So thank you guys. But yeah, this is the mass move out that's happening as we speak. So yeah, I'm going to head back to the barn. Probably will lose me midway, so apologies. But yeah, as you can see, like every single day, it's just been a beehive of activity, just so much going on. And yeah, as you can see, it's not even remotely back to normal over here. And so there's just a support, and we really need all the support from as much I'm back. Whew. That was like a sprint down the road and back. So yeah, I was doing my best to try to capture it. I don't think I did a great job, but I could try to answer more questions now that I was over there. So Calberg, we don't even have cell towers around here. So there really is no cell coverage in our neighborhood. So like just even on a normal day. And so I know folks are like, well, why can't you just, use your cell plan? Because we can't even access it. And so you have to go off Wi-Fi. So that's why, like, I lost connection. A neighbor of mine let me get access to their Wi-Fi over there. And that's how I was able to connect. Yeah, it is heartbreaking, Shanda. And I think the challenge is, right, like a lot of that takes money and like you got to have capital to be able to make that happen. And so it's hard. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I apologize for the panic of, oh no, it's ended. I just simply was basically walking from one location to another. And so that just can be hard sometimes because you lose Wi-Fi. Oh, Alfred would crush me in a dance off. I think he would definitely. I am not the person you want to see dancing. I know people want to blame Ginny because she's attempted to thwart this live stream several times, but on this occasion, it was actually not her fault. So yeah, no blame to Jin. Wait, Stryker, why'd you panic? I hope I didn't want anybody to panic. I just simply lost my connection. Yeah. I use a platform called StreamYard to do all of this. And so that's how I'm able to tie in various folks. I can play video clips. I can have multiple devices. And so I have my phone logged in as one device. I have my computer, my laptop actually here logged in as another. The computer in my office becomes a third device. And so that's how I typically do it. Ziplining a stove was not my 2024 bingo card. You know what though? I think we still might be able to get some footage of it later. So stay tuned. Oh, thank you. Oh, did I miss some donations? Thank you guys. Here, let me take a peek. Yeah. Oh, wow. Thank you guys. Oh, wow. You guys rule. I mean, look, and I'm not going to say that I don't think we're going to make it, but I wonder, we might not hit it. And I just want everybody to know, even if we don't hit it, the fact that we've even gotten so close here and we've gotten this close, it absolutely boggles my mind. And I am super, super appreciative of all of you. And for everybody who's, kind of stuck with this and helped support the live stream, to everybody who has, been a participant and, given interviews and talked about what's going on, every single one of you, you have made a massive difference to this community. And I really appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah, it's oop. Okay. That should work better. So yeah, what else have we got going here? Do you know if the town will be doing anything in the future to teach folks doing anything? What to do? Yes. So actually, Rose and Alex, who you guys met yesterday, they're going to be actually helping out. We're going to be doing some disaster preparedness for the town as a whole, and just have some plans and some resources for people when there are issues in the future. And so yeah, that is something that's planned for. I don't know, not immediately, but in the next few months, we're going to be working on that as a community. And I think it is actually really important. I was just out in my vegetable garden. I harvested wow, that's a whopper. We don't even have tomatoes here yet. We're probably, I don't know, a couple weeks away from getting our first tomatoes. They usually don't come till the end of July, early August. So you must be in a much warmer growing zone there, teenage gardener. Yeah, you would think that. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Wait, yeah, but so the Starlink only works around my house. And so I walked probably about 500 yards down the road to go where you saw all that activity. So it's just kind of at the end of my street. But the Wi-Fi range dies before you get there. No, I don't have 6.5 hours to go. Do I? Wait, I have 2.5 puts me at 12. I've got 3.5 hours to go by my count there, Janice. Yeah, poor Ginny is right. I agree with you. So guys, I just need to take a moment because the I think 12th seltzer that I've had here now is starting to kick in. I will be right back. This is the downside of doing a 24-hour live stream solo. So, Omi Gaming, there is, let's see, how many hours do we have left? We've got 20 minutes, 3 hours and 20 minutes left to achieve the goat, the stretch goat, as you will, or stretch goal of 200,000. We're a little far off from it, but yeah, if somebody wants to be extremely generous, you could get us there. It would be like magic. And I will make this commitment too. If anybody donates in the 5 figures or higher, or 4 figures, if anybody donates in the 4 figures or higher, I will offer you up, it's got to be a mutually agreeable time, the opportunity for a tour here at the farm. So if you donate in 4 figures, and you're responsible for getting yourself here, but we'll set up a time where you can come visit the farm, get a full tour, and every aspect of it, meet Toby Dog, meet Abby Dog, meet the Barn Cats, the whole 9 yards, for any 4-figure donation that happens in the next 3 hours. I want to open it up to you guys. So just know that that's coming. So yeah. You want me to... All right. I'm going to go one step further here, Tree Spawn. We're adding another stretch goal here. If we hit... So again, it's 200K if we get goats. But I'm going to add a new stretch goal here in the mix to make it even just slightly more attainable. And just because tree spawn has been so cool for hanging out for so long here. If we hit not $150, $150K, $150,000. If we hit $150,000 in donations, we will get sheep. That is the commitment. So right there, boom, you got it. Okay, Edward, if Polar steps up on Monday and we end up crossing the $200,000 line, I will make good on the sheep offer. So yes, if Polar can make that good, heck, if they make it good anytime this week, I will stick to the goat commitment. Yeah. So RJ, East Peacham there's certain parts in certain roads that really got washed out and got hit hard. There's actually one family who just recently moved to town. They got hit pretty hard. But it wasn't as hard as South Peacham is as a whole. Yeah, I know. I mean, let's see if it actually happens. Yeah, bio break tractor cam time. That's exactly what it was there, teenage gardener. Oh yeah, no, we do. I mean, actually, we have a kind of a little bit of a ritual where we call it kind of porch beers, even though it's not always alcoholic. Like, I don't drink all that much anymore. It's a rare occasion actually for me to have an alcoholic beverage. But we will. I just still kind of call it colloquially porch beers, and we'll just sit up on our porch and kind of hang out and shoot the breeze, enjoy a beverage, enjoy the night's air. It's actually a lot of fun. It's a couple of friends of mine. I really enjoy it. And yeah, it's fun. So yes, and sometimes we'll do it at other places too. So I don't mean it's only here, but oftentimes we'll hang out here. All right, what is next? Oh, I got a message to a friend really quick. And I'm going to see if Allison's coming pretty soon for... Allison will be here shortly too, so that's exciting. So yeah, she just texted me. She'll be down probably around 10 o'clock. Yeah. Oh, Lisa, thank you for those. And I like eggs. Oh gosh, I'm falling behind on donations. Let me look, and I want to give thanks and gratitude here. So what do we got here? Yes, I like eggs and Lisa. Wow, thank you both for those generous donations. That is huge. That's putting us even closer. Yeah, so if folks are wondering, so yeah, so to what Jen said, I'm just catching up on some of the chat that I missed. Allison, the night of the flooding, Allison actually didn't come home. She had to stay at a hotel just because there was no way for her to get into town, even, like, let alone get up our driveway, let alone get down our street. There were it would have been impossible and wildly dangerous. And so no, Allison did not come home. She just stayed at a hotel that night. I think that was Abby. I'm pretty like earlier. I don't know. Did I miss it? I thought I just saw Abby. Maybe I missed it. There is no bathroom in the barn, but just a little secret. There are woods behind the barn. Just saying. Okay. Yeah, so that is the answer to your question there, Diana. Yeah, Abby is a cute one. Also, speaking of cute ones, look what we got here. Hey, Pablo. How's it going, bub? Pablo's like, you've been in my barn. So Pablo has claimed ownership of this barn. So Ginny pretty much has she'll come into this barn. So it's not like she stays away entirely, but she has ownership of this barn specific of the old barn. Sorry. Pablo, though, he has fully taken over this barn. Like this space is Pablo's barn, no doubt about it. Yeah. 110K for, 100%. We will do a live stream with Alfred if we get, let me write that one down. We're just going to call this the 110K Alfred Wednesday. And we'll probably do that live stream on a Wednesday because it feels appropriate. Wednesday. So yes, the 110K gets us Alfred Wednesday. That will be a thing that happens. Yeah, Allison popped by really quick, but yeah, she'll make her full appearance later this morning. It's look, anything folks do. Does four figures also include after the dot? I don't understand. And I'm probably walking into a joke or something. I don't know. Are you trolling me, Striker Beast? Wait, does 4 figures also include after the dot? Oh, I see what you're saying. No, it's 4 figures before the dot. So yes, no, it's not. If you donate $10, you get the tour. No. If you get $1,000 or more, you will get a free tour of the farm. Yeah, that is what the offer is. Yeah. So the coffee of choice for me is I actually really like doing a pour over. So like like a black coffee pour over is probably my favorite go-to. And the thing I drink the most. But on really hot days, I'll throw some, coffee grounds in some water and throw it in the fridge for about 12 hours and make some cold brew. And so that is also enjoyable. I'm not a big fan of lattes and various kind of drinks like that. I mean, occasionally that's nice, but for the most part, I'm not a huge fan of those. Yeah, the stretch goat and the woolly wish. Well put, Christina. Well put. Yes, and 150K. I corrected myself, Sarah, just for the record. That $150 is not binding. So we got more than 6 is all I can say, because we actually don't even have a true official measurement that is accurate. So for the folks on Facebook here, let me repost the link for you guys. Hang on. Here, I'm gonna post the because I've been posting various ones. This is for the Peacham Emergency Fund. So if you guys are looking for a link to use to donate, and if you're like on Facebook or Instagram, you can actually donate through this. So go right there. I will open it up if it can be you and up to 3 other people, so a total of 4 people. Yeah, so I'll open it up to 4 people for a tour of the farm. And it just has to be like a mutually agreeable date. Like, you can't say it can only be Wednesday at 3 p.m. Like, it might have something going on, but like we can work it out. And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it. Like, we'll figure it out. But yeah, if you donate more than $1,000, you will get a tour. And that tour is good for up to 4 people. And yeah, if you want to donate, that is the link to go donate to. If you're not on Facebook, if you're not on YouTube, if you're on YouTube, you can also use the donate button that you see right there on the screen. Yeah, AJ has been asking a lot of questions, so I think that is, and I'm wondering to see what they pull. I'd be pumped to meet you, AJ. It's been actually really nice chatting with you and hanging out. Oh, hey, Katie. So it's very rare. Usually the only time we're doing farm tours is like I'll auction them off occasionally for charity. Like every year, like our local school, I'll auction off a tour and lunch. Just to raise money for the local school, like the elementary school that we have here. And then like when people buy geese or beef or pork from us, when you come to pick it up on the farm, I'll usually give you like a mini tour. So it's not as extensive as what I'm offering for people who bid, give $1,000 or more. But it is, decent. You get to walk around, you get to see kind of what's going on. There are still some restrictions. Like I have to be careful with how I let people in and who I let into, particularly the animal yards, just because of biosecurity more than anything else. And so I'm a little bit cautious about that. Yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Wasn't that kind of fun? Like I was trying to make sure that like throughout this whole 24 hours, I wanted to have some fun surprises. And so I'm wicked appreciative of all of my friends, whether it be, Jess or Al or, Rose, who just stopped by, or even, and like, you know, like Louis Guzman called in, like that means something. I think that was I've so appreciate it. And it was pretty rad to see him. And, yeah, I think it was a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, I've met him, like I said, briefly in a couple scenarios, but it was really cool to like have him here and hanging out. Look, I tried to promise everybody that if you hung around overnight, things were going to get weird. And I don't know. I mean, between the talking teeth mouth and the weird singers of my buddy Alfred, I don't know. I think we had some pretty good weird times here for sure. And actually, if in case anybody's wondering, hey, Pablo's trying to eat the mic windscreen. If anybody's wondering, I will probably end up making a quick, like, not highly edited, but like, I don't know, I'll probably be somewhere between a half an hour and an hour of like highlight. Pablo just like hold off and bit me. He's like back here causing mischief. Pablo, see, yeah, he when Pablo gets in a mood, he can be really fierce. And yeah, I would say, Pablo, please go away. That's Pablo for you. But honestly, yeah, like it's even the little things, AJ. So I know we were joking that you were going to try to throw in for a tour. Like the help that you guys are offering, like even just reaching out to folks like Polar and be like, hey, you should donate to this. It would make a world of difference. And so, yeah. All right, Sarah, I will never call you that because I appreciate you and all the support you've shown over the years. But yeah, Louis Guzman is like a legendary actor. I'm going to do like just a quick off the top of my head roll call. This is by no means complete, but Scarface, I think he was in Carlito's Way. Boogie Nights, amazing role in Boogie Nights. The Addams Family, the Wednesday Show, which is like the new Addams Family reboot on Netflix. He plays Gomez. He was just in the new Eddie Murphy Beverly Hills Cop movie. I think it's Axel F is what it's the official name of it. And yeah, he's just a legend. He's like an important guy because I mean he lives up here in the area, like next town over, basically. And it's just a great giving dude, generous. He's made such a difference over the years here in this community. And so, yeah, when I approached him, like, hey, man, you want to kind of jump in here to talk? He was like, totally, I'd happy to do it. And so, yeah, that is who Louis Guzman is. I mean, the kind of crass answer is he's a famous actor, but the true honest answer is he's just a great dude. So, yeah. Yeah. Okay. That's fair, RJ. That's all good. Yeah. Okay, Gary, that was awesome. I'm actually going to bring this back because, yeah, in the middle of the night, Gary asked me, it was very funny. He like asked me, what's your favorite number, like between 1 and 100? And so I just ended, Pablo's going to spill a cup of coffee now. Like we have this like empty, I think it was Alfred's mug from last night. And Pablo's like trying to knock it over. So yeah, last night, I don't remember what time it was. Gary asks me, so pick a number 1 through 100. And I just randomly said 64. And then he's like, I don't know, like an hour later, he's like, oh, go look on Twitter. And when I looked at it, it was hysterical to me. Here, I'm going to share it with you guys right now. So you're not like guessing what it is. So yeah, here is Gary's masterpiece. This is great. It's got like it's a NASCAR with Kurt Cobain and Pablo on it and our logo. You know, Kurt and Pablo on the other side, Allison, me, and Pablo. And this is actually this picture of us, which is like what we always kind of call our first family portrait on the farm. You know, this was back in like the winter of 2018. And it is Allison's favorite picture of us by far. Like it is like she's always trying to get me to resolution it up and find ways to improve it because it's not like the greatest resolution because it wasn't shot with the greatest camera. But this is Allison's favorite picture of us by far. It's like, yeah, Allison, me, and Pablo. You know, it's funny. The year after we took this picture, we tried to take a picture where it was like Allison, me, Pablo, and Lil. But as we were like, I was holding Lil and Allison was holding Pablo, and the two cats started to attack each other at the same time. I can try to dig it up, but it's a very, very funny picture. But yeah, this is what Gary put together, and it's awesome. And Gary, I really appreciate it, and I really appreciate you. But it was a lot of fun. But yeah, I mean, honestly, that like as I look back on this night and day, it's those types of things that are going to be like some of my favorite memories of all of this. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was just kind of just a cool little thing to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody's going to have the tolerance or patience to kind of watch them in segments. And so like I said, probably what I'm going to do is take 24 hours and condense it down to like somewhere between 30 minutes and an hour. If I had to guess what I'm going to ultimately do. But yeah, I will probably put this out as a video. Oh, okay. Morgan, growing up, did you have Avery or Hosmer soda? I grew up in New Haven, so Foxon Park. And when I lived in Newington, it was Polar Seltzer, Hosmer. So didn't really have Avery, but Hosmer played a huge role in my teenage years. So I went to high school in Manchester, Connecticut at so I made a whole video about the school. And when I made the video, I used the name Central Catholic High School. Anybody's in Manchester will know that that's not the real name of the place, and they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But we'll just say I went to Central Catholic High School. And Central Catholic High School was like a very short walk away from the little old Hosmer Mountain soda store. And yeah, we would always like, after we ditch out on 8th period and leave class, if we had study hall, and leave school, and if we had study hall, we'd stop at Hosmer Soda, and then we'd go to this record store that some friends of ours had started called Mutiny. And yeah, we'd just hang out and like listen to records and, you know, BS with each other. And it's just sort of like the hangout spot. Some friends of mine who had bands, they had like practice space behind there. And yeah, like, so like you just even mentioning Hosmer, like it like kind of unlocks a core memory for me. And probably my favorite flavor of Hosmer was always cola champagne. Cola champagne. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I miss hockey. I love hockey. Honestly, this was one of the better cups in a while. And I really enjoyed it. I got into it big time. I was rooting hard for Edmonton. I was really wanting to see them win. But yeah, I very much enjoyed it. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to do it tomorrow, so it's not going to be tomorrow's video, just to manage expectations. But yeah, there will be. It might be a week or so from now, so you got a week, Casey. Yeah, if you want to go through, I'll make sure that they stitch together as like a continuous play, so you can just kind of at the end of each segment, you'll go to the next one. I had to break up the segments for a couple of reasons. So last year, I totally, even though people were warning me, I screwed it up. And I just like kept it running for more than 12 hours. And so it deletes the end of the video. So you actually don't even get to see like us hitting the goal last year. And so that was kind of a bummer. And then, so that's why, and then on Facebook, your actual time limit is 8 hours. And so I've been trying to break them out into like 8-ish hour chunks. I ran over a little bit because I didn't realize the Facebook thing until, I don't know, maybe about 9 hours in. But that is why it's in 3 parts. Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fun stuff. It was weird. I'm going to say this now because I don't even remember some of the stuff that happened at this point because I'm just tired and punch drunk, and I've been, you know, pretty much talking constantly for 20 hours or I guess 21 hours now. I don't even remember some of the things I said. and so I hope I didn't say anything offensive. If I said something that was indelicate, I would like to apologize already. That was probably not my intention. I've just been kind of going so fast and going so long. If I tripped and stumbled, please know I just have not had any malice or offense. And if there's something specific, I'll address it specifically. But I don't think I said anything bad or horrible, but I don't know. I could be wrong. Now everybody's going to go back and really comb the archives to see if I did say something. Like I'm going to get Cody Code. Well, I shouldn't even joke about that because that is pretty horrible. But yeah, I think people are going to go. Oh, I missed a big donation. Wait. Okay. And by the way, guys, I really appreciate it because I have so many screens up and I'm only on the laptop now. I can only look at a couple tabs at a time. If I miss something, don't hesitate to call me out and tell me, because I really appreciate just the heads up, and I want to be able to thank folks who are able to donate. Okay, what came in? What came in? Let me look. Oh wow, I'm gonna do a total here in a second, especially because we're close. Oh hey, Tulos, thank you for that donation. Thank you very much. And oh, Jerry coming in from Canada with $200. Thank you. I'm still also blown away with the number of international donations we've had. So thank you very much for that, Jerry. That's super, super generous and very much appreciated. So thank you, Jerry. Whew. Okay. You guys want to do some totals? Should we total up and see how close we're going to get? And again, let's think about some of our stretch goals here. We have the $110,000 goal. If we hit that, oh, by the way, if we hit 100,000, I will do a slow dance with Lil Barn Cat. You'll probably watch me sneeze a lot. If we hit 110K, we will do a live stream with Alfred dressed as Wednesday Addams. I don't know. Maybe I might even actually see if I can get Louis to call back in again, because I think that would actually be pretty funny. So if we hit 110, that's where we go. If we get 150, I will be obligated to get sheep in the next. I need to give myself a little bit of a window. I can't just say it'll be tomorrow, but within the next 12 months, I will be obligated to get sheep. And if I hit 200K within the next 12 months, I will be obligated to get goats. And so those are both of those. And I didn't even know add it up. I'm just laughing at BK Miller's comment. Yes, Screech Powers showed up at one point, and Screech was like talking to like some disincorporated floating teeth. It was kind of crazy. So currently we're at $86,059. Let's see where we get to here. $86,059. Dry this off. Now let's check our donation levels here. We're going to check the YouTube fund. We're at 26,817. And then if I check the GoFundMe number, hang on. Your total impact is, oh, holy smoky dokies. $60,096. So we're at 60,000, a little bit over 60,000 on GoFundMe, and we're at 26,000 on YouTube. So let's total this up and get our grand total number. I could probably do this in my head, but I won't risk it and embarrass myself. 60,096 plus 26,817 equals $86,913. Oh, we are getting close. Oh, we're going to do this by the skin of our teeth. I wonder. I don't know if we're going to make it. I don't know. I'm worried we might not make it. $86,913. There you go. That is pretty great. Hey, how's it going? My better half is arriving. So, Allison, you got some good news.
Yeah.
$86,913 is our total. We're getting close.
That's amazing.
I also made a couple of commitments that here, sit down. You might want to be seated before I tell you what these commitments are.
Oh boy.
So number one, if we get to 100,000, I have to do a slow dance with Lil Barn Cat.
Okay.
Which she's not going to enjoy.
Does she pick the song?
You can pick the song. How about that?
Okay.
All right.
About it.
110,000. We have to do a live stream with Alfred dressed as Wednesday Addams, which I think will be kind of funny.
That's perfect.
Everybody got to see his Halloween costume last night, and so they were dying from that.
Yeah, what's the Halloween costume? Was he?
Oh, you've never seen it?
No.
Oh, here, I'm going to show you the picture. I'll show everybody the picture because it is pretty hysterical. So this is Alfred's Halloween costume from last year. So yeah, if we hit 110,000, we will be doing a live stream together with him dressed like that. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'd do like an Uncle Fester or something funny.
Oh, dude, you're not shaving your head. That's gonna be beyond scary. That's scary.
I can't shave my head. No.
Family.
Here, you might need to get a little closer for the
But
microphone.
This is where the seat is.
I know. So, but then if we hit 150,000, do you see what our commitment is?
Sheep.
Yes, we will have to become sheeple if we hit 150,000.
As in we become sheeple or we get sheep?
We become sheep owners.
Our own sheep?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I think we're kind of far. I think we're kind of far. We're still at 86,913.
Well, I know someone who wants a ballet black nose.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You should tell everybody about that.
Show pictures of them.
Okay. So Allison actually does. She would actually love to have sheep, but only if it's a very specific variety. And that specific variety is the ballet black nose sheep. Hold on. I'm going to show you guys a picture because they are pretty adorable looking. Like, and why are you obsessed with these ballet black nose? Like, what was it that did it for you?
What was that show on the BBC?
It was like there was like this British farmer show, and
Elfie.
Yeah, there was this one like little sheep that this one farmer had named Elfie. That you still we watched it like 2 or 3 years ago, and you still talk about that sheep.
Yeah, I'm in love with her.
Yeah, but yeah, so this is what the Valet Black Nose looks like, and they're really expensive. And I do know a breeder in Vermont who has Valet Black Nose.
But look at the little face. Look at them. Oh. They're like baby dolls.
Yeah, they are kind of adorable. I will give you that. And they do actually produce really good wool. So, yeah, I think if I had to be forced to get sheep, even though they might not be the ones I'd personally pick, I know you wouldn't let me get any other type, pretty much. And then, can you describe the conversation we had as I was saying goodnight to you last night? And I talked about the $200,000 stretch goal.
I was so tired. What?
You were terrified.
Oh.
You were very worried that you were going to wake up and find out that we have to own goats.
Yeah. So goats are really cute, and I've always been a big fan of them. But now that I have a garden, I'm afraid that we're going to have little Houdinis falling. What?
What's that?
Screech.
Oh yeah. It's a very long. Things got very weird last night.
Oh my god. So anyway, having goats escape into my garden and eat it up, it's kind of scary.
Yeah.
And I don't know if your building skills have gotten better, but I don't know if you are up to the level of goat containment.
Like Fort Knox for goats.
Yeah.
I think it's a reasonable thing. A lot of people are pushing for fainting goats, which, I was talking to Jess earlier this morning, and Jess does a lot of goat experience, and she was like, I could just tell by the look on her face. She didn't want to say anything mean or rude about them, but I could tell that like they were not registering as a positive.
Also, me going out there and doing CPR on goats every like 20 minutes doesn't sound too great. I feel like
pygmy goats. I could maybe see us getting pygmy goats.
I did look some up. So last night when I saw the goal and I see what an awesome job everyone's been doing of raising money, I did decide if we have to get goats, little pygmy goats, they would be really cute. And maybe if we could set them up with like a little room in the barn and just have to do like, like a pen around it.
Mm-hmm.
So that way they have nice shelter and not something to go like leaping off of. Because my biggest fear is that they're going to have, they're going to be like flying out of our fencing.
Yeah. So Allison,
yes, Morgan.
If we are short of our 100,000 goal, but say we got to 95,000, would that be enough to convince you to do a garden tour video?
I could be convinced if someone wants to help me move some mulch.
Ooh, so I got to be in the mulch moving business. All right. I'll take that deal up. All right.
You got the muscles.
All right. We'll all right. So if we get to 95,000, so consider this like if we missed the mark, but we still, you guys still did an incredible job. 95,000, you get the garden tour with Allison. But yeah.
Maybe we'll even have tomatoes. We're not there yet.
Yeah, I think regardless, we're still gonna want to wait like maybe about 2 weeks before we do the garden tour, just because it's still it's looking great. I mean, we can even walk over there in a minute, but it still needs just time to grow and progress. And
yeah, I think we've gotten about 4 shishito peppers.
The onions are coming along well, but they're not ready.
Garlic's coming along really well.
Yep, that's not in the garden though.
Yeah, that's true.
But that's in the side garden. And what else? Oh, I got a couple of yellow squash.
Yeah.
I made lemon loaf with it.
Hey Hazel, how's it going? Oh yeah, I will make that sacrifice of mulch moving, even though it is my least favorite task. And I don't know, you're not happy when I do it with a tractor.
No, we're doing it by hand. So thank you, Edward, for making for bringing up some time for my husband to help me out in the garden.
Mm-hmm. So talk about our garlic crop. I feel like our garlic crop was actually pretty good last year.
So I don't think we can call it. So we put it in a really good spot, or what should be a very well fertilized spot, thanks to the Piggly Wigglies. So it's over kind of in the grassy area. I put down some straw, so hopefully it shouldn't have too many weeds competing with the garlic. And the green tops of the garlic are looking pretty good. But I'm a little worried about all the wetness we've been having. I've only grown garlic in the past in our raised beds, which I think helps the drainage. And I guess we're going to see how it does in the wild. Yeah,
I mean, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. All right, hold on. AJ Groom just made a donation. Let's take a look. Let's see where did AJ go? I'm not seeing it. I just saw some folks thank him. Oh, there it is. Thank you, AJ. It's really, really appreciated. Thank you. All right. Yoga goats. I mean, we like yoga.
I do like yoga.
But goats poop everywhere. And
I do. I feel like last time I was like dodging like Hershey Kisses the whole time. I was trying to do yoga. And when I have goat time, I want to enjoy my goats, especially baby goats.
Yeah, I know. You do have very much a soft spot for baby goats.
Yeah. I still have the screensaver on my phone.
Yeah,
Morgan feeding a baby goat.
Yeah, which is like, that's from, I mean, what, were we in New York still even when that picture was taken? Or maybe we were in DC. I don't remember, but it was a long time ago. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, you were still a youngin'.
Yeah, it was easily a decade or more. Allison, what's your favorite polar flavors?
That's a really hard one. So I will start out by saying that orange vanilla is the most disgusting thing ever, and you got to keep that away from me. Like, limoncello is another one. I don't like creamy fruit flavors. So those are my two no-goes. That is to say that everything else is pretty gosh darn good. I am partial to the Seltzer Aid, the one that Morgan has over there, the watermelon. That's a quality one. I like the starfruit one too. That was a good one. And lately I've been making fancy seltzers because I'm a grown-up lady who do whatever she wants. And mixing balsamic vinegar flavors with the seltzer and a little bit of like mint or basil. So lemon with some lemon balsamic and some basil, top notch.
Yeah.
You're just like doing straight up canned seltzer, buddy.
I know. Well, it's funny. My bladder feels like it's going to burst still. Like, I'm like, I got to take another break. Hey, by the way, I do want to say a shout out and thank you to Raymond for that very generous donation. You know, guys, as you keep making these donations, like if everybody just gives just a little bit, what they feel comfortable with, it will help get us there. We are creeping slowly but surely towards that goal. We're just under 3 hours left, but I don't know. I think we just might make it. Let's see if we can get there. And yeah, you've become kind of a master of mixing. It's like sort of like you have these like three like core ingredients of like some sort of seltzer, some sort of balsamic vinegar, and some sort of herb, and like mixing that up, and that's how you make your fancy. Like where I'm like a straight from the can kind of guy, you're like you make your little fancy lady drink.
Yeah. And the black cherry, that one is really good with elderberry syrup.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't like the straight seltzer as much. You're much more about making some sort of like little like mocktail almost.
Yeah, every day's an occasion. You don't need to wait for a special occasion.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, the wild catnip. That is some crazy stuff.
Oh, should I go get some?
How does baby Jins feel about catnip?
Oh, baby Jins goes nuts. All right. You guys can hang out with Allison. She's going to answer your questions. And I will be right back with hopefully a barn cat and a surprise for barn cats. That'll be fun. I'll be right back.
Well, baby Jins isn't going to be that hard. She likes attention.
She sure does.
Okay. Oh, how do I do this?
You can just read them all. You don't
Do I have to click on them?
Don't worry about it.
Okay. So am I removing the scapes? Here, let me try this out, guys. I'm new to this. Okay. So the scapes, Morgan is the one who likes garlic scapes. I actually, I end up having like garlic breath for 4 days if I have any garlic. So I personally keep away from them, but I have a whole bunch in the fridge for Morgan right now. And he's going to probably blend them up with some olive oil and put them in the freezer and then uses them kind of like you would with like minced garlic and such. Oh gosh, there are so many comments. You guys are so wonderful. This is tough to keep up with. So tomatoes. I have to admit, friends, I lost all of my seedlings this year in a bit of a drought disaster we had in our laundry room. I went on a work trip and Morgan was in charge of seedlings, and regretfully, they did not get watered. He tried his best, but he could not revive them after forgetting about them. You know, when they're super tiny, they need twice a day watering every single day, and you miss one and everything goes to poop. So I ended up buying a whole bunch of tomatoes, the starts, and I cannot remember what I got. I am so sorry. We're going to find out together. It looks like, if I were to guess, I think I see some Amish paste because they have the very unique shape of the green tomatoes that are growing. But I may also have some San Marzanos, so definitely some of the sauce tomatoes. And oh, I love all the garden talk, guys. This is wonderful. Watermelons or melons. So this is where being in Vermont is super tricky. We can grow those, but they take a long time to grow. I imagine if I can find a shorter melon, like one that only needs like 75 days or so, then I could probably manage it. But the truth is, I don't like watering. So even if I could find a melon that I could grow in time, that poor baby is not going to be growing with my help. I'm just a little bit more hands off than that. Pops, what you doing, sweetheart? Hi, honey. Look, he comes for me.
Yeah, I know.
Hi, sweetie.
He is your cat. I'm not
Come on.
disputing that.
Here, I'm gonna go get him.
All right, you go get Pablo. He'll be here in just a moment. So, as you guys may know, I've been growing a ton of catnip, and the catnip's starting to flower. And what's been amazing to see is the reaction that the cats are having to the catnip. Describe what happened with Lil the other day.
So somebody brought a huge head of catnip in the house, and Lil got a little freaked out. I think she may have had a little bit more catnip than her little body could handle. Her eyes got huge.
Yeah, they got huge and like almost glassy. It was kind of hysterical. Let's see. I don't think I've done this. I did this with Ginny. I have not done it with Pablo yet.
Oh, do you like it?
Now he's just starting to lick my hand and rub up against me.
No, he likes it. He likes it.
Oh, now he's chowing down on it.
You can't see his cute little face, though.
Here, wait, I'm going to move the camera on you guys. Hang on so you can get a better Pablo view. Yeah, he's going to town on this catnip.
Yeah,
So I actually
he
think
likes it.
so. One of my plans was I was going to dry a bunch of this catnip and sell it as Pablo Escobar brand catnip, and I still plan on doing that. But I've actually decided, just as we're sitting here now watching Pablo chomp on it, all proceeds from the sales are going to go to the one of the, or I'm going to split them up probably through a couple of the GoFundMe's that we're doing here. So all of it will be donated.
That sounds
So
wonderful.
that'll be a fun little thing that you guys probably see pop up later this summer. And as you can see, Pablo is absolutely loving this stuff. And
it smells strong too.
yeah,
he's chomping on
he's just
it.
like, it's like he's having lunch right now, and it's all catnip.
Yeah, well, let's not pretend that Pablo doesn't love food. He'll eat compost if he gets.
I know, it's so sad, but he will eat anything he gets the opportunity to. Poor Minerva.
Minerva.
All right, I'm keeping up with the chat.
Okay,
Here.
I was doing a really good job.
You were? All right, cool. I mean,
yeah.
So this is the first time you've ever done a live stream, right? Did you ever do it before? I'm trying to remember.
I just showed up like a couple minutes for one.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you popped on really, really quickly last night when you came home.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think this is the first time like you've actually sat down for some quality live stream time.
Okay. Animals.
Yeah. It's very well said, Sarah. Very well said.
Especially the longer this goes on, I think.
Yeah, I mean,
you without sleep.
It's amazing watching Allison she does tame Pablo. It like Pablo for me is like flipping a coin. Either I'm gonna get a cat who licks my hand or a cat who's gonna like eat my hand. But for you, he's pretty consistently. But look at his eyes. Oh wow, he's doing the same thing that Lil did. Like he's all juiced up right now. Like
what were you getting into, sweetie?
I got him. I was trying to call him with a little bit of food. I just like 3 pieces of kibble. It's fine. But yeah, no, he's zoning in right now. He's
very happy.
He's got big glassy eyes, just like Lil does.
This stuff smells.
I feel like we might have stumbled on something pretty incredible. I gotta start drying those. Like it's strong.
It is. We can dry it here in the barn. If you
yeah. All right. We'll probably start cutting it and drying it soon because it's getting to be pretty prodigious. And I want to get the like the buds at their peak fullness there before they like fully flower out.
Well, you also want the leaves too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'll probably do mixes and we might even blend some. So maybe there'll be like a Pablo blend and a Ginny blend and a Lil blend or something like that.
Yeah, we can.
We'll figure it out. But there is going to be some Goldshaw Farm catnip that gets sold later this year. Okay, I think that is a reasonable statement, Bug. We'll think about this. Hey, what's going on?
Oh,
yeah, the 2 or 3 of us. Yeah, we're kind of all hanging out. Yeah, Pablo sure does love his nip. That is 100% true. Yeah, he will just check. Like actually, all the cats will eat catnip. Like I feel like I've seen them do it. He's the most aggressive with eating it though, for sure. But he's the most aggressive for eating anything.
Yeah.
Actually, Lil is in when she was a kitten, she was hard to get her to eat.
Oh, she would not.
She would like refuse to eat certain things.
She would eat like one kibble at a time, carefully setting it aside.
Or she'd like boycott all chicken-based like cat foods, and she'd only eat like seafood-based cat foods. Like there was a time where she was like really, really picky. Now she's also like. Why don't you tell them? Yeah, why don't you tell them about Lil's nickname? Because I don't think I've ever talked about this in a video or anything.
So Lillian Elizabeth House Cat is nicknamed Butter Piglet.
Lil Barn Cat. This is a ongoing fight we have.
Because we found that in her, this being our picky little kitten, she has developed some weird habits. And when Morgan was trying to, help her slim down, we found our butter dish on the ground broken with just the tiniest little fang marks in it, just like right down the side. And this occurred at least 2 or 3 times where we found
she broke because she knocked over the metal one.
Yep.
And so then we were like, oh, let's get a heavier one. And then you got that whale one, like we got like a whale butter dish that you really liked.
And then she broke butter whale.
Yeah, and you were very upset about that.
I'm very upset about it. It was so cute.
And just so, and people are wondering, we are a household that keeps our butter out of the fridge. I know that that's a bit of controversy, but I think it's
but
better.
it doesn't get that hot.
Yeah.
I only put it in the fridge if it gets really hot, and we go through it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And now we have this like heavy utilitarian.
It's like 10-pound butter dish just because it's the only thing that Lil can't knock over.
Yeah. And it's not like we're starving her. She's getting 2 round can meals a day.
Yeah. Of Brand X.
Yep. But she's she loves her butter.
All right. Pablo approved. Stretch goal. If we make it, that yes, thank you for
I appreciate that very much, Ecole.
Would you want to drip that? I don't think you do.
So I'll admit, I think it's the minimalist and environmentalist in me, where I feel like we get enough rain up here that plants can survive. I'm not saying I never water the plants if there's like a drought, but I also feel like plants are part of nature and they can figure it out. Like I have, with the exception of my abysmal eggplant production, and actually I think it's just eggplants.
Eggplants are the one thing you really have just not been able to crack the code on.
But this year, I may have
maybe will.
I see some babies growing. I have not had really negative outcomes from doing minimal watering. I go out there every once in a while, throw a couple watering cans on it. I feel like if you get plants used to being in drier conditions, or what your natural conditions are, if they're suited for it, they'll do it. They'll actually cooperate. And I don't like manipulating nature that much. I feel like,
yeah, I mean, but the reality is, based on the amount of rain we get,
we're fine.
You probably water them after that, like first week, like the first like 2 or 3 weeks, you'll water them very regularly.
Yeah.
But then after that, you probably water them like 4 times, 5 times that summer. Like it's not a lot. And so, yeah, I mean, I think it just doesn't necessarily necessitate the drip. It's like almost overkill.
I feel like it would also just be another thing for us to potentially run over with the tractor, or, me mess up.
Yeah, no, I kind of agree with you. So the weather today, it's my watch is dead, so I can't tell you the temperature, but it's like
it's in the upper 60s, 68 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I think it's like mid 70s is gonna be the high. It's like
it's not
partly
humid.
sunny, not humid. This is like when you talk about how Vermont has amazing summers. It's days like today and yesterday. It's like
we've had maybe 2 weeks of summer days this year.
Yeah, it's been a rough summer between like either crazy rain or crazy heat and humidity. Mm-hmm. It's made it kind of miserable. And so last 2 or 3 days have been outstanding. The mayor, after his behavior post catnip, I think that is fair. We elected Pablo the mayor at one point.
That seems about right.
Yeah, because I think the question was like, who's in charge, Toby or Pablo? I'm like, oh, it's Pablo. Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, I feel like mayor is a very generous term. I feel like president for life is probably a little more accurate.
Yes, Pablo is gorgeous. Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I'm gonna be doing. So I'm gonna I actually probably tomorrow when I'm shooting a video, I might just actually cut all the catnip and get it strung up.
It'll probably grow back because it and even if you raise it, it's such an invasive plant.
Yeah, exactly.
In a wonderful way and not.
So William, Toby Dog is not too far away. I'll actually bring him back in a little bit. But yeah. So Allison, you're off the hook now. I really appreciate it. You did a really good job. Was this as bad as you thought it was going to be?
No, especially with Pablo.
Yeah. See, I knew that was part of my plan. I knew you'd be like, oh, forget Pablo. It's like your, security blanket kind of, right?
No, he's just my favorite person. I mean, I love you, but Pablo, he sits on the porch with me. We do quiet reading time. He lets me tell him all about my thoughts without having to talk back, which is sometimes nice.
Okay, I'll check up on that. I mean, I'd be curious. I have an idea of actually how to do the packaging. So yeah, but I'd be curious about your ideas for sure. So I won't be able to follow up today, but I'll look back on this one and check in on it.
Oh, Amy Dean knows what's up.
Yeah, actually so many people have been helpful because there was a couple times where like Ginny was like on my shoulder last night when people were like, you better go wash your hands. I'm like, oh, you're right. I better go wash my hands or else this will be really bad. and so, yeah.
That's a good thing about the live streams. Y'all can keep in mind.
Yeah, keep me honest. Because, well, I mean, so many of these folks have seen me have the full on like snuggly woogly breakout where it's like, I can't stop rubbing my eyes and my nose and I start sneezing like crazy. And there's nothing more embarrassing than having that happen on a live stream. I will say it's pretty rough.
Okay. So
awesome. Well, thank you for doing this. I really, really appreciate it. Oh, handshake. How official. And I will see you guys later. We'll see you later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
I'm getting so
everyone.
tired.
Yeah. Do you need some coffee? Do you have your coffee?
I probably shouldn't drink any more coffee because I really genuinely want to like take a nap after this and like not go to sleep for night.
I
but
think
like,
you'll have earned it.
Yeah.
Do you need breakfast?
That would be awesome.
Okay. I'll go make you some breakfast. Okay. Thank you, everybody.
All right. I appreciate it. Love you.
Love you.
Okay, guys. Should we do a tally up and we will have our next guest come and make an appearance? First, let me start the tallying. Okay, let's see what we got. So our current number is $86,913. We're gonna erase that here. 86,900. So we're just shy of 87. Let's see where we end up. I bet we can crack 87. Our YouTube total. Let's see what our YouTube total is. Oh, wow. By the way, thank you guys, Anonymous, for that donation that just came in right before the buzzer. And thank you for that other anonymous donation. Where are we at with the donations? We are at $27,092. $27,092. And then our GoFundMe number. Where is our GoFundMe number? Hold on, I'm getting to it. Your impact is $61,006. 61,006. So here, I can do this one in my head. We got 98,008.
Wow.
So we're at $88,000. We're just a little bit over $88,000, and we have 2.5 hours left. So guys, we're getting close. Do you think we can do it? If you want to keep bugging the Polar Beverage Company, if you want to call the media like Rose was saying earlier, let's find ways to get some attention and get folks in here. And yeah, let's bring on our next guest, who has actually, she and her family have been staying here at the farm for, I think it's been the last 2 or 3 days. I'm going to kind of tell you the story about what happened there and how they ended up here, and even give you a little bit of why they're here. But come on down, Olivia.
I was taking pictures of these giant spiders you have in the window.
Yeah, people get freaked out by them. I actually think they're good because they help with mosquitoes and the other stuff that we have around.
What kind of spiders are those?
Orb spiders. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
the ones that like have the really pretty webs.
Yeah.
I was like, holy crap,
Yeah.
they're huge.
Yeah, we get really big ones. So like you'll find them out in pasture a lot, but then they'll come into the barn, and I actually, unless they're in a spot where it's like I'm gonna like walk right into the web constantly, I kind of just let them do their thing because they help with controlling the insects. It's actually useful.
Yeah.
So this is my friend Olivia. Olivia, introduce yourself to everybody. This is the whole crew.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, my name's Olivia, and I have the YouTube channel called Breaking New Roots. So my husband and I, Paul, we farmed in Indiana, and we sold it all a year and a half ago, right? Yeah, a year and a half ago.
Oh, it's been that long already.
I know, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, all right.
And we are now traveling the country, visiting small farms, and sharing their story to our audience on our channel.
And, you know, when we were talking, I was like, oh, yeah, you guys should definitely come out to New England, July, August. It's the perfect time. You should totally come out. It'll be fun. We'll hang out. I've got friends you can go visit and shoot stuff with. You can come do a tour here. We'll do the whole thing. And like, so you guys booked a camping site. You have your RV that you guys have been living, or camper you've been living in last year plus. And what happened?
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a crazy day in general, but all the flooding here added to some of the complexity. So a couple of roads were washed out. Well, we have a 44-foot fifth wheel.
Yeah, it's a biggie. It's
a huge
but I mean, you're a family
trailer.
of 4 living in this thing. Like, this is your home,
Right.
so
Yeah,
you
so
kind of
we
need a
the
little bit.
room.
Yeah,
the room is comfortable. I tease that we basically live in a single wide, so it just goes with us all the time. So yeah, the flooding happened, but you were like, yeah, I think it's still okay. Like, I think you guys can still come. The campground we had booked, they're like, oh, it's still okay.
because they swore you up. Because I remember like so where the campground that they had is, I don't know, it's about a half an hour, 25 minutes from here, and I know it because I actually used to commute and drive by it every day, and I'm like, are they okay? Like, are they going to be flooded out? And so you called.
Yeah, I called and they were like, no, we're fine. We're open. We're taking reservations. And actually, I mean, we booked this, like 3 or 4 months in advance.
It was a while ago. Yeah.
And there were like almost no campgrounds available here. And I should say ones that can accommodate us because we're so big. This is prime time to be up in New England. So we found one, thankfully, and we were there. And yes, she said that, that's great. We can come. So we get there, and long story short, we bottomed out 4 times, and it just was very tight. And because of the flooding, campers had moved. They were very tight, and they couldn't fit us. It wasn't going to work. We are way too big. So in a panic, and after a very long day of travel and storms and things, I called Morgan and I was like, can I stay at your house? And he was like, what? Like right now? Yes. Like right now. Can I come to your house and just stay?
And the day you called me was that day. I don't know. I've described it a little bit in videos. I described it here. Like when we talked about the other day with Rose and Alex about moving out of the house and like moving all these possessions and doing all this stuff, it was that day. So we've been going nonstop for like pretty much 48 hours of like flood crisis relief efforts. And so you called me, oh yeah, all right, we'll figure it out. Just come on by. I was like, all right, yeah. Like, yeah.
And we should say too, coming up here, we're farm city for you.
Yeah.
So that was also like the main driver of us being here. And so I was like, it's just for a night. We'll find a new campground to go to. And
now you're gonna get hanging out for almost a month.
3 weeks.
3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got some farm residents. It's gonna be fun. Actually, extra folks here. So yeah, it'll be really good. So yeah. And so now I'm curious, as you guys have been traveling around the country, and you've probably done what, like 30, 40 farms at this point, even more than that.
Oh no, we're past 90.
Golly, that's amazing.
Yeah.
What would you say is like kind of the 3 most important things for the farms that are succeeding? Like what are like the ingredients that are the 3 most important things?
Organization is definitely one. I think everyone can agree to that, but when you have a farm, it's hard to remind yourself to stay organized, right? Like sometimes when you have a farm and it's very busy, it can feel like you're in crisis management all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And then the biggest thing that Paul and I are taking away specifically is sorry guys, apparently my brain's not working today.
I'm the one running on this.
I know, you're the one that's like half dead over here. No, so like the biggest thing would be not diversifying too much. As farmers, we did it ourselves. We wanted all the things. We had cows, pigs, chickens, garden. We wanted to get turkeys. We wanted to do like all of these things. And by spreading ourselves so thin, it really caused a lot of extra stress. And we've realized that if we personally would have just stayed with chickens, we would have been in a much different situation. I'm glad that we're on the journey that we're on. I'm glad that we sold. I'm glad that we're doing what we're doing. But I've seen that a lot. So a lot of farmers that we've seen that are feeling way more successful than when they started, they have scaled down. They have niched down. They're not doing 16, 17 different enterprises. They're doing 3 or 2. I'd say those things.
Yeah, no, I think that's interesting. And I guess, not without naming names, what was the most like insane, scary, crazy, like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening moment that you guys have had so far?
Yeah, that was the other day.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I can go into it a little bit, but basically we were going to go from New York to Vermont, and it was going to be like a 6-hour drive. And we have 2 small kids. We have a 4-year-old and a 2-year-old and a dog. and a 44-foot fifth wheel. Like it's just a lot to manage. So we're like, well, let's just stop halfway. We stayed at a harvest host. You guys don't know what a harvest host is, and if you are like a traveler, harvest host is awesome. You definitely should check it out. So we stayed at a harvest host. It was a farm. When we were driving through, there was a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning coming through that we were in, and I was like, oh, I think we can get to the farm in time before it like really hits. And we got there and it immediately was pouring, and there was a tornado in the next town, and trees were blown down. And then once things like subsided, the farmer was like, yeah, so we don't have any power. And our road is closed with 3 down trees. So we made it. Thankfully, like if we had stopped and waited for the storm to go away before we hit the farm, we wouldn't have been able to stay at that farm. So it definitely worked out.
Yeah.
But that was scary.
I can only imagine.
I mean, when you're in a camper and it's your house, like we get really nervous about like bad weather because that's our house, right? And we've seen like campgrounds where the trailers are just upside down. Yeah.
No, I can only imagine. So I want to do a quick shout out and thank you to Andromeda for that donation there to the Peacham Emergency Fund. Also a shout out to Bug. Thank you, Bug, for the 15,000 Colombian pesos. That's awesome. Really, seriously, anytime you guys are giving just like that, it means the world to us. And I know this is not easy for you guys to contribute, but for our tiny little community, as we're struggling right now, it's so helpful, and we are so appreciative. So thank you guys for that. Thank you, Anonymous, for that donation there. And we're getting there. We're creeping close. It's going to be down to the wire, I think. We can get a couple more donations. I might bring Toby Dog back for some good luck here towards the end. So Olivia, I guess another thing, like as you guys are out there driving around the country, like how long do you expect to do this? Are you going to do this forever? Is this going to be like another 6 months? And if it's not forever, what are you looking for?
So we want to see all the states, or at least the continental states. And we want to see as many farms as we can. Our goal when we set out was that with YouTube monetization, that would help us stay on the road longer. And right now, full transparency, we're just in this weird spot where like our savings is kind of drying up. YouTube isn't exactly paying all of our income right now. So we want to take it as far as we can, but that might not be the reality. So we're trying to be flexible with that, with also having the desire of wanting to go. So that's why we're only staying here for 3 weeks. We are going to go back to Indiana for August and September and just kind of regroup and see, can we really like push this through? But if we had it all of our way, it would probably be like another 1.5 years or 2 years. But at the end of that, we definitely want to have a farm again. It'd probably be more like a homestead and just be ours. I'm not sure we would really do retail sales. Yeah. Again, we did farm to table, beef, pork, and chicken. Loved our customers, loved the farmers market. But when being on this journey and being able to just like kind of pause and see what we want as a family, I'm not sure that that's really what we want.
So when you were operating your farm, like what was that hardest part of like keeping the business afloat and kind of moving?
It was the kids.
Yeah.
Honestly, I mean, we had Lincoln during the middle of COVID, and then Sydney was the fall of 22, and the farm was booming, but expenses were rising. And Paul was a firefighter paramedic, so he was gone for 24 hours at a time. So I'm home with a kid and a half while I was pregnant, or 2 kids, and everything is still demanded upon. All the animals still need taken care of. So it was just hard to juggle all of the things of wanting to be the mom that I wanted to be, and the farmer that I wanted to be, and the business owner that I wanted to be, and the customer service representative that I wanted to be, and doing all of those things, and having a husband who had to leave, for a full 24 hours at a time. Yeah, so
kind of doing that shift work. It's hard.
Yeah. And I can't say we enjoyed in the moment we enjoyed it, but when we sat down and looked at the big picture and we were like, yeah, I just don't think that this is what we want anymore. So, we're really enjoying being able to just take that step back and really focus on our family more than anything right at this point.
Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, Sarah, thank you so much for that. Really, really appreciated. Another question I had for you, Olivia, is, and careful, Pablo might attack the lights again. So
as you guys are out there thinking about kind of where you ultimately want to end up, what would you say are the biggest must-haves for kind of what will help you settle on where you want to end up?
I think it depends on what we find,
Mhm.
right? Like
So you still feel like you're in the middle of things.
Yeah. Like, we think we want to go somewhere in Appalachia.
Mhm.
That's kind of where we want to end up. So we don't know if it'll be raw land. And we've talked about that. Like, oh, okay, a sawmill probably would be our like first investment. We've talked about how the livestock would be dependent on what the property needs.
Yep.
If it's very bushy, maybe we get like sheep or goats or pigs or something. I definitely want a dairy cow. So we've definitely, that's a have to have.
Mhm.
But I think it will just depend on the land. We've looked at, houses that maybe aren't livable, but there's already electric well and septic set up.
We got the trail in.
Right? Yeah, like we can live it. That's a new camper, so we can
Yeah.
live in it for a while. We take really good care of it. So yeah, I think it just depends on where we're called to go. We kind of try to keep that gut check and that intuition of being where we're supposed to be and doing what feels right and what the land looks like.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I think it's. I mean, it must be an exciting time, kind of like thinking about the possibilities. Like,
yeah, it also can be very overwhelming because
Yeah.
there are so many possibilities, right? And so being able to just like stop and, oh my, what do we have coming here?
Thank you. Go for it. Hang on, let's see.
Yeah.
Olivia, keep it going.
Hi, I'll just keep the party rolling. So I forget what we were talking about. Oh, what it would end up to be. So yeah, I'm not sure where we'll end up. I don't know if he's watching the comments at a certain spot, but let's see. Okay, Deborah asked, do you want to visit some farms in Canada? Well, so we would love to visit some farms in Canada, but we weren't sure what our travels would really look like when we set out. So we set out in December of 23 and we started in Mississippi and then we worked our way up the East Coast. So we weren't sure how far north we were going to be able to go. My passport has my maiden name on it because, we went to Mexico for our honeymoon and that's how that worked out. Paul's passport has expired and we don't have one for the kids. So once we got a bunch of farms in Canada that said, hey, we want you to come and see us, we were like, oh, that's kind of expensive to renew all of our passports and get the kids' passports. So, yeah, we'd love to go to Canada. Maybe if we can swing it like next summer. We're kind of thinking, so as long as we can continue on forward, we're going to go to Indiana and then we want to kind of go over like St. Louis and then down to Texas. And then we're thinking about like snaking up and down around through the seasons. But if we can swing out and around the West and go up, like the Canadian border next summer, that would be really fun. So, and then maybe make our way back over this way. So many different possibilities, and we're just kind of going where the road takes us, Let's see if there's any other comments on here. I'm not seeing too many other comments. I hope I didn't lose your spot.
No, it's all good.
Okay.
Sorry, guys. So they're doing some cleanup efforts down the road, and they needed a wheelbarrow. So it's like, yes, that's what I mean. You've actually. So actually, I'm curious now. Your take as you've been here in our neighborhood now for a couple of days and seen just how this is all playing out. Like, what's your reaction?
Yeah, it's definitely like bewilderment is like the word I would give it.
Okay.
Paul and I have talked about this a lot because we go to town or go get groceries or whatever, and seeing all of the roads washed out and just thinking like we're from the Midwest, like right, like we're from Indiana. It's flat. So if we get, how much you got 8 inches of rain and
somewhere, and it's probably between 6 and 8. We don't even actually know because it like broke the gauge.
But within like a really short time.
Oh yeah,
right?
like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we would have gotten something like that, we would have had flooding, but it all would have stayed stagnant, right? Like there's ditches that would have been overflowed. But I think and this is just my take on it, because it's so mountainous over here, the force of that water, like everything, that 8 inches that was on top of the mountain is going to come down.
Right. The velocity of it all. Yeah, exactly.
Versus in Indiana, it's just like, it might stay over there and some will be over here. Like we'll all probably be underwater, but the force of it isn't going to be there.
Yeah.
And so like there's a road that way where, I mean, it's a 1-lane road. And even I'm thinking it's 10 feet, 12 feet down like that. And the road is gone. Like it's there's nothing there. It's just a cliff. So like to rebuild that road, I'm like, holy crap, that's going to take a lot to do. And then seeing the trees that have been pushed over from it, the house is knocked off their foundations. I mean, it's one of those things like you can hear about it and see footage and stuff, but when you're on top of it, you're like, holy crap. Like I can't imagine what it was like physically being here.
Oh, it was nuts. Yeah.
And like you can't even do anything, right?
No, completely.
Like at least in Indiana, like we've had a couple floods like that. Maybe not quite to that extreme, but we've had floods, right? And people get their boats out and they just, or their canoes, and they just like go paddling along, right? Like, okay, I'm just gonna like row my boat to my neighbor's house, but you couldn't even.
Oh no, it's a force of nature. It's like you need to get out of the way, or you will get, you get killed. Like it's very, very violent, very, very dangerous. I think that's very accurate, like kind of comparison there.
Yeah. So it's been very, very crazy for us, and we were hopeful to see farms in this area, but there's been a couple that we've called. And I had called them before just to see, the way that it works when I'm looking for farms is I just call them up and I'm like, hey, this is what we're doing. Would you be interested in that? And so a couple of them are like, look, we're just kind of in survival mode right now. We don't have time for that. Yeah. And I'm like, oh, absolutely. I completely understand,
So what's your channel called for folks who are wondering?
Yeah. Breaking New Roots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now the other thing that we were talking about this the other day, give everybody your comparison between the Midwest and New England and like the Northeast in general. Like it was interesting as a native New Englander to kind of hear that assessment.
Which part? I don't know what you're referring to.
So when you're kind of talking about kind of the vibes, like New York,
okay,
contrasting those.
Yeah. So we're from the Midwest where you wave at everybody going by and you always know your neighbor, right? And then once we got to out of Virginia, once we got to Connecticut, people just kind of got a little closed-lipped. Like they weren't, I know nobody's being rude. I'm just I smile at everybody when I see them, like, hi, how are you? I don't know how to say goodbye. Like the Midwesterner goodbye where we say bye 15 million freaking times before we actually leave. So I have noticed a couple of farms, I have caught myself doing my Midwesterner goodbye and they're kind of like, you already said bye 3 times. Why do you leave? Yeah. What are you doing? And they're not being rude. I know they're not. It's just me being silly and awkward. But once we got up here, so we came from New York. Once we got up here, I was teasing that we're back in the wave state where you drive by and you're in a truck. So they're waving at you. We didn't get that in New York.
Yeah, no, me and some friends, we joke about it. It's like the Tommy top hand. Yeah. You gotta have the grip on the top of the steering wheel, so it's easy to just do that. Thank you.
Oh yeah, some food's coming.
Yeah. So awesome. Well, thanks for joining.
Yeah.
Hanging out for a little bit.
This is amazing.
Yeah, we're getting so close. So close. Yeah, we're getting there. We're almost there. And you guys have been so incredible with all your generosity. So let's see if we can get there.
Yeah, this is awesome. We've been watching, we're 200 feet.
Yeah, they're on the other side of the house, basically. It's funny. Yeah, that's where the campers parked and right by the kind of where actually the cattle yard almost is.
So when you went down there, we were like, oh, Morgan's going on a field trip.
Yeah, it's funny if you were watching that, you see just walk by oh, lost his signal. All right, back on.
Yeah, this is awesome. Thank you all, everybody, for donating. I mean, this is what you're doing, Morgan, is amazing. I know your community is so thankful for what you're doing because, this is just great.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks, Olivia.
Thank
you. Talk soon. And guys, I'm going to take just a quick scarf some food and bathroom break, and I'll be back. And we were going to basically be making the final push because we are getting down to about 2 hours left. And so while we're doing that, what I'm going to do is give you some vibes of watching things out in the pasture. It looks like the ducks are back out in the pond. You guys get to enjoy that. I will be right back. See you guys. So, a funny little aside. Allison came out and actually brought me some lunch or brunch, I guess I'll call it. It's actually, this is pretty much an entirely farm-based meal because it's egg and sausage and kale and onions, kind of all scrambled from the farm. What's funny is I was like getting up after like I just finished talking to Olivia, and I'm like, she's like, oh, here's some food. I'm like, oh, thanks. Let me just go to the bathroom real quick. And she's like, you know, the reason you're peeing so much is because carbonated beverages are a bladder irritant. Sorry. And so apparently, yeah, that's part of why I've just been drinking a lot of fluids. And Anonymous, thank you very, very much for that very kind donation. This is awesome. We're creeping closer. We're creeping even closer. Let's see how we're doing here. Just looking at what we got next here as I kind of have a little bit of lunch. Got, almost 500 folks joined us here. We're 27,331 versus, where are we? Okay. We're getting closer and closer, closer and closer. If you guys have questions, I'm going to take some questions now before kind of getting towards the end of this. Let's see if you have questions. Yeah. So, sorry, I'm in the wrong. Sorry, I have so many tabs going. I was actually in the YouTube tab looking at something, and I accidentally set it off. And Pablo's come back for more catnip.
or he likes my food because Pablo always likes food. No, buddy, this is not for you. Not for you. Come on, get back up. Yeah, smash that like button. Most sure. Yeah, I would do a Ralph the Duck t-shirt. I think almost like a Short King branded duck t-shirt. Like it's Ralph, but he's like Short King kind of thing. I don't know. Let me play around with that. That could actually be fun to design. Yeah, exactly. I'm like, oh God, I'm hoping that's not English. I wish I had smell-o-vision. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit ripe. I will admit that. That was the other thing. So Allison was like, she was like, I'm gonna shake your hand because you smell that. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah, so yes, this is the farm scramble is what I'm having here. It's pretty darn good. It's really nice. I don't know. It's fun to be able to like sit and just have a meal that's made entirely from your farm. And so that I'm very grateful. Yeah, it's and there's like a little bit of salsa and some sauerkraut, neither of which are from the farm. So this is a wonderful meal. Thank you for making it. Allison's actually here. She's like doing some garden stuff. She overheard me talking to you guys. Yeah. So it's like I said, sausage, kale, eggs, sauerkraut, and some salsa. It's a very, very good combination. Oh, okay. Okay. That's not. I guess that would be the one thing from the scramble that's not farm based. Cabot cheddar, but Cabot cheddar is from over the hill. Okay. All right. This is a story I can tell you guys. So Monty's asking, why did Jerk Duck get the name Jerk Duck? Well, the two Cayuga ducks, or the first two Cayuga ducks we got on the farm, were not ones that I raised. Some neighbors of ours got them like right at the height of COVID, like, you know, when everybody's getting like various birds, and I think they got like a half a dozen, maybe a dozen. I think it was a half a dozen ducks that they had living on their pond. And it was all great through the spring and summer. But once winter hit and the water started to freeze, they really realized they didn't have like housing or facility for the ducks. And then suddenly the coyotes started to pick off the ducks, and it like went from being, okay, we have 6 ducks to now we have 5 ducks. Now we have 4 ducks to 3 ducks. And then they were like, oh, we only have 2 ducks left. And so they asked me, because, you know, they're friends of mine and neighbors, hey, would you be interested in taking 2 ducks? And again, if you have, you know, 30 ducks, 2 more ducks is not like, it just doesn't even register for you. And I didn't have any Cayugas at the time. And so I was like, oh yeah, that sounds intriguing. I'd be happy to take them on. And so they gave me these 2 ducks. One was named Generic Duck. The other was named Jerk Duck. And they were like, oh yeah, that's just their names. We just kind of picked them randomly. And I was like, okay, that sounds fine. Generic Duck is a very friendly duck, but Jerk Duck, as you guys have probably seen in some of the live feeds, and you know, actually, when I show you guys the flood video, you'll see like there's a scene where she just like flat out attacks me. She will, even now when I try to go in the duckling area, sometimes to just like change their water and food. If thinks I'm too close, she will attack me like she's a goose. And she'll just throw herself right at me. And so I did not give her the name Jerk Duck, but her previous owners did. And even though they didn't say that to me at the time, you know, I even asked them actually like a year or 2 later, and they just kind of like had a smirk and a wink. Like, why'd you name her Jerk Duck? That is why she's got the Jerk Duck name. So that's the story. Yes, Rebecca. Pablo, because there's food present, is very curious. And guys, I feel like Keith Lee and having to eat like this. You know what, Judy? I actually don't have much plans for shelter because when it comes down to it, the cattle don't really need shelter in the warm months. And there's some real logistical problems, both with water and hay, and even just getting access for me to like check on them, you know, once or twice a day, with getting up to the hill and going, like, I'd probably have to get a snowmobile. Like it's like a whole like chain of events it would trigger. And so I don't necessarily have any plans to get a shelter up top there.
I think the shelter I'm very much considering building is actually in the lower pasture. Actually, you can kind of actually even see it here. I'm going to bring this up. So if you're looking at this feed of the pond, like back where the chicken coop is parked, somewhere over there, because it's far enough out of the water path that I'd feel better about putting there. I might actually put a bigger new cattle shelter for the females for winter. That's honestly the thing I'm actually considering and thinking about there. Well, so Debbie, I think when it comes down to it, when I hit that maximum number, and again, I'm not sure exactly what it is. It's going to probably be somewhere between 30 and 50. When I hit that number, I just, basically I will probably sell off certain animals that aren't matching what I want to ultimately do with my breeding program. Like whether it's a certain characteristic or a breed, like maybe I fall in love with doing the hybrids and I only do the hybrids. And so I start to sell off more of the pure breed Highlands, that is. Or, I just start to turn more animals into meat, or I just sell them and breed as like young ones as breeding stock, because, Highland, like especially purebred Highlands, they can actually fetch a pretty price there. And so, all worth considering. No, it's not rice. It's sauerkraut, which I'm a huge fan of sauerkraut. So Bourbon Girl, actually that's not true. So the totals that you're seeing here all started with the video that I put out actually a week ago from today, that Sunday video. That's when I started the donation collections. And so all of the totals you're seeing have been like collected over the course of this last week. And has nothing to do with the money that was collected last year. So we ended up collecting it. It was like just a little bit shy of $30,000 last year for the NOFA for Vermont stuff. We were at like, I want to say it was like 55 or something. I got to go back and look, but we were at like 55 when we first started the live stream 1 o'clock yesterday. And so, I mean, even at this point, I'm overwhelmed that we were kind of well over 30,000. And we definitely beat what we raised this year. So honestly, guys, regardless of where we land, I'm feeling amazing about how this is gone, and appreciate just how much you guys have leaned into this and been supportive of it. These are chicken eggs. Just so you guys know, I mean, and I know I've talked about this in videos before, I'm actually allergic to duck eggs and goose eggs. So the only eggs I can eat from our farm are from our chickens. And so that's what these are. Yeah, I like naming the animals. I kind of have fun with it. I don't know. I feel like it creates a better connection with the animal, because I go from seeing it as sort of a generic creature to, some like a creature with a personality. A name gives a creature a personality, regardless of what you might think. And yes, Texas roast. I think you're probably referring to jerk duck and generic duck. Those were not accidents. Oh yeah, generic duck is still around. She's just out in the pasture. I mean, heck, you might even see her on this feed that we're watching here right now. It's quite possible that she pops up in the near future. So Allison clips Lil Barncat's nails. I want to say maybe every other week. So yeah, she does it very religiously. She doesn't cut the outdoor cat's nails. And actually, one thing you guys might have noticed, Allison very specifically called Lil Barn Cat Lil House Cat. This is a debate we are constantly having, where I feel like because she's a barn cat, she will always be a barn cat. Allison feels like, no, she's no longer a barn cat, so her name needs to be House Cat. Like she even went so far as to change the name at the vet. And I was like, what are you doing? You can't strip her of her barn cat title. I felt like it was an insult. And Allison's actually, it's funny, she's walking by as I say all of this, and she looks rather insulted by it.
It was an upgrade.
It's not an upgrade.
She got a promotion.
I don't know. I feel like she's retired from being a barn cat. She's not a house cat. She's a retired barn cat. There's a difference. Once you're a barn cat, you're a barn cat for life.
She is Lily Elizabeth house cat, nay barn.
I don't think they can hear you if you're too far. So, yeah. Oh, hey. Well, Christina, happy birthday to your husband, who, thank you earlier, Mr. Ductor, for donating, and happy birthday to Christina's mom as well. So yeah, that's awesome. So wait, what did you want to say? If you want to.
Oh, her proper name was Lillian Elizabeth House Cat, nay barn cat.
See, I don't see like it's like a marriage name. I see it as like a title, like, you know, like it's not their last name. It's their title. Like, you know, once you're a senator, you're always referred to as a senator, unless you get like a, you know, title like president or something, or vice president, I guess.
Well, maybe she went from being senator to president.
So Bruce and Ron Swanson are both around. Yeah, they're both doing good, healthy, happy. Everybody's good. Pablo in a happy hoodie. Yeah, Pablo. Yeah, I can see a Pablo barn cat hoodie. That'd be kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, it was a horrible year for snowmobiling. Like, there's been nothing in the last 2 years that would make me say, oh, I should rush out and buy a snowmobile. Because I don't know, there's maybe like 2 or 3 good weeks of snowmobiling over the course of last winter. Excuse me. Either the snow was too wet and slick, or there was no snow at all. Well, Melanie, I'm not going to give that one away. I got to keep it a secret. We are absolutely in the home stretch, guys. So we have only an hour and 45 minutes left. But no, I'm not going to give anything away there. But I actually do want to check if one of our other potential guests might be calling in.
Pablo's decided he's going to be co-star of this last.
Yeah, no, Pablo has made his presence known, and yeah, he's not letting go, or at least until I give up on the food.
Also the catnip. He's been around since the catnip.
Yeah, it's true. He's realizing that this is the place to be on the farm today. Usually at this time of day, Pablo would be on the second floor of this barn taking a nap.
Or he'd join me in the garden.
Mm-hmm.
He likes doing garden time.
You still can't hear you all that well.
Or he joins me in the garden to do garden time.
Yeah. Aw. It's so cute. It's so cute how much you love him. He's a good cat.
Yeah. We're buddies. You got all that bonding time before you moved up.
Yeah, I know. Oh, was it 50,000? Was that what actually the total was? I'll have to go back and look at the recording because it's all a blur for me. Apologies. Oh, yeah. Macho Man. I wish I could have done a better job on this live stream bringing up Macho Man and letting you guys have a chance to see him. He has definitely been in his element. He's been putting in the work. I've actually had to censor a couple of recent videos because I think I showed Macho Man doing his thing in a video, and I got demonetized by YouTube for that video specifically. Oh, wow. Thank you, Anonymous, for that donation. That is awesome. Thank you. And so I had to so anytime I now show Macho Man putting in the work, he's going to have to be blurred or censored somehow. Gary, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for everything you did. And thank you for the race car. It is super, super appreciated. Yeah. So Gary, if you guys missed it earlier, he designed a race car. So MT, I don't want to say this. And here's why. It's a very specific reason. I don't know how good it is. I've heard good things about it. When I was doing research about it, I was like, oh, I definitely want to check this out. I'm really hoping it's going to be great. I hope it's amazing. But since I have no experience with it, good or bad, I don't want to talk about it until I do. I think that's one of the tricky things about like when you make videos or people like watch your stuff and like you're trying something new and you're not sure about it. And there's a lot of money in either direction, like whether it's like I could be making somebody a lot of money off of me talking about it, or I could be losing somebody about a lot of money by me talking about it. I want to be more careful and actually know what I'm like, my experience is, my point of view is, versus just kind of trying to go willy nilly. And honestly, that's not something I've always done, but over time, as I've had, missteps and stumbles when it comes to that stuff, it has been an approach I've tried to take more, just to be, I don't know, I guess call it more responsibility. I think because like when you have a platform, you have a responsibility to treat it right. I mean, that's why like doing something like this is so important to me. Like I feel like this is a way to use my platform to help the community, and that feels good to me. And so I really want to do that. Talking about an incubator and like doing a blind review of an incubator before I've even like experienced it and like, seen up or down. I don't know. Cause like my first impression could be horrible, but then, give it a week or two and I'm like, oh no, this is the best incubator ever. But I already put out a video trashing it. Like, I don't feel like that's right. Or vice versa. Like I could feel like, oh, this thing is great. And then 3 weeks later, I find that it's actually worse than the existing incubator I have. And so I don't feel good about talking about that either. Yeah, it is kind of funny having it. Oh, so Gary's going to the hyphen. All right, fair enough. Allison really is wonderful. I'm so glad she actually took some time and like hung out on the live stream today. Like, yeah, because she's usually a little bit shy about these. And so it's cool that she's having fun. You're going to make me blush. I don't know about that. Allison's a person with high integrity and money doesn't make her do much. So maybe you could give it a shot. I agree with that, Scandic. It is a weird custom to make it like a title for life when you're no longer that thing. Like your title becomes former president so-and-so, versus like, nope, you're always president now. And like we have like, I don't know, what do we have? Like 5 living presidents at this point. Kind of weird. Do I have problems with vaccines? When are you allergic? No, I don't have any problems with vaccines at all. I mean, the duck egg thing, it's a protein problem. Like when I ingest a duck egg, my body can't digest it properly, and I will, expel it either out of one hole or the other. And like for about 18 to 24 hours, I'm like got food poisoning basically. And yeah, it's got nothing to do with vaccines. I don't know. Well, we still have a little bit more than 90 minutes left. Lil Barncat Emeritus. I like that. I apologize for making you guys watch me wolf this down, but like, I think the last thing I had was some gazpacho earlier, and so I am fading. But that was delicious. So good. Renewed energy. And feel ready to make this last push here. Yeah, I will, Bug. I will definitely sleep. By the way, Bug, I'm curious to hear more about like how you're using the videos for teaching. That's really cool to me. I love hearing about that. Oh, if you're wondering who the mysterious cat ear is, it's Pablo. And it's funny, as soon as I put my here you can see underneath here. As soon as I put my tray down, Pablo's like trying to get at it because I know he's been watching me this entire time, hoping to get some food. That's just how Pablo Barncat rolls. Oh, so that's Zhao, and Zhao did an incredible job, not just with the cover of the book, but really all the illustrations throughout the book. And yeah, I feel very lucky to have her, and she will be coming back for the second book, The 8 Lives of Lil Barncat, and it is Lil Barncat, just for the record. Yeah, Pablo's definitely going to take a nap, probably right around the same time I take a nap. Tiana, I've tried to make kombucha, and Allison's definitely tried to make kombucha before, and we've never like had much luck with it, or we just don't like quite trust it. I think we may have drinking it once or twice, But I don't know. Like, we're always afraid we're gonna like poison ourselves or something, and so we haven't done it. No, making kombucha. Allison, Allison keeps walking by and like is Gary. You can sit down and hang out. You're welcome to. Okay, you're gonna work on the garden. Yeah.
No, we made kombucha before.
I know, but like we always get sketched out by it.
That's because it's gross. It's actually just that we have no skills at making kombucha, and every time I make it, it tastes like vinegar.
Yeah, it didn't taste very good. That's true.
Yeah, and then you try adding things to it, and then it just tastes like vinegar with
like sugar
fruit in it.
Yeah.
Any other good ones?
I'm going through here. Let's see. Speaking of demonizing Alfred, yeah. So I mean, like Alfred loves a good cigar, and yeah, it was. I was like, he was like, "Hey, can I smoke in here?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, man. I don't care. It's the bar, and it's not like a big deal." Like you actually saw me later, and you're like, "Have you been smoking?" And I'm like, "No, it wasn't me."
Yeah, you smell like stale coffee and cigars.
Yeah, I know. No, I didn't. I had plenty of stale coffee, but no cigarettes or cigars. Who kept while they slept? I kept it on. I was pretty much here the whole. I mean, like I'm trying to think. Like yeah.
Did you even nap?
No, I didn't nap at all this time. Like last time I took a nap, I didn't even take a nap this time. I've just been going straight. I like took like a 15-minute break to just like, because sometimes when you're just talking and responding and talking and responding, your like head kind of spins and you like your throat almost gives out. But yeah, no. I just keep talking. Have you ever thought about using to get old superstars for more donations to live stream? It could attract, here's the thing, actually. Legally, if you actually read the licensing agreement with Cameo, I'm not allowed to do that. Like, because I have a commercial YouTube channel, even though it's for like a fundraiser like this, you're not allowed to use them on a commercial basis. When you do it, you have to actually pay a much higher rate on Cameo. Like, for example, if you're finding kind of like an old celebrity who's like, I don't know, $150 to do a cameo for your friend to say like, congratulations on your engagement. That's like $150 price, but usually it's about 10 times as much for commercial use. And so it could create some issues. And honestly, I'm kind of skeptical. Like if I had, I'm trying to think of a person like Linda Carter. Like if I had Linda Carter, she's still alive. It'd be actually kind of weird if I had Linda Carter, but like if I had somebody famous from like the 80s, like Richard Dean Anderson, who played MacGyver. Like, okay, that'd be kind of fun. I have MacGyver doing a thing promoting the fundraiser, but I doubt he would generate like $1,500 worth of donations, despite the fact that it probably cost $1,500. And so, I guess it's just my skepticism of the actual value of something like that.
Also, isn't it kind of cool making connections with people who actually, and
I mean, Louis calling in, that was awesome. Yeah. Like that was so much fun.
That was like a neighbor who also happens to be famous.
I mean, he used to live really close to here. He still lives in like the next town over. Like, just an awesome human.
Yeah. Just a cool guy you bump into at the grocery store.
Exactly. Which is, it's happened. Like, or like I saw him like one time at Boole, like just like hanging out.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Cool. Having a coffee.
Well, it's a good place.
Yeah. Good. It's like the local coffee shop in St. Johnsbury. Hey, Pet Granny. Good to see you. Okay, I think we're at 88, but I think we actually might be higher. Let's see where we're at. Because honestly, if you guys have been holding something in the gas tank, like saying, hey, let's get ready, and like, I'm going to wait till the very end, and I want to be the one who pushes us over. Honestly, guys, like, don't wait too much longer, because we're getting very close to the end. We are almost exactly at the 90-minute mark. We are currently at $88,098. And I know so many of you guys have been so generous. I don't mean to like harp on it, but let's see. I've been seeing this slowly tick up, and I think some of the other donations have been slowly ticking up. So let's see if we can. I really would love to see if we could hit to that $100,000 mark. So all right, let's find out our YouTube number. The new YouTube number is 27,436.
86.
Oh, 86. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I'm not to be trusted. I shouldn't drive later this afternoon.
No, you should not. You're just going to drive yourself straight into the couch.
And then our impact number on GoFundMe is 61,376. I'm gonna do this math because I can't even think at this point. 27,486 plus 61,376 equals 88,862. Gosh, maybe we could at least get to 90,000. That would be cool. So $88,862 is where we are right now. So here you go, guys. This is our total. We're creeping towards it. We are creeping slowly but surely. I think the only question is, are we going to get there in time? And I don't know. Do you think Polar's going to get in touch with us? I don't know. We haven't been hearing from Polar. They've been quiet. Should we try to find a way to call their CEO? Would that be like insane? And like something that like a unbalanced person who has boundary issues would do?
That's exactly what that sounds like. I mean, heck, I get nervous just like calling the credit card company to ask them a question. Like, I'm not going to go calling CEOs.
Okay, guys. Yeah, but I have less shame and I really care about this. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Polar Beverage CEO. So their CEO is Ralph Crowley Jr. Ralph Crowley Jr. Okay, let's see if we can find a way to get in touch with Ralph Crowley Jr. Ralph Crowley Jr.
To be fair, he's probably been like weekending because.
Yeah, like is he on the vineyard or something?
Or maybe just like chilling out with his fam like people do, because most people are not up.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. I know it is a little bit off that like it is a Sunday in July, and it's a little much, so maybe I shouldn't. But I don't know if anybody knows Ralph Crowley Jr. Like if he's in your cell phone, maybe you shoot him a text and be like, "Yo, Ralph Crowley Jr. I don't think your communications and marketing team are letting you know about this great opportunity to help a small struggling town recover from a flood."
With your number one biggest fan.
Yeah, with your number one biggest fan who has drank a significant amount of your product.
Just today.
Yesterday. That's it. That's not just today. Yeah.
Did you save any of those seltzer aids for me?
Mm-hmm. Would you like to get one for both of us? They're upstairs in the fridge.
How about you work on some still water and I'll go get us some seltzer.
All right, I'll drink some still water too. A question of Congas or Singas. I'm not finding any contact info for him. Apparently, he's one of the most powerful men in Worcester, Massachusetts, which I don't know. It's like being the biggest goose farm in Vermont. Only gets you so far, which is actually a title we're going to lose this year, just for the record. Katie McIntyre, I really appreciate that. Thank you. I love Allison too, dyslexic. I would totally do. I would do like a live stream with teachers who use the videos. I mean, I guess I'll put this out there, and I probably won't be in a place to organize it for another week or two. But if you would like to, you guys can like shoot me an email if you're a teacher and you want to join in and use our videos and talk about them in class. I'd love to have a conversation. It'd be kind of fun. And so yeah, just shoot me an email, goldshawfarm@gmail.com. Uh-oh, I hear somebody coming. Dun, 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 dun. A big blue tractor just pulled up in our driveway. You can't see it, but it just parked. So yeah. What's happening? So all right, so here, come on in, have a seat. I think everybody has been dying to know how those are warm. You might not want one of those, but we have cold
You're
ones.
welcome to drink warm seltzer.
Absolutely parched.
So Alfred, how did Operation Zipline go?
Oh, my zipline idea got vetoed.
By who? Safety-minded individuals.
Yeah. Those devoid of imagination, nerve, grit, you know, the stuff that built this country.
Stuff that makes me like, you know what? I'm glad I have next week off because everyone's gonna be breaking their legs. They might as well do it.
I was gonna say, yeah, like if something had gone wrong in that operation, they would have shown up at your workplace.
Where I will not be for the next week.
And there you go.
We'll just send some donuts or something to the department as condolences for our town's
Yeah.
It was
foolishness.
and we used like a hand truck and ramps and stuff like that. It was
so
pretty
the very
anticlimactic.
boring and pedestrian way to move a stove, like 4 or 5 guys just taking a corner.
Yeah, just pick it up, move it, and put it down.
Probably makes the most sense.
Yeah. Yeah. How we doing? We got an hour 23 minutes.
We got an hour and 23 minutes, and well, a couple things I think that's worth talking about. So we just did a retabulation. We are at $88,862. Our goal being 100K, our stretch goat being 200K. So if we get $200,000, I have to get goats.
They'd be goats.
There were a couple of other bonuses that I threw out here as well. And this is actually the first time that Alfred's seeing some of these. If we hit $110,000, we're going to have to do an Alfred Wednesday live stream.
Oh, wow.
Meaning on a Wednesday, you and I do a live stream and you have to be dressed as Wednesday.
Oh, you should do the dance too.
That's less money than sheep.
Yeah. If we get 150,000, we get sheep.
Dignity is not worth a lot.
I guess not.
You can do the dance. Morgan knows the dance. Like,
Oh yeah, I do know the Wednesday. I did do a TikTok of the Wednesday dance, like from about 2 or 3 years ago.
Like I might pay some money for that. Not a lot, not 110,000, but maybe
So-
my friends can help me out with that.
Yeah. Has the flood done any damage to your garden?
No, so this is where I have to give Alfred a shout out for the awesome earthworks that protected my garden and the new barn. I
Mhm.
think it actually worked to divert the water because all we got was a little bit of wetness over by the road.
And some sand down there. Yeah, it's like it's
Yeah.
nothing.
So it's
Like,
like everything just kind of went over to the cedar swamp and along the ditch along the side of the road.
yeah, I 100% agree with that. Thank you, man.
AJ Groom's been here the entire time. huh?
AJ Groom. There's been a couple folks who are superstars. I just want to call them out, and I know I don't do this to forget somebody because I know there's a lot of other folks. But AJ, I'm blanking on names, but yes, they're. I'm not going to call it because I don't want to. But yes, AJ has been here, and okay, apparently Linda Carter died in 2021. So apologies for using her as the example.
Wait, who says that she was alive?
I remember
No,
I
but-
used the example
Oh.
of saying, hey, if I got a cameo from Linda Carter, and I was like, oh, that'd be actually kind of weird because I think she's dead, and I was right. Yeah. But Tony Danza, that'd be a good one. And yeah, Plank Face. I can't listen to Elton John without thinking about Hold Me Closer, Tony Danza. Yeah, Linda Carter seance. I'm sorry to the Linda Carter family. I knew I was going to say something that would probably offend, and if it was that,
Well, especially this many hours in.
yeah, it was only
I've been waiting for it.
broken clock is usually right twice a day anyway, right? And
And you're just going off the hinges.
yeah, exactly.
Wow,
Oh
people are
wait.
really concerned
Oh,
about
all
guns.
right. So people are going to look for the Polar CEO on LinkedIn. That's kind of an interesting idea. I don't know. I feel like maybe I shouldn't do that, and maybe I shouldn't encourage people to do that either. So I will scratch that idea. I don't know. I'm trying to respect boundaries a little bit. I think
maybe just send
messaging their
them-
website is a fair one. Messaging them on social media is fine. Going after somebody on LinkedIn is probably not okay. So let's not do that.
I think you could probably just send them like a little card.
Yes, or hopefully maybe they follow up. Maybe they will find this out. Here's the thing: I looked at their Twitter. This like boggles my mind. I mean, not to say that Twitter is a good place or X is a good place anymore, but they hadn't posted a tweet since 2022.
They were
So
ahead of time.
yeah, I don't feel like
No
they're
one does.
necessarily very active on social media. By the way, did you see this one? Look, I'm pointing out 2 comments that I don't want to highlight publicly to Allison.
Uh-huh.
It's just something
My
very funny that a
sister's here
friend.
with us.
Yeah.
Very Hi, Sarah.
Polar Seltzer is closed. Name search didn't work. Yeah.
Are they on like Instagram?
Yeah. So Alfred, there is actually something else folks wanted. So something happened last night. Things got a little weird after you left.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Well, so there was some requests being made about doing cover versions of the My Buddy Alfred song. And so I actually did end up creating several versions of My Buddy Alfred. Specifically, we have a Johnny Cash version, which I'd like to play for you now.
All right.
I think it took some work. We had like 3 or 4 versions of it. I think I texted you an image of the file name. But yeah, we tried Mario and Pikachu. None of them sounded good. Cartman, we actually did a version with Cartman. Pretty good. Yeah, the Cartman I think came out well. We also had oh gosh, am I not sharing? Hang on, guys. I apologize. I'm not properly sharing this with you. Stop screen, present, share screen. Here we go. Sorry. Hopefully we're hearing this if you're not. We had the Hank Hill I thought was actually very good.
Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road. He's a wizard with machines, a genius in blue jeans. Let's stop and say hello.
So you got Hank Hill. You're a Rick and Morty fan? I don't think you are.
No.
The Rick Sanchez, though, came out pretty good.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
We put the song in, and you can pick various celebrity voices. But I actually still think my favorite one, the one that I will probably make a music video of him performing this.
Got a buddy by the name of Alfred. You guys know Alfred, right? My buddy Alfred. He lives on down the road.
Yeah, it was quite the performance. I think that was happening around 3 a.m. or so. Yeah, things got weird. Like I said, things got weird last night. I will fully admit to it. But I think some of the folks who were hanging out that late, they were like looking for some of that weirdness. So I'm glad that they got to experience it. All right. How are we doing, guys? Are we seeing any more activity?
There's a lot going on.
Yeah, we're falling behind on the chat is blowing up. We got almost 500 people here now too. Wow, it's picking up. Yeah, the new Campfire SpongeBob song. I kind of like it. Everyone wants to hear it in full. But look, if you donate, I will. Wait, somebody's saying Linda Carter's now alive. Like I said, I actually
Googleable.
I actually think SpongeBob. I see, but that ruins the fun. Like, I feel like in our society we've missed the opportunity to not know things anymore because everything is Googleable to more or less an extent. But to I feel like.
But it's just funny that there's something that's easily Googleable. We have solidly 50% people saying she's alive and 50% saying she's dead.
It does speak very interestingly to human nature at this point. Wait, so you're saying Linda Carter is alive and well? I don't know. For some reason, I feel like I saw a news story that she died of cancer, but maybe I'm completely wrong. And if not, I'm glad to hear it because I don't know. I like when I was a kid, I used to watch the 70s Wonder Woman for some reason on rerun. Yeah. So let's see what else we got. Hey, Bender, what's going on? Yeah. If like Bender's saying, the more you guys can share this as we get to the end here. And I don't know, maybe I can put a countdown clock on here somehow. I'll have to figure that out in a second. Oh, Linda Carter's husband died in 2021. Okay, Casey, thank you for clearing that away. Okay, that makes sense. So all right, so she is alive, Mandela affected in full effect. And yeah, I guess we could maybe potentially get a cameo from her. But I still don't think it would make people invite anymore. All right, let's see. Are we getting more
Well, you
donations?
already have Alfred here. Have
I know we got
someone more
you
famous
and
than
Alfred. Like, come on, like we're bringing out all the big guns here at Goldshot Farm. The only thing I can do is get Toby Dog next. Like, we had Pablo here for a while. He was going crazy on the nip.
Yeah, well, the problem is you finished your breakfast. So
Yeah, he had no more
hope
interest
of,
ever since the food went away. $64,426 on the GoFundMe number right now. Oh, whoa.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. That was a big jump. Whoa. Who's behind some of that? Wait a minute. Let's see our donations here. Vicky, thank you for donating. Anne Marie, thank you for donating. Anonymous, Vicky, yeah, Vicky's scattering all around. Guys, wow, these are some biggies here. This is huge. Whoa, what just happened here? Yeah, Vicky, thank you so much for all those generous donations.
Yeah, that's incredible.
That's gonna make a huge difference. I mean, you know, I know you were talking about this last night, but like, you know, as we think about the Kempton family and kind of, you know, particularly for Dylan's widow, his boys, like they're gonna need this, and like what Vicky just did is gonna have a decades-long impact on their lives, and so thank you for that, Vicky. That's incredible. All right, I'm gonna do that warrants an update to the big board. So hang on a second here, guys. So we're currently at 88,862. And let's see where we go next.
I have that stupid song stuck in my head. Thanks,
I had nothing to do with that song.
All right, so our GoFundMe number goes to 64,426. Actually, one of the fun things was asking Rose her opinion of the song, and she kind of just gave an eye roll.
Yeah.
Oh, so she's heard it that many times.
Well,
Wake up
I don't know if she
every
even
morning
has.
to
I
your
actually,
ringtone, like-
I bet
would-
she's been asked about it more than she's heard it.
Yeah, I would actually almost bet money that Rose has never heard the song.
I think we need to set Alfred a new alarm clock.
Yeah, make a ringtone. I should sell that. You know, honestly, I bet you if we sold that song, I don't see legally, I don't think I can is the problem.
Yeah.
But if we sold that song on like iTunes or something, or like made, I don't know if it buys ringtones anymore, but like if it was a downloadable ringtone, that would be, and the year was 2008, it would be huge. All right. What's our YouTube number? We're at, oh wow. Thank you for those donations, Anonymous. 27. Thank you, other Anonymous. 27,713. Oh boy, we are getting close. All right. 92,139. Oh my God, guys, we are getting so dang dong close.
We're almost to garden tour.
90, yeah, we're almost there. 95,000 gets us to the garden tour. Wow, that's incredible. 92,139. We are so close, guys, and we are just a little bit more than an hour to go here. So we're going to be hanging out this whole time, seeing if we can get it to the end, get it to $100,000. Oh wait, Carmen's asking for Toby Dog. I think it's worth doing. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get a Toby Dog.
Toby Dog. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go move some mulch for a few minutes. Alfred.
All right, Alfred.
You're on.
Take it on, Ron Swanson. Okay, caller.
All right, callers. It's just it's you and me. So with $7,800 to go and 600-ish people watching, it's $13 a piece, and we can dog it right in to 100K, which would be a monumental announcement that we'd be able to make to the community. We got volunteers working down the road right now, probably 100 yards from now. I did get to sleep last night. It was about 1:15 when I made it home, and yeah, slept pretty soundly. Maybe I'll make that call. Maybe I'll tell Morgan I changed things up and he needs to get some goats at 100K. I am doing fine, and the family is doing fine. I I have 3 different rotary hammers that I use. With my excavator or a tractor. Yes, I will. I've been pretty distracted lately, so it's been hard. It's been hard to like have the brain power to work up in the quarry, make videos up in the quarry. But actually, one thing, we're getting ready to build a camp out on a pond, and I want to bring over a block to attach a dock to, but I can't get anything in there, equipment or anything like that. So I was thinking about making a raft and floating a big granite block across the pond and then setting it on the shore. And that would be a really fun video to make. Yeah, it seems like an awful lot has happened last night. Things got pretty weird. The goat goal down to 100K. Never leave the live stream unsupervised. Man, that sure seems like the consensus, doesn't it? All right, maybe we need to keep our voice down a little bit. Sounds like somebody's coming by, and I don't want them finding out that we changed things up.
What's that?
We moved the benchmark for the goats.
Oh, where's the goats now?
100K.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're not there yet, but yeah.
This is what happens when I leave you in charge.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Toby being so
Yeah,
kind.
look at this guy. It's Martin's pond.
It's an appropriately sized dog.
2 goats for 100K. I mean, that is the consensus around.
All right, Allison.
Here.
This is actually a spouse decision conversation. Oh, are you just wind this bomb up and walk away?
Have fun. Here.
So,
Allison, you can sit.
Here, I know you like the white chair better. I'll take the red. So, Allison, Sarah Schneider, who does speak for the people, I will give her that, is making the request. Oh, Bourbon Girl saying don't do it.
100K for goats. I've already kind of signed off on all of this.
To keep them at your house? I think that sounds like a swell idea, Alfred. Let's contact Rose and let her know that she's about to be the proud owner of goats.
I will say we will do goats for a little bit. Let's see how this goes.
How about this?
Are we doing
temporarily?
How about this? 100K. Amos gets goats and pastures them down here periodically.
Deal.
That's fantastic.
Okay. All right. So,
Can I get my
so we
goats
will
on?
have a sort of collective ownership of goats. We'll figure something out. And I think, yes, we can kind of pasture them down here and figure something out.
And Alfred,
Toby,
you're going
your
to be
breath is kicking,
you're
kid.
going to be in charge of making a Fort Knox of goats because
Well,
those bad boys are.
we'll be able to figure that part. I'm actually less concerned about.
You say that until they get into my garden.
Oh wow, people are
Or
saying
if they're
don't do it.
curious.
Look, all right. Let me just put it this way. I care so much about this community, and I know just how important getting these resources are for this community, and you know how big a difference in the lives the folks who these GoFundMe's are for is, how important the emergency relief fund is, and frankly, this is not what I want to do. I don't want goats, but
They will be loved if they're here.
if we can get to that goal, I will swallow it and we will get goats.
What goal?
$100,000.
Okay. What?
And that last check, that was
Share goats?
7,800 to get there.
And we've got 1 hour and 6 minutes. Ooh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be interesting. Let me see if I can actually get a countdown clock going here. But yeah. Whew. Okay. All right.
Toby's sweating it too.
Are you in on this? So we're getting goats with Amos's help, and we'll
Okay.
figure this out. And
Sounds fair.
we have a minimum of, we're going to say 6 months, but we could reevaluate after 6 months and be like, no way. Yeah. And oh God. Yeah. Alpha Cruz says it's I don't know. I actually still think it's Sarah Schneider's fault if I was going to say anything. I don't want goats. You're right, Marilyn. But like sometimes to get to like bigger, more important things, it could be better. And I don't know, maybe it'll be an interesting experiment to have some goats.
Here, let me add some context here too. My oldest boy, he's 11, and he's in a 4-H program, and he currently takes care of and shows another friend's goats. And my wife is interested in finding some goats for him anyway, but we have limited like pasture space at our house. So if we could spread the goats around town a little bit, it might make the whole goat thing a little bit more feasible for us. And it would help my child with
yeah, I mean, and your son is a very, very responsible kid. I know how much he cares about agriculture, and so like helping that actually would make me feel good as well. And actually,
Amos, I think it sounds
and actually, even as I'm looking at it, I'm looking across the way to the barn. I don't know if you guys can see that through the shadow. See those trees between the house and the barn, like or behind the house and the barn? Mm-hmm. I actually think we'd have to talk to your uncle about this, but I'm pretty sure he'd be cool with it too. Like kind of being able to run them through those bushes and woods there and cleaning that area out wouldn't be such a bad thing either.
No, Williams running goats.
No. I mean, it looks amazing in there. And so.
And you can have your own poison ivy eradication business.
Yeah. I mean, and we have so much like marginal scrub area, even just around here. We'll make sure that your garden will be impossible to get into. All right, we're doing it. Okay, mark this down. I'm changing the big board as we speak.
So the stretch goat is now 100.
The stretch goat, things are changing. The Alfred Wednesday live stream is still going to be.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was still on the table here.
Yeah, so that's still there. So if you guys want the Alfred Wednesday live stream, you got to get up to 110.
You'll get that.
But goats are now 100K. This is our stretch goat, and I don't know if we're going to be able to do it. But if we hit 100K before 1 p.m. Eastern time, we're going to get goats, which I thought I said would never, ever happen. Oh, my gosh. And, oh, my gosh. So, 125K. People are like trying to talk me out of this. I'm surprised. Get Gallagher. Yeah, I will probably actually hit up. I actually have to call the folks at Gallagher, so I probably will hit them up for some help here.
Who's Gallagher?
They're a equipment manufacturer for like grazing stuff. Yeah. I mean, honestly, yeah, it'll actually be kind of cool having him around. He's actually been helpful over the years. There was that one time he actually helped do some farm cleanup, and the geese swarmed him, and he got a little squirrely about it. I did feel about that, but he was much. That was probably like 4 or 5 years ago, maybe. So
yeah, he's just started doing calf chores at another area farm. He's been out the door every morning at 6 a.m. Go down and feed like 6 calves, I guess.
Okay.
Down at Wesley's.
Okay. All right, then we're gonna work this out. So if, and this is still an if, there's no, hey, like, oh, we're at like 96 or 97 or 98. There's no of that. If we can bring the big board number up to 100K, we will get goats. And I'm just going to be checking here. We're going to do some updates. Oh, wow. We're getting donations popping in left and right. Like I can barely keep up with it. Anonymous, thank you.
That's
a nice
Angela. Name. Whoa, Angela just checked in with $1,000.
Holy smokes.
Angela, thank you. Jazzmeister, Edward Ellenberg checking in. Heidi, thank you. Retta, thank you. Oh boy, this is getting intense. Romani, 20. We got 50 from Valerie. Oh boy. I think I might end up with goats. All right, let's update the big board number with this new piece of information.
For goats. So,
yeah.
So there was some concern about that.
Yeah.
Just because they were not in our plans does not mean they were.
Yeah, I think that is actually a really important thing.
Adored.
Even though I'm not excited to get goats, any living creature that comes on the farm, I do feel like deserves to be treated very well. So please don't think that there will be hostility to the goats. I do not see this as the goats' fault that they are goats. So just know that mentally, that's how much
it's
I think of it.
Cute, probably.
All right, let's see. So our current GoFundMe number is 65,707. 65,707. Ooh, I switched to green.
Oh, you're making
Okay.
crazy.
And then our YouTube number is, let's see, where is the new YouTube number? It is 27,841. So that's what creeping up just a little bit further. We might be within spitting distance here. So we're at 27,841, which makes our grand total check out to be 93,548. Okay, we are
Almost there.
We're getting there, guys. I don't know. It's going to be close still. It's going to be very close, but we officially have 59 minutes left, and there is 90. So it's like what, $6,500 roughly left. $6,452 left. So, okay.
Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, and so I 100% agree with this statement. So I already got myself in this place of saying, hey, if we got to 200,000, I'll be okay with it. We'll figure it out. You know, we'll make it work. And so I already got myself there. You know, just moving the number doesn't get there. So please don't see it as like this. We're taking this on just as a stud. They will be responsibly handled. Yeah. So that is the answer that you have there. Okay.
Did I want Pig?
Toby wants to. Yeah, you actually. I mean, here is the reality of this whole situation. Allison, you were like very much opposed to getting pigs, and now they are your favorite farm animal, short of Pablo. Sorry, Toby.
Toby's not a farm animal.
Yeah, I guess Toby's kind of more a coworker.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Wow, this is big. Poll for goats. People are saying sheep instead of goats. I don't know. I feel like that's like half button it because I've always been saying sheep anyway. So to like, go that route feels a little off.
We're committed to goats, I think.
Yeah, we're committed to the premise. All right, we're getting goats if we get to it. And yeah, seriously, major shout out to Angela there. That was incredible. Thank you, Angela, so much. Yeah, like everybody's going nuts in the chat. Kudos to Angela. Yeah, I know we're getting a rush of donations. We're getting another rush. It's coming in fast and furious here. 29. Oh, did I undercount? Oh, wait, maybe I did. All right, here we got 57 minutes. Let's check back in. Here, I'm just gonna refresh this whole page to make sure I'm getting the right number.
Oh. Whoa.
Oh, whoa. We're up over 30. Okay. Yeah, we do. We have to do another number count. So our new YouTube number is 30,616. And then let's see, what is our GoFundMe number? Can we find it? There it is. Refresh. Oop, 66,000. So GoFundMe is 66,030, which brings our grand total to. Oh boy. Uh-oh. I'm already starting to say, well, what kind of goats do we get? 96,640. $46. $6. We're gonna have to update this in 60 seconds anyway, because it's like going crazy right now. Oh boy. I don't know. Did everybody set us up? Were they like just like holding back, sandbagging, and then like, oh, we got what we wanted in the negotiation. Let's go for it. Wow.
What? As long as it helps out our neighbors.
I mean, yeah, I think that is exactly the right answer. It like that is the ultimate thing here. That's why we're doing this. And yeah, it's going to make a big difference for folks. And so all right, we're getting goats. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure we'll get milk goats. Like, there is no commitment being made at this moment. I got to talk to some of my goat knowing friends on what type of goat. So yeah, no commitments whatsoever on goat type.
Yeah, I think milking goats, the difficult thing is I have a friend who has goats. The billy goat was quite problematic.
That's all billy
Yes,
goats.
and the thought of having one around just for the sake of breeding, and also, you know, it would break my heart to have babies. What? Like, you know, having to worry about babies all like offspring and everything. But there's some cute goats out there, some nice pygmy goats.
Oh no! I mean, I say oh no. It's like
What happened?
Hang on a sec. I got to do some updating again. I'm gonna erase the board because it's updating so quickly right now.
We should Google some pictures of goats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For what purpose?
Well, looks like we're getting the darn things.
Okay, our GoFundMe number is all right. 69,055. So GoFundMe is at 69,055. And YouTube is, oh boy.
Is that refreshing itself?
Yeah, it does. It does it automatically. 3771. So,
Oh my goodness.
oh no, we're not even gonna make it till 1 o'clock. I mean, we're gonna see if we can maybe have the Wednesday party, but
yeah,
99,826. Whoa. 99,826. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Ooh, Frank is showing up
Actually,
with some apples.
Yeah, Frank. Oh, so our neighbor Frank, you can see him coming right through here. He's actually popping by and he's got an entire truckload of apples behind him.
Wait,
Frank, want to come over here? Because actually, I need to talk to you about something. If you don't mind coming on camera.
Your nephew's been up to some
Yeah,
trouble.
yeah, we have some explaining to do, Frank. So how do I put this? We made a deal with the audience here that if we got to 100,000 in donations, we would end up getting goats because I don't ever plan on getting goats, but people always been pushing me to get goats. And so Alfred has helped instigate this a little bit.
Well, I guess the original goal was 200,000. They'd get goats, and we're so close to 100K. I thought if I moved, goalpost, that maybe that would encourage people to get us over 100K raised. And we're at $99,800. So it looks like
there's a strong possibility we're gonna have goats. And when I think about where would be a good place to have goats, I actually think the edge between our properties. Here, come on down, Frank. We're gonna stack this up here.
Sam here.
Yeah, so our neighbor, Alfred's uncle, Frank Miller. How's it going, Frank? So yeah, so I'm actually thinking kind of the tree line between our properties could be a very good place for goats. And they would actually clean up a lot of that stuff. Like if you think about behind Will's place and the maples there, how beautiful that's actually looking now.
Absolutely.
So
all right,
you game?
I think Amos will be doing a lot of the tending.
So
you think so?
Yeah, we'd be bringing Amos on as a
your son. Amos.
Yeah. No, not that even. I don't think he'd be up for that.
Yeah, he's been doing a lot of goat stuff with 4-H, and Rose has been wanting to get him some goats.
Okay,
but
what better place than at the neighbors?
Right, exactly. So that kind of works out really
All
well.
right, so I guess we have a goat plan.
So should we?
Let's refresh our numbers here. So, all right, so we're at.
We're there.
I don't know. Let's do the math and drag it out and create suspense.
Well, we haven't gotten to the Wednesday.
Yeah. So I think we might have just hit the goat goal. We're at $69,245 on the GoFundMe side of things. And if I look at the YouTube number where we are at 3124. 3124. Sorry. 31024. And so that gives our total as, oh boy, we are getting goats because we've got $100,269 on the mark here at 12:10 p.m. Thank you, everybody. This is incredible. Woo! And yes, I will end this whole thing. I'll try to find the lyrics for the Jerry Lewis Telethon, the "You'll Never Walk Alone" song. But we still actually, guys, we're not going to end yet because the deal was we were going to do this for 24 hours. We were at 23 hours and 10 minutes now. We still have 50 minutes to go. I know it's a stretch, but if you guys want the Alfred Wednesday live stream, what that's going to actually require, and just let me just give you why that would be an intriguing offer. I just want to show you guys an image that I think makes that concept worth it. Here you go. Boom.
For Halloween, I dressed up as Wednesday Addams.
That's a good look.
Yeah, we started talking about that last night, so I found that old picture.
Yeah.
That was the other Wednesday that showed up that night. So evidently, while my back was turned, Morgan pledged if we got to $110,000, I'd come down in my Wednesday Addams costume and do a live stream down here.
I'm seriously thinking that the reason we ended up getting the GOAT goalpost moved was probably because I did the Wednesday live stream. Is that
yeah? You seem to make quite a few different commitments that directly involved me.
Yeah, fair enough. That's fair play. I get it.
I saw that was on the table and I acted accordingly.
He's very convincing, isn't he?
Yeah.
This is how you guys get in trouble.
Yeah.
Well, wow. I gotta go help out. There are people working just down the street.
Yep.
I gotta go help them out. But I can't express enough how thankful I am for your support. $100,000 for this community is extraordinary. It's going to make a tremendous difference. And I mean, with Morgan's blessing, I'm going to walk down the street right now and spread the good news. I think that'll really lighten things up down there and just bring in just another layer of relief for our neighbors who are struggling right now.
Yeah, I mean, because like the folks who are down there at the literally the corner of the road there, they're the ones who are literally going to be some of the beneficiaries of this. And so, yeah guys, thank you. Yeah, go let them know.
All right.
This is going to be exciting for them.
All right, take care, YouTube. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay,
and
thanks,
we're still
Alfred.
hanging out, though. We're not ending. Thank you, Alfred. And we're going to kind of get to the countdown here at the end. Frank, I don't mean to make you. You're welcome to hang.
I need to get the wagon for the.
Okay,
for
yeah.
the effort.
Want me to Here, want me
You
to
didn't
take the
find an
apples?
earbud case around here anywhere last night, did you?
I think
Here's
there might. Hold on. I feel like I saw like a black
Yeah.
square. I might need to like look. Can I look for it and come find you in a little bit?
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Come on, Toby Dog, hang with me. All right, so everybody's leaving. It's just me, but we're getting to the final countdown here, guys, because the deal was 24 hours on this, and you know I feel like you always got to make good on your deals. I don't know what the goats will be, Margaret. I really do want to reserve the right to kind of make some of those planning decisions between the variety of goat. It'll be at least 2 goats, but maybe more. Sorry, everybody's moving their equipment to get out of here. But yeah, thank you, Bender. That is huge. I gotta hold on. I gotta go back through the chat to thank some folks here. But this has been incredible. The generosity, guys, from Anonymous, Bender, Anonymous. Who else? Lisa Henderson. Thank you. Oh my golly, this is nuts. Nuts. Yes, we have crossed the threshold. So Allison will do the garden tour. For folks who are wondering. Yeah. And all right, I'm going to refresh GoFundMe again. People keep telling me to refresh it again. Yeah, we're still roughly the same. We're just a little shy of 70,000 on the GoFundMe. Yeah. Thank you, Bender Rodriguez. Seriously, bud. Yeah. Wow.
And all right, I'm gonna tell you guys now that everybody went away and it's like just us. I actually kind of might be suddenly getting excited to have goats. I don't know why. I've for so many years been a goat curmudgeon. Like you guys who've been hanging out here for years know this, but I don't know, the possibility of having some goats, it could be kind of fun. I don't know. I can be weird like that. So I know if folks are concerned about me getting, no, like I actually am kind of intrigued by the potential of getting goats. It was not what I woke up yesterday morning expecting to have happen as the result of this, but I don't know. I'm embracing it because I think above all else, like the gratitude I have for those goats is maybe what's doing it for me psychologically. Oh, hey, Toby Dog. Toby Dog, you're going to be a goat dad. You know, Toby Dog actually came from a farm with some goats. And so, yeah, you're going to have some new charges. Either you or maybe the goats will be good for Abby Dog. I'm going to have to, like I said, there's going to be some like thinking and exploration I'm going to have to do. So just know, like, part of why I'm being so squirrely is what breed, anything like that. I want to think this through because whenever you take on a new animal, it's a new responsibility. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. I don't know, a goat adventure. Yeah. And seriously, Becca Eka, thank you. That's incredible. I'm just trying to catch up with the chat because like my head is spinning and I'm sleep deprived, and I apologize if I'm missing somebody. Seriously, you guys, you know, yeah, Toby gets a special treat. And I know I got to go through and look at who did $1,000 donations because if you guys can show me like email me like the receipt that you got from either GoFundMe or YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm processing a lot at once. So I know I made that commitment. Anybody who did 4 figures, I will give you a farm tour and we'll schedule a farm tour. So if you did go that route and you want to kind of, you know, cash that offer in, just send me an email at goldshawfarm@gmail.com and just put in the title farm tour. And in that, if you could include, because both GoFundMe and YouTube send you a receipt when you give through these things. Send me a copy of the receipt and we'll work to make the plans for that. So yeah, just if anybody's wondering how we're going to handle that. Yeah, I mean, Abby did grow up on a farm, like the place where she comes from. They did actually, that was the one real farm animal they actually had was goats. So yeah, the GoFundMe, is the GoFundMe at 70? I don't think it's at 70. No, it's not. So just to not be confused on the GoFundMe side, the GoFundMe is a combination of all of the folks who've donated through our GoFundMe link. There's other activity that's happened in the town. And so, you know, like I don't want to try to claim like, you know, that we did that. And so I'm trying to be very specific. Yeah, seriously. Thank you guys. Wow. I am floored that we hit this goal. This is, I don't know. I don't want to cry. Not going to cry. Yeah. Help to Peacham from Houston. Thank you. Seriously, Wolfcat. That is incredible. And yeah, you're going to have some goat videos. There will definitely. Oh, Bender, thank you so much. Yeah, Bender, like I said, I know you're definitely one of the folks who hit that line. And so send me an email if you guys want to get a farm tour. That'll be the easiest way to administer this. Just send me an email, goldshawfarm@gmail.com, put farm tour in the subject so I can filter it and organize it the right way and it doesn't get lost in the shuffle. And just when you send that email, include like a receipt from either YouTube or GoFundMe, and we'll make the arrangements. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to do Gary, like just to manage expectations. Actually, there's probably a strong chance we don't do dairy. Yeah, I know I'm terrible at negotiating. I'm really horrible. And yeah, Alfred is an agent of chaos. I agree with that 100%. Matt Schaefer has a strong dislike for goats. Will Morgan pee his pants or faint? I don't know. I don't think I'm a goat because don't like the male bucks. They like pee on themselves. It's like one of their mating rituals, or they faint if they're a fainting goat. I hope I don't do either. I can't guarantee that though, Sarah. Whoo! Wow! Holy smokes! So yeah, Bender, definitely. goldshawfarm@gmail.com. Just shoot me a note. And yeah, specifically if your email name is that, and the reason I'm requesting the receipt is not that I'm saying people are dishonest, but sometimes people might say, oh, it was me who was Agent Sparky, or, you know, my name is Fluffy Duck Butt 24. And so just if you can include in that the receipt, that's all I'm asking for. Yeah, it is. This actually has like, I don't know. I've never quite, like, last year was fun, but this is like humbling. I mean, essentially we've gone more than 4 times over what we did last year. And so for that, I truly thank you guys. Whoa, this is nuts. Who is more an agent of chaos, Alfred or Abby? I mean, well, if you'd asked me this morning, I would have said without a doubt, Abby. I think I'm starting to lean more towards Alfred now after that goat move. Oh man. This is I'm guys, these last 10 days here in Peacham have been the hardest 10 days I've ever known since I've been here. And for folks that I know who've been here for, say, you know, their entire lives, like Frank, who was just here. So my neighbor, Alfred's uncle, you know, he grew up in this town and he's seen lots of ups and downs in this town. And he would agree that, you know, these past 10 days have been some of the darkest ones we've had in Peacham. And so to kind of see the generosity that you guys have had has been incredible. All right. Toby Dog is really angling to get back out. So I'm going to put him back. I will be right back. Oh boy. Holy smokes. Thank you, everyone. This is incredible. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Come on, Tobes. Come on, Bo. All right, I'm back. Oh boy, guys. Oh wow. Yes, you guys have successfully secured the Allison Garden tour. You have successfully secured the goats. Okay. Edward saying that 2 people did 4-digit and deserve the tour. Yeah. So again, if you were one of those 2 people, and I know one of them was Bender, just send me an email and include like the receipt from either GoFundMe. And if you did it in like a couple of donations, it's totally cool. Just send me like the multiples. And as long as it totals up over four figures, you get a tour. Yeah, that's awesome. Facebook stream is a few seconds ahead. Yeah, it's always hard to do that. So yeah, Allison, are you excited to do the garden tour?
I am. So I have been working on moving mulch and got to put down some straw in the beds. But I think we're going to have a successful garden this year. And lots of squash. Squash bed is going to be the place.
So when do we start getting our squashes regularly? Because I think we only got like 1 or 2, right?
Nope, we just got 4.
Oh, wow. All right.
Yeah,
nice.
4 yellow squash. Got a couple zucchini. Got some trombosino. And some winter squashes. And everything is looking beautiful.
Yeah. Okay. Hey guys, you're asking about the GoFundMe here. Let me show you what I'm looking at. So based on like, again, using those links that I'm providing you, I'm able to track like total numbers. This was like one of those problems we had last year. And so I figured out a way to solve it. But here's how I can tell. I'm going to show you the screen that I look at. It is specifically this one here on GoFundMe. So I have this like, total impact page. And essentially anybody who's used one of our donation things, you can see, yeah, we've actually donated about $10,000 from the farm. But on top of that, there's been 733 people who've donated almost $60,000 in support of this cause. And so, again, I just can't express just how appreciative we are. And that has been cut across 8 different fundraisers. And so that's why I'm trying to say, like, don't look at any one fundraiser to try to get the number. You got to look at this aggregated view that I think only I can see. But then I can start to see like and connect it to the different donations that have happened, whether it's the Peacham Recovery Fund or to Dylan's fund or to Rachel's fund or to Zach's fund or, any of these ones that are out there, the Mackenzie's, like all of those, I can kind of see where your donations come in from. And so that is how I'm able to see that piece of it. And so that's where the GoFundMe number comes from. And so it's that number put up against the YouTube number, which if you're on YouTube, you can look at it and see that donate button. You'll see that number, which, oh, wow, we're already up to 32,000. So there's a chance that I could actually go find him in a little bit and tell him he has to dress up like Wednesday, which I will say will feel like a decent comeuppance after this.
After the goats?
After the goats. I don't know. I'm a little excited. Are you excited? I can tell you're a little bit excited.
I think I texted you last night around midnight being like, oh, hell no to the goats. But then I really had a lot of faith in the viewers. And I was like, oh no, we're gonna hit goat goal.
Do you remember? I can't remember if we were living in New York or in DC at that point. But you used to have a goat fantasy.
Well, so when we lived in New York, I really loved the idea of having goats. But I think that as we've been getting more into like gardening, we have all this space. I'm more afraid of losing goats than anything. So I think if we can keep everyone well contained, especially in the wooded area, I think they'll be happy. We'll be happy. Especially if we have some like really cute little baby ones, like some pygmies. Yeah. I looked at pictures last night and I was like, okay, goats wouldn't be the worst thing. Actually, they'll probably be cute.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I probably should have clarified this. But yeah, I meant it converts over to 4 figures US dollars is very specifically. Yeah.
Also, to be fair, people with other currencies would be in other
I mean, yeah. If you like, all right, I'll give you that credit. Like if you're donating and you live in Colombia and yeah, you have to get here. We can figure it out. But yeah, so Melstrix, I want to make sure I'm clarifying this too. Like this is specifically what I'm talking about. So this number, this 69,505 has been what we've generated through kind of all of the different GoFundMe campaigns. Other people within town have been trying to raise money too. So I don't mean to act like it's like we've only been us. This has been very much a community effort to do all of this. And so just know that. And yet specifically when it comes to Goldshaw Farm viewers, this is the number you guys have helped drive on the GoFundMe side, which goes out to a wide variety of folks, as well as if I look at that $32,000 and change that's been driven through the YouTube giving, which is going to go all to the Peacham Emergency Response Fund. That's where it all kind of comes from. Yeah, oh gosh, I'm so behind on the chat. Thank you guys. Yeah. You guys have actually seen Alfred's uncle in videos before. So like the solar co-op video that I did. So like where we get our like all the electricity you're seeing right now comes from Alfred's uncle's field right behind us. And so yeah, you guys have seen Frank before. Yeah, this is maybe auction off goat naming rights. I don't know. Allison, you have strong feelings about.
I have strong feelings about names. I would say I would welcome, once we know how many goats we're getting, I would welcome suggestions. However, it depends on the feel of the goats. Like you get to know them and you know what their names would be.
I love Sarah so much. Frank is like, what the crap did I want? He did kind of like, it's funny because he and I were like, just when I was just putting Toby away, we're chatting, and he was like, so you're getting goats? I'm like, yeah, man. And he's like, oh, all right.
He's a good sport.
He is really a good sport. He's a great, yeah. I mean, honestly, I couldn't ask for a better neighbor. We're so lucky with all of our neighbors right here in this neighborhood between, Frank and Kate and Cody across the street and Gracia. And gosh, I still to this day miss Fran. We're just so lucky to be here. Very, very lucky. I mean, honestly, I'm going to have to do some research and I'll be talking to several of my friends about potentially figuring out the best possible solution. But I've actually, in the back of my mind, I've almost locked it in place that probably the best place to keep them is actually right between our place and Frank's place.
At least for the summer.
Yeah, well, for the summer. I mean, I think I'll have to probably do some barn reconfiguration that I was already planning on anyway. So yeah, we're working on that. Yeah, we will have goats. And yeah, if you guys want to see Alfred in a dress, 110,000 is the next milestone we got to hit. We have 29 minutes to do it here. Everybody keeps, I don't know if it's the same person who keeps asking for it, but everybody keeps going for fainting goats. I don't even know where I'd find them. They're not commonly around here.
I'm not into goats that seem to have some like autonomic instability.
Yeah.
It would freak me out to have my animals passing out on me.
Yeah, I know. I'm very reluctant to do that
I don't
there,
want them
Sparky.
getting hurt. Like it'd be upsetting.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, look, at the end of the day, just as we were thinking about this and changing the goalpost, the purpose of this is to help our community. And even if I think about how over the last 10 days we fared and got through, we were insanely lucky. Like things could have been horrifically worse. I mean, I even think about you coming home from work that night and like, if I hadn't connected with you and told you, don't go anywhere, stay right where you are, would something have happened as an accident on the road? Or I think
we
about
had plenty of friends that had close calls while driving.
Yeah.
Their cars getting nearly flooded, trees falling down in the road, like nearly on top of them during the storm.
All of that. And so like to think how many things we got lucky with over the course of that night and to see other people who we're friends with, close with, to see how unlucky they ended up being. Yeah, it's just it changes a sense of gratitude. And so to be able to, help the community and do something to help like make a difference. Yeah, I don't know. I feel insanely lucky, and I'm going to embrace. I'm actually really getting into this. It's a new experiment. It's figuring it out. We're definitely not getting them before vacation.
No.
100% not going to happen then. And I'm not telling you guys before the end of the summer, we're going to be going on vacation. I'm not, for a couple of reasons, not going to say exactly when or where. Yeah, so it won't happen before then, but we're going to figure some things out.
Fall, we can have some goats showing up.
We can have some goats showing up. We'll figure out a winter situation for them. We're already doing winter animals anyway, so it's not a significant challenge. We won't have to deal with the pigs over the winter, so that will make life easier too. So, yeah.
But until then, we get to deal with the pigs.
Tell everybody what the pigs just got. Yeah.
The pigs just got a large wagon full of apples. I have at least maybe 30, 40 gallons of apples. I fed them a whole bunch. They were so excited when they saw Frank pull up. We have 4 little, like, excited faces, winking away as he was dumping the load of apples. So they will be well fed.
Yeah, no, I think
they're so sweet.
Well, so Cynthia loves that picture of Alfred, and if you guys want a whole live stream of that, you've got 26 minutes. And I will admit, there's going to be a hard cutoff at 1 o'clock because
you need to sleep.
I need to sleep.
Tired,
I feel like I've aged like a year. My beard is like
you grew like a half an inch of beard.
It's crazy. I really hold on. We're going to do a little comparison because this is actually easy to do right now. I'm pretty sure I have actually grown a beard that's more than just a little beard. Okay. All right. Here is your side by side. Hang on. Let me I gotta share this
screen here. Stop share. Share screen. Okay. This is actually.
You gotta get the lighting right.
Hold on. Let me see if I.
Yeah, you can see it.
You can see it pretty good. I mean, it's. I wish I could make it equal size, but unfortunately, we are not that lucky. But
it's grown.
It's grown a pretty good amount. I agree. I will acknowledge that.
So you need to get shaven, buddy.
Yes, I will. Yeah.
Well, maybe 3 o'clock.
Because you were not a fan of beards, right?
I do not like beards.
Yeah. So sorry, man. If she, yeah, like, hey, man, what do I look good for if not for her? That is really what it comes down to.
Audience of one around here.
Exactly. So Kay, here's the thing: homeowners insurance doesn't cover 90% of the stuff that's happened in the last 10 days. And I think that's a myth and a misconception that many folks are under in terms of virtually all homeowners policies in the United States have a flood water exception. And so, yeah, that is a big myth, very, very specifically. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so we'll have to probably later this week. We'll shoot. Well,
no, not this week. I think next week or the week.
It'll be next week. Yeah.
Yeah. I want to get some of the landscaping stuff done in there.
Yeah.
Guys, let me show it off when it's like at its prettiest. Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, so yeah, we got the road to goats. Yeah, I don't think anybody had this on their bingo card between SpongeBob SquarePants singing My Buddy Alfred to us ending up with goats before the year end. I don't think anybody would have pegged either of these things as things that have happened, but,
but
here we are 24 hours later, or almost 24 hours later, 23 and a half hours later. That is our situation. All right. If we get to 250K in the next 23 minutes, we will get donkeys.
Okay.
I'm reasonably confident.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So no alpaca.
No, I'm not even going to consider the alpaca mark. 250K, we get to donkeys. That is what happens. I know VM. It blows my mind. That is awesome. Thank you, BK. That is awesome. Oh gosh, the Peacham goats. Oh man, this is crazy. Still watching from Australia. Golly, Nikki, you must be getting to your bedtime right about now if you're still watching in Australia. Yeah, let me do this. I'm going to take a minute here and just kind of talk about some things and acknowledge some things, because I think we are running down towards the end. Very specifically, there's a group of folks, everybody from Margaret McLean to all of the folks who sit on the advisory committee for the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund, Dave Edwards, who's actually the administrator. He's in town here. Like, thank you to all of those folks for actually setting that fund up, because without their good work and help, we wouldn't have been able to, have a place that we could very simply and clearly direct it and have confidence to know that the funds raised would go to people who are really very much in need. So thank you guys for all of you for that. I think also I want to say, just a heart and like all the love to the folks who have been a part of these GoFundMe's. Oh wow, we're up over 70,000. And specifically the Kempton family and Brittany, like, you guys, and I know we were talking about this yesterday, but my heart goes out to all of you. And if there's anything we could do for you, seriously, let us know. We're glad we can help in this way, but other things are going to be needed, and we're going to be here for you guys. You are some of the most important neighbors we have in town, and we really do appreciate all of you. I want to say to our friend Rachel and her boys, like, you guys have been friends with us for so long, and we really appreciate you. And it hurts us to see just kind of, the struggle that you've had in the last couple of weeks with kind of what's happened to your home and the struggles of trying to relocate and figure what's going on and keep everything else moving. It's really hard right now. And I mean, I just feel guilty that I'm not down the road helping you move at this very moment. I also want to make a shout out and thank you to
Zach for stopping by this morning and chatting and really talking about some of your experiences. You know, you as a friend have taught me personally so very, very much. And to see you struggling right now, it makes me want to do everything I can to help you. And so I hope that a lot of this is going to help you. And thank you for coming out and kind of telling your story this morning. I want to say to Deb and Armand and, you know, guys, you with what you've done with the West Barnett store and the role that plays in our community and really serving as, you know, kind of the immediate stuff that we need. We run out of sugar. We run out of flour. You need butter. Like that, like if that store wasn't there, we're driving 20 minutes to get any of those things. And, you know, you've helped so many people in this community. Anytime there's ever a need, you're always the first ones out there to do something about it. And so I want to shout out and say thank you there. Sorry, I'm like going hoarse now. I want to say to the McKenzie family, you guys, you have, you know, one of the things I've been most impressed with over the last 10 days is how for you, a family whose entire home was literally washed away, your cars were thrown 1,000 feet down from your house, down a raging brook. Like the way you've been able to carry on and help the community and be a part of the community and do it with a smile and be ready to go. It's so admirable. And if we ever have turmoil, I hope we can do it with as much grace and class as you guys have done. Yeah, seriously. I'm sorry. I'm starting to lose my voice. I feel a little embarrassed. And so, yeah, kind of all of those good causes are there. And as we've been doing that support, it's important. But then also for the folks in the community, and I'm going to name a couple people, but it's literally a couple hundred people I could probably sit here and name who've made a difference. But, you know, Rose and Alex, you know, what you guys did to organize things and bring things together and bring this community together and take what could have been chaotic and really make it something beautiful and transformative. It's just, the two of you have all of my admiration. And then when it comes to everybody who's helped out, like from like Alfred and the rest of the select board to, you know, the fire department to the amazing road crew, you know, like, you know, especially I'm going to shout out like Dylan Gambas, you stepped into a role of leadership and really helped get this town back on its feet. And I want to just say thank you to everybody. And yeah. I just feel very, very lucky to be a part of this community. And so thank you. And so to Carolyn's question of how to donate there, you know, again, there's still, you know, it'll leave open so you can donate afterwards. There's nothing stopping you. If you're watching this on replay, there's nothing stopping you from donating. We'll still be making sure the funds get to the right folks. But you can go through the GoFundMe links, which you'll see down in the description of these videos or live streams. You can also go, through the donate button on YouTube. Those are the two easiest ways to do it. And so either the links that are pasted down below or those, I know that there's sometimes like sketchy things that pop up when you have disasters. And I've actually even seen some ads of like, you know, people trying to promote various funds and relief support. I can't speak to the good or bad of those, but I can speak to the good or bad of every single one of these GoFundMes, as well as to the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund. And so, yeah, if you want to help, those are the places to go. Go to the links that you see, you know, specifically on this video, and they're just amazing causes. But that's not to say that they're the only causes, but just, you know, you're going to ask me like, which ones can I very much directly speak to that are at the top of my head, which is a little bit foggy, admittedly, right now, as I'm kind of getting towards the end of this. Yeah, I do want to say, yeah, thank you to everybody. And yeah, actually, I want to say thank you to all my friends who've actually joined this live stream and made this something that was kind of interesting and sharing stories and just even spending the time and hanging out. Like, that was important. Like, we wouldn't have been able to put something like this together if we didn't have that. And Allison, I want to say thank you to you, like, for tolerating this and letting me turn our barn and like front yard into like basically a TV studio for a day and putting up with me like ranting and raving at all nights. Like, this poor woman probably didn't sleep as well as she should have because I was like going crazy out here all night. Like,
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. I am filled with gratitude and you know, most of all you guys. Like none of this would have been possible. We wouldn't have been able to help anybody if you guys weren't willing to say, yeah, we'll hang out with you. We'll contribute. We'll give something of ourselves to this community, this tiny little town in you know, Vermont's Northeast Kingdom. None of that would have happened without you guys. And so for all of that, yeah, thank you. It's you know, it's funny, as Frank was walking away, you know, after he kind of gave me that look, he said, you know, this has been one of the 10 hardest 2 weeks that we've had here in a very, very long time. And he said, but at the same time, it restored my faith in humanity. And I feel exactly the same way. Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah. All right. What else we got? I don't know. Can I answer some questions for you? Oh, Patty's like, you're delirious. All right.
It's not untrue.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, it's fair. It's a fair, reasonable statement. All right, here, Jasmine. Thank you for a pace changer that will make me feel a little bit less emotional. Any new tips for duck owners? All right, let me give you some 4 most important tips that I have for new duck owners. And number 1 is, you know, if you have 2 ducklings, be careful, because you know sometimes young ducklings can be fragile, and you never want to raise one duckling alone. And so, I mean, you know, you got what you got. So I don't mean to tell you, oh, you got to get more immediately. But like, you know, usually like you want to stay as 3 as a minimum number, just in case something happens to one of those baby birds. But other tips that you really need to think about. Number 1, fighting the wetness in water is half the battle with raising ducklings. Their shavings are going to get wet. You know, that's going to be gross. That can get them sick. That can make a mess. So figuring out ways to keep their water from splashing everywhere, figuring out ways to make sure that it doesn't create a chaos. Like, I think that is, that's really important. Number 2, really think about the nutrition for your birds. Make sure they're getting the niacin that they need, you know, particularly if you're raising ducklings without, you know, not in the wild, but like in a brooder situation. Either make sure you're feeding them like branded duck food instead of like, say, chicken feed or grower feed. If you can't get your hands on duck food, then make sure you're supplementing with enough either brewer's yeast or nutritional yeast, and making sure that you're bringing up that ratio. I don't even want to give you a number off the top of my head because it's swimming, but you can do some research there. Number 3, make sure you have something that's predator proof. Those little ducklings are very, very fragile, and they can easily get hurt. And then number 4, spend time with them. The more time you spend with those ducklings and the more time you get them to adapt to you and connect with you, the more they're going to connect with you in a lot of ways. Yeah, not all heroes wear capes, Edward. Some of them wear way too expensive fancy jeans, 100%. So yes, and maybe Wednesday Addams costume. Let's see. What we're going to see here. We're at 70,500 and change on GoFundMe. We are on 32,000. I don't think we're gonna get there, but it's okay. We'll still do some fun stuff in the not too distant future. Yeah. Okay. I'm so far behind. I'm actually, oh wow, I'm like 30 minutes behind. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I'm missing probably all of the celebration from you guys. Yes, I will take a nap and I will then do evening chores. That is definitely how it's going to work. You need to dress. We'll see what we can do. We will see what you do. Thank you, Anonymous. Yeah, thank you. All right, let's see. Keep going here. Thank you, Shonda. Oh gosh, I'm just trying to keep up here.
Yeah. Amy's comments really nice.
Yeah, Amy. Yeah, I think that, you know, I think you're 100% right, Amy. When I think about like, where's my excitement if I was going to really try to analyze it and unpack it, I think the symbol that they represent, yeah, that'll make me feel proud to pick up their poop and deworm them and, you know, give them, you know, unfrozen water in the winter. Like, yeah, 100%. That is the thing that will actually make me feel good about it. And so you've done a very nice job there articulating that, Amy. So thank you. Yeah, Esther, if you, and I apologize just because in all the chaos, I probably missed folks, and I don't mean to slight, I appreciate the gifts. But yeah, if you did donate more than $1,000 US and you want a tour, just send me an email. Just send like your donation receipts and an email to me at goldshawfarm@gmail.com, and put farm tour in the subject. And I'll make sure I'll reach out and we'll set up sometimes, figure out something that works for you. And yeah, it'd be a lot of fun. Look forward to meeting you guys. Can Connecticut people work on a fall winter book signing to visit corresponding with the visit family? I mean, honestly, if somebody in Connecticut wanted to try to put together a book signing, I probably would be up for it and would figure out a way to kind of get down and back and make it happen. Honestly, actually doing it around the holidays is probably worse because we have like so many commitments as like kind of from a family thing that like I wouldn't want to even like squeeze it down. Don't go horse, Morgan. You just went goat. Yeah, I know. I'm definitely losing my voice. Like I will probably take a vow of silence for the rest of the day, which you might not mind.
I have to hear you talk.
Hey, JB. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, our fire department, our volunteer fire department, you know, from my neighbor, our chief Berwick behind us here to you know, kind of all the hardworking folks on the firefighting side, all the hardworking folks and folks who had really tough nights, including a very good friend of mine that night on the EMS side. Like, yeah, we are so lucky to be in a town with such talented folk. And yeah, I 100% agree with you there, JB. Yeah, if you guys have questions, I'm probably going to do a terrible job of answering them right now. And so just email me and I will, in the next day or so, follow up on all of them. Yeah. Okay. Oh, E. Cole, I see your question. Yeah, if you want to send a check, let me see. I can just try to give you the address. It's so write it to the check needs to be written to the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund. Hang on, I'm looking this up for you while we talk. I think they have an address for it. Hang on a sec. Bear with me, guys.
It's right there at the bottom. It doesn't just go to the town office.
I guess, yeah. All right. So yeah, here's where you can say it. So the check needs to be payable to the Peacham Emergency Relief Fund. And if you want to send it, you send it to this address right here. Hold on. 79 Church Street, P.O. Box 244, Peacham, Vermont, 05862. It's funny. It's actually pretty much almost exactly as our address, except it's 244 is the box. 244. Yeah. Oh, wow. Gosh, guys, I can't get over this. This is crazy. Okay, we're almost at 71,000 on the GoFundMe side. Yeah, so Esther and Julie, yeah, email me and I will happily set it up. I think it'd be a lot of fun. Oh, by the way, Liz, thank you. Like, you know, Liz is a perfect example of, you know, when it's 3:15 in the morning and I need somebody to talk to to keep something like this going, who do I get to talk to? It's Liz. And so seriously, Liz, thank you for everything you've done. It really matters. What's that?
Alfred's asking about his Wednesday costume.
You know what, man? I think we might have to find a way where that might actually still happen. So stay tuned. I'll catch up with you later. So I don't believe, Debbie, that it has officially yet, but I actually think it's in the works for Caledonia County, which is the county that we're in. There is a lengthy process that we have to go through and reviews and approvals. And so, like, you know, for example, like when we're reporting the damage that we had here on the farm, even though we're not looking for any real support and we, you know, basically addressed everything ourselves, we still are reporting it because it helps classify our county and helps our neighbors in a really important way. And so I don't think the official declaration has just been made just yet, but I could be wrong. I have not been following it as closely as maybe I could or should.
We may be at a disadvantage with being such a low population density area. So I don't know what criteria that is.
Well, no, hey, dyslexic. I've got 5 minutes here, and I will honor that commitment. We're 24 hours. I feel very strongly that that is important. I feel, I mean, honestly, I'm just kind of basking in this. This is incredible. I'm so appreciative of you guys and what you've done here. And yeah, all I can say is thank you. Yeah, I kind of feel very strongly about what Lily's saying. Yeah, I mean, yeah, guys, if you don't know, it's like Liz, for some of you who might have been sleeping when she called in, she's out in Wales. She's a whole different continent, whole different country. And kind of the way she pitched in, the way Esther out in Germany has helped out and made such a difference. Like the fact that, you guys are able to help across the world, this tiny little town, this tiny little hill town in Vermont. It's just incredible.
Community is not just geographic.
Yeah, I know. I think it's that is so true. That it's just, yeah, like this community that we have, this, kind of unconventional. Some people might look at it and scratch their head, but yeah, the connection and kinship I feel with you folks is as deep as, a next door neighbor too. And it's just a different form. And I'm very appreciative. We live in a day and age where that is the case. And so thank you guys. All right, Jasmine, before I sign off, I promise I'm going to wait just a minute. I don't want to rush it. I will do one final tally of everything once we hit 1 o'clock. Yeah, so don't worry. I will do that, but we still got probably 4 minutes before we close the books, for the 24-hour period. Again, if anybody's watching this on replay and wants to contribute and wants to help, as you've heard so many stories here, it will still be, the GoFundMes are still going to be open. They still have more funds they need to raise. They still have many more needs. And so please don't let the fact that we hit just this one goal for the 24-hour period have you pull the plug, because we're going to need help. Well, and you know what, Pet Granny, I get so much personal joy from actually making those videos that right there is the definition of a win-win situation. Yeah, I think we're up over 104,000. That's crazy.
They get to support you in doing something that you love, and it's nice that other people get to enjoy it too.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't know. I mean, I will probably, I don't know, I'll probably shoot a video tomorrow. I'll probably shoot a couple other videos. This will be coming up. You just watch the regular videos to find out the next steps. I do not want to, at this stage of the game, commit to anything specific around the GOAT plan. And I actually really do want to talk to some friends like Jess, like Danelle. Like I have a very good community of friends who are goat experts, like world renowned, have written books on goats. And so, yeah, they will be the people I'll be leaning on for some advice to help figure out what we should do there. So yeah, something will happen there. You are spot on with that. I feel exactly the same way, RJ. And thank you for being so much a part of this throughout the whole live stream here. Okay, we're getting down the clock. We're down at the 2 minute mark.
Lots of wonderful.
Yeah, so many folks. Yeah, guys, this is amazing. I just feel embarrassed putting them up. Like, it's so appreciative of everything. Thank you, Anonymous. I'm blowing it at the end. What am I doing? Oh, am I blowing something?
I don't think so. I think you're just tired.
Yeah, I think I'm running out of gas.
Yeah.
I'm probably babbling.
I don't think you're going to get Morgan's best.
Yeah, I will admit. Yeah, it's sort of.
Now, sorry, y'all.
Yeah.
I can field a couple questions.
Yeah. You want to hit some questions, or I'm just looking at.
If I could be on for a few more minutes, and you can start doing your tally too.
All right. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going to do the tally because your handwriting has gone out of control.
All right, here, I'll refresh these for you. We're almost there. We're almost there on the refresh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Polar will come in. That actually would be kind of a funny postscript if they came in. I will make this commitment. If Polar comes in and we hit some of these other stretch goals after the fact, I will still honor him.
if Polar specifically comes in to help out our community here. All right. So our final go, we're still not quite yet. We've got like, I'm going to keep it open till 1 o'clock on the dot.
Till 1 o'clock, folks.
We're getting down there. Last call.
Do we have any?
Oh, boom. We hit 1 o'clock.
Okay.
And it is $71,171 is.
That's 77.
Yeah.
Here,
Hold on.
I got you, bud. I got you.
So here you guys can see it too. Here is the impact. It's $71,171 or $77 is our final total GoFundMe thing. That's across 750 donors for 8 different fundraisers. So thank you for that.
Amazing,
That is
guys.
incredible, guys. So that is awesome in its own right. Then next, beyond that, let's look at the YouTube number. That let me just refresh it real quick to double check. We're at $33,597. You want me to do the math for you?
Yes, please.
Okay. So we got 71177 plus 33597 equals $104,774. Holy smokes. That was incredible, guys. Good job. Way to go, team. This is awesome. You did this. That's amazing. Yeah, seriously, guys. You made this happen. And so thank you. And our minds are blown.
Well,
yeah. And with that, I'm going to say goodnight. And yeah, thank you for everything, guys. And I'll be back tomorrow with a video. So see you then.
Okay. Thank you all.
Good night. Bye.